globally.
Yeah.
Some islands, they have reached 90%.
Yeah.
It's going very well.
Yeah, after 70, it's okay. I saw the King, Mr. King, how are you?
Good morning, Director General. I'm very fine. Thank you very much for providing excellent leadership for this very important event. I'm very happy to be able to organize this event. Thank you very much.
You are really leading by example. It's very good. That's really first action to cross the continent collaboration by the leading flagship platform. You see? And also,
exactly.
what time now in Bangkok?
Bangkok, it is almost 2 a.m. Yes, Bangkok time, it is 2 a.m.
You are so early.
Actually, I'm currently staying in Seoul. I'm still in the annual leave, but I'm teleworking here. So Seoul time is now almost 4 a.m.
4 a.m.
Yes. Yeah.
So and what is time now in Fiji? It should be 9 or 10.
It is almost 8 a.m.
Oh, that should be okay. It's quite a challenge. Yeah, I saw the a colleague from Iraq. Yeah.
Yes. Currently, as you know, Bangkok is still under quite serious community transmission. More than 1,000 infection daily. So the office is fully closed, but colleagues have came to the office to support this event.
Okay. Yeah, I saw Lohan.
Hi, DG.
Hi, how are you? It's a little challenging for us. Now we're from Africa or Europe and Pacific. And Angelique, why is you not, Angelique?
I'm here in Rome, DG. How are you? Good to see you.
Nice to see you. It's not so much challenge for us, but it's around 9 p.m. So it's okay. But for the Mr. King, it's 4 a.m. It's something.
Yeah, actually, some colleagues have been working around the clock for a few days.
Yeah. So and also a friend, colleague from RAP in Bangkok also.
Yes, indeed.
You should be. It's a really challenging for you running the clock in Pacific because you have to cover different time zone. So you can see the Angelique. It's so much challenging for the small island, even they arrange the meeting.
Indeed it is. It's for sure.
But it's very good. I really appreciate the implementation by the Mr. King and the colleagues, y'all, and make this platform now is on the place. And also appreciate the support from the ITU, Secretary General of the Mr. Dr. Zhao. Zhao.
It's a pleasure.
Thank you. And also, why is now that someone is in somewhere? Who is in the somewhere or in Fiji? You are in the Fiji or you are in somewhere? You can hear us?
Yeah.
Hello. Good morning from Bangkok, Director General. Okay. So right now there is a short prayer going on in Samoa. Okay. And as soon as they finish, we will start this forum. I think that's why Ms. Yao is not replying, because there's a prayer ongoing right now.
Okay, okay. So it's a challenge for us, and FAO is it's really fully operated digitally. That's something. Oh, yeah, is there. Okay, very good.
Excellencies, while we are waiting, can you just do a few checks on those who have just joined? Mr. Steiner from UNDP, can you please kindly turn on your mic and video for a second?
Yes, good afternoon. Can you hear me? My video is also on.
Yes, we can hear you and see you. Thank you very much, Mr. Steiner.
Hello, Akim.
Hello, hello. How are you?
Nice to see you. You are in New York or you are in Brazil? No.
No, in New York. In New York, they don't let me out of here.
I'm so glad to see you. And now we are really taking action on the ground of the small island. You know.
Absolutely. No, thank you for the invitation, and you're glad to join you all.
Thank you. And also Mr. Zhao also is here from ITU. So now you can see the UNDP, FAO, and the ITU. Now it's really working on the small island digital solution.
Wonderful. Thank you, and good afternoon.
And also yesterday I saw the document, Local 2030. And also we have to work together with UNDP and others, and your leadership. So.
Well, today we are under your leadership, very happy to join, particularly given the theme. So thank you for making us part of it.
Yeah, great. Thank you. Thank you very much, Akim.
Good morning, everyone. So on that theme of leadership, I think it's a good note to start the SIDS Solution Forum. Good morning, everyone. We are from the office in Bangkok. And of course, we have our colleagues in Apia. My name is Sridhar Dharmapuri. I'm the Senior Food Safety and Nutrition Officer for FAO in the Regional Office for Asia and the Pacific. Welcome to the SIDS Solution Forum, the first of the biennial events which will be held, which is being co-hosted by the Government of the Republic of Fiji, along with the FAO and the International Telecommunication Union. Welcome, and it's good to see you all in attendance. As a virtual forum, I would like to seek your compliance with a few Zoom practices, which you're all already very familiar with, but it is good just to refresh our minds before we start. We have a very full and intense agenda, so please be mindful of the time and keep your remarks as concise as possible. For optimal sound quality, I inform all attendees especially, please for listening, please use a plugged-in handset if possible, and instead of using the built-in speaker, and if you can have also a microphone which is in your headset, that would be useful while speaking. Please mute your microphone when not speaking. Please note that the chat function has been disabled except for sending messages on behalf of the forum secretariat. To pose a question during the Q&A sessions, and these question and answer sessions will only be in the latter part of the forum, not in the inaugural or the high-level sessions. During those sessions, if you wish to pose a question, please send an email to sids-solutions@fao.org. At the beginning of each session, we will show you the email once again. When you are speaking, if possible, please remove your mask and put it back when you're finished speaking. If COVID regulations in your country do not allow taking off your mask, please leave it on. Your safety and those of everybody else around you is paramount. In order to see the speaker on full screen, please remember to select speaker view instead of gallery view in the upper right corner of your Zoom screen. We have simultaneous interpretation available of the inaugural session, the launch of the SID solution platform, and the high-level sessions in Chinese, French, and Spanish. These are available by clicking the interpretation or the globe button, which is at the bottom of your screen. Click the globe and choose your language. During breaks in the meeting, if you step away, please stay connected to the Zoom link to avoid any delays in you connecting once again. And let me repeat again, any questions on technical issues, please send by email to sids-solutions@fao.org. We monitor this email continuously. We are now ready to begin the inaugural session. Excellencies, honorable participants, distinguished delegates, ladies and gentlemen. It is now my pleasure to welcome and introduce Ms. Maria Helena Semedo, Deputy Director General of FAO. She will be facilitating the high-level inaugural session, and she is joining us from the beautiful island of Cabo Verde. Over to you, Ms. Semedo.
Thank you. Thank you so much. Good morning, good afternoon, good evening. Excellencies, honorable participants, distinguished delegates, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Maria Helena Semedo. I am Deputy Director General of the Food and Agriculture Organization of the United Nations and your facilitator this morning. On behalf of the Food and Agriculture Organization of the United Nations and our partner, the International Telecommunication Union, I have the pleasure to welcome you to this opening session of the SID Solution Forum. Being from a small island, as I am connecting now, Cabo Verde, is really a privilege to be here with such an important panel of international and regional leaders in agriculture, technology, and innovation. And it is my hope that our discussion will greatly influence the shape of agri-food systems in the future, especially in response to the challenge and difficulties presented by COVID-19 pandemic. Our thoughts and sympathies are with countries who are coping with a new wave of pandemic, as well as those facing compounded challenge from climate change events and disasters, such as Haiti. All our thoughts with the people of Haiti. The SID solution, launched by the Director General of FAO, has been conceived as a biennial event. And this is our first occasion. We are meeting virtually, which allows us for wide global participation. As we can see, we are connecting from the Pacific, from Rome, from New York, and we are all together in this platform. Let me also take this opportunity to thank the Republic of Fiji for kindly hosting this event and contributing to the organization of the forum. Thank you, Prime Minister. We are fortunate to have many distinguished guests with us over these 2 days that will undoubtedly enrich our discussion and thinking. Ladies and gentlemen, to kick off this session, we have a short video explaining the philosophy behind the SID Solution platform. Colleagues, please screen the video. Thank you, colleagues. And now I am pleased to introduce FAO Director General, Dr. Chu Dong-gyu, under whose leadership and vision this forum has been initiated as a venue for exchange of ideas, practices across continents, innovation and tools for the benefit of all. With further ado, I will pass the floor to the FAO Director General to open the forum. Director General, over to you.
Thank you, Samantha. Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, I'm very pleased to welcome you to this high-level opening session. We are living a very uncertain and challenging time across the world. And for seeds, the impact of COVID-19 has intensified pre-existing challenges brought on by less development and the climate crisis, food insecurity, health, and nutrition-related issues. Seeds are also vulnerable to external shocks, such as fluctuating food and oil prices and import and supply volatility. Agri-food system should be more functional in seeds. All efforts provide to require healthy diets and to improve life quality for the people in the seeds are needed to strengthen. Today's forum provides an opportunity for seeds to share the experience and exchange ideas on how increased innovation and digitalization can help to achieve the 2030 Agenda for Sustainable Development and the Summer Pathway priorities. FAO is committed to building a world free from hunger and malnutrition, where no one is left behind regardless of land size, population, geographic location. FAO Strategy Framework 2022 to 2031 is to support the members to transform more efficient, inclusive, resilient, and sustainable food systems for better production, better nutrition, a better environment, and a better life for all, leaving no one behind. FAO is proud of its consolidated partnership with seeds as our priority. For this reason, I created the FAO Office of Small Island Developing State, listed developing countries and landlocked developing countries, following with a number of actions, hand-in-hand initiatives, 1,000 digital village, and etc. Ladies and gentlemen, today's solution forum is another concrete action of how innovation and digitalization brings opportunities in the face of challenges. We must recognize and utilize this as driving forces for agricultural and rural development and for the realization of the four betters. A farmer in the Pacific can receive the real-time technical guidance about plant production and protection from other farmers and extension offices hundreds of miles away. Vegetable farmers in Africa and Samoa are no longer losing time and money traveling to wholesalers to collect the proceeds of their supplies thanks to digital payment platforms. In this regard, FAO 1,000 Digital Villages initiative focuses on converting 1,000 villages across the world into digital hubs with the aim of supporting the transformation of agri-food systems. The initiative incorporates three main elements: e-agriculture, digital farming services, and the digital service for the rural transformation. Dear colleagues, partnerships are key. This is the core spirit of a hand-in-hand initiative. Country-led, country-owned initiative is a digital public goods to create interactive data maps, analyze the trend, and identify real-time gaps and opportunities across the agri-food chain, and ensure impactful investments. FAO's international platform of digital food and agriculture will provide a venue for dialogue, policy making, and strengthening the linkages between agriculture and the digital economy fora. Supporting government to enhance the benefit of digital agriculture and leapfrog by the learning from their peers and while they're addressing potential concerns. Ladies and gentlemen, as seeds, you understand your local development challenges and the solutions that have the potential to address them. Speaking of potential, I noticed many of the innovators, farmers, and the participants are women and young people. Women and the youth are the key to continued cultural shift, while the gender equality and inclusivity is helping to create a better world for all of us. Indigenous peoples are also important contributors and should not be left behind. Dear colleagues, digital technology offers a promising opportunity to improve the food production, trade, and market access, especially to the smallholder farmers. Agriculture must go digital. It is a small solution. It is a small and smart solution, but for the future of bright future of agriculture. Innovation and ICT application imperatively for agriculture and rural modernization. FAO is committed to digital agricultural transformation and the use of innovation to end hunger and improve lives. Dear friends, as a solution, the story to be shared during this forum is a real personal story of farmers and entrepreneurs and their journey to where they are today. I also want to share my own personal story. I was born in the son of the rice growers in the Chinese village in early 1960s. The feeling of the hunger is engraved in my memory since then I was a child. When I was 12, I came to learn about Professor Yuan Longping's hybrid rice for the first time. It dawned on me that agricultural technology holds the magic power to produce more and better food for all the peoples. I therefore made up my mind, and when I grew up, I would devote myself to agricultural innovation, working for the farmers and rural development. That young boy is speaking to you today. Still firmly believe that agriculture and science innovation through the various practical technology and digitalization can help us to tackle the challenge facing the world today, especially for small island developing state. Location you can not change, but you can change your mind, change the world by changing yourself first. We need innovation on policy, technology, financing, and business model for transformation to more efficient, inclusive, resilient, and sustainable agri-food systems. I really thank the participation from the Secretary General of the ITU and the Executive Director of the UNDP and other colleagues. I thanks for the Honorable Prime Minister of Fiji and other state leaders and ministers to support this forum. Let's walk the talk, have the seed, have the planet, have yourself. Thank you.
Thank you, Director General, for your inspiring words and for sharing your vision, your experience, your story, and how digitalization and innovation can ensure food security and improve livelihoods and promote the four betters in small island development states. I am sure your guidance and your words will provide useful ideas over the course of the next 2 days. Now, I have the pleasure to hear from the Honorable Prime Minister of the Republic of Fiji, His Excellency, Mr. Bainimarama. Your Excellency, you have the floor.
Thank you, Excellencies. The Director General of FAO, Dr. Yu Dongyu, the President of 76th Session of the UN General Assembly, His Excellency Mr. Abdullah Shahid, the Administrator of UNDP, Mr. Jim Steiner, the EU Commissioner for Agriculture, Mr. Janus. I'm sorry, I can't pronounce your surname. Chair of AOSIS, His Excellency Ambassador of Antigua and Barbuda, Dr. Walton Webson, the Secretary General of ITU, Mr. Haolin Zhao, Bulavinaka from Fiji. Bulavinaka. Welcome to the first ever Seeds Solutions Forum. I wish we could offer each of you the full measure of Fijian hospitality, including a welcome bowl of kava. Nevertheless, we are grateful that so many of you are with us virtually. Thank you very much to our co-host, the Food and Agriculture Organization, for helping convene our leadership around the subject of sustainable agri-food systems in support of the SDGs. I want to begin by expressing my deepest sympathies to our sisters and brothers in Haiti who have suffered the devastation of Tropical Storm Grace on the heels of a deadly earthquake. We wish you the speediest possible recovery and urge solidarity from the international community in aiding the Haitian people. Whenever I meet a fellow citizen, no matter where in the world they reside, we speak a common language of shared experience. Our stories are different chapters from the same book. We hail from different cultures, but we face many of the same challenges. But when it comes to the causes that matter most to our people, my fellow SEEDS leaders are Fiji's staunchest allies. Advances in digital innovation have seen the vast oceans that separate us give way to vast possibilities. Alone, we are small islands. Together, we are one connected continent bound by a spirit of innovative resilience. Our 39 states, from the South Pacific to the Caribbean to the Indian Ocean, are home to incredible minds, cutting-edge innovation, and deep traditional knowledge. And it is past time we channel all of our knowledge, ingenuity, and passion behind solutions that can be scaled up for the benefit of our nearly 65 million citizens. As we know, food and nutrition security, meaning what we grow and what we eat, underpin every aspect of sustainable development. In the Pacific, decades of nutrition insecurity have resulted in an epidemic of NCDs, a challenge intensified by the pandemic. And food systems can help us to grow our way towards a COVID-19 recovery that sees our nations emerge stronger, more resilient, and more food and nutrition secure. As small countries, ebbs in the global economy can strike us like tsunami-sized waves, and COVID-19 has been a perfect storm. Tourism, a major economic driver for many of us, is at a standstill. Shocks to global supply chains have compounded the challenge of our geographic remoteness. In the nearly 2 years since the start of the pandemic, these socio-economic headwinds have blown many of us far off course from the aims of the 2030 agenda. But these winds, fierce as they may be, are a whisper next to the intensifying crisis brought by our changing climate. Your Excellencies, the most recent IPCC report should be essential reading for every citizen of every small island developing state. Without drastic cuts to emissions, it states we are on track to blow past the 1.5-degree temperature threshold, confirming our worst fears that our low-lying neighbors in the Pacific, Kiribati and Tuvalu, face an existential threat over the coming decades. And it means all of us must brace for storms and other climate impacts unlike anything we or our ancestors have ever endured. That is why, when we go to COP26 together, our rallying cry must be to keep 1.5 alive. It remains the only temperature threshold that guarantees the security of all citizens, and we must leverage every ounce of our power and moral authority to fight for it. The terrifying scale of these global challenges give us no recourse but collective action. I believe we can meet this moment with innovation. Indeed, we already are. Just 1 week ago, Fiji launched a micro insurance scheme for climate vulnerable communities. We are supporting local farmers with climate resilient crops and funding adaptation efforts through creative financial instruments. By harnessing the hope that such innovation offers, we can recoup the economic losses of the pandemic and reset courses towards zero hunger, clean oceans, quality education, sustainable cities, and the other noble aims of the 2030 Agenda towards more sustainable agri-food systems and towards more resilient societies. My friends, our small countries are stronger together. Most seeds were not sovereign nations when the rules of the modern international system were written. We may not preside on the Security Council of the G7. We may not move markets with our consumer demand or wield vast military might. But our challenges are still the world's challenges, and our solutions can still be the world's solutions. We are meeting not just as islanders, but as innovators. Through this forum, the voice of all people, women, youth, and those most vulnerable will speak to what they have done and what dream of doing together. No contribution is too small to make a difference. That is the spirit that drives our nations to greatness. Let it be the spirit that inspires your discussions at this forum. I wish you well, and I look forward to hearing your many big ideas. Thank you, and God bless you.
Thank you so much, Prime Minister, and thank you for hosting this event and all the support and being the voice of the small island development states. I am sure that everyone connected in this forum are motivated and encouraged by these words that highlight the possibility to accelerate agriculture development and to transform agri-food systems through innovation and digital technologies, and reminding us that resilience is the dot linking the seeds and the need for collective actions, and we from the seeds, we are stronger together, and calling our attention that in COP26, we need to keep 1.5 alive. Thank you very much, Your Excellency. Now, I would like to turn to the Honorable Abdullah Shahid, the President of the 76th session of the United Nations General Assembly, to deliver the keynote speech. Your Excellency, you have the floor.
The Honorable Frank Bainimarama, Prime Minister of Fiji, Dr. Chu Dong-yu, Director General of FAO, Mr. Achim Steiner, Administrator of UNDP, His Excellency Dr. Walton Webson, Chair of AOSIS, Ambassador of Antigua and Barbuda, Mr. Jao Hulin, Secretary General of ITU, Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen. Mr. Prime Minister, coming from a small island state of the Maldives, I hope that during the 76th session of the UN General Assembly, I will get the opportunity of meeting you and also receive the bowl of kava that so cherishes the hospitality that one gets when one visits your lovely islands of Fiji. I take this opportunity to thank you for the invitation extended to me today to participate in SIDS Solutions Forum. As the President of the General Assembly from a small island developing state, I see the benefits that such a forum offers. I commend the Food and Agricultural Organization for convening this event and spearheading this effort. Dear colleagues, the SIDS Solutions Forum is a timely one amidst a multitude of global problems that directly impact seeds. It is an opportunity to once again draw global attention to the plight of seeds. Today, seeds are off track to achieve the Sustainable Development Goals due to the dire consequences of climate change and also the impact of COVID-19. For seeds, even before COVID-19, the agri-food systems were facing economic, social, and environmental challenges in providing the nutrition required for the societies to thrive. The geographical isolation and limited arable land often meant that seeds were vulnerable to external shocks, such as food price hikes, supply volatility, and challenges that come with relying on food imports. This was very evident during the COVID-19 pandemic, when supply chain disruptions resulted in uncertainty in delivery of food and basic resources. This is the reason why the Samoa pathway recognized the particular vulnerabilities the seeds face as net food importing countries, not only in access to nutritious and quality food, but also when it comes to health concerns, in particular NCDs. On the economic front, most seeds rely on tourism. COVID-19 has effectively removed that revenue stream from tourism, which has left the economies in a very bad state. The income from tourism meant food on the table to complement root crops, education, electricity, water, and life necessities. With the severe impact on tourism globally continuing to persist, seeds need to find new ways of surviving the pandemic and beyond. The impact of climate change on seeds does not need further elaboration. The recent report by the IPCC confirms what seeds have always been saying, that the rapid changes in the atmosphere, ocean, cryosphere, and biosphere are extremely alarming. The report shows the world has already warmed by 1.1 degrees Celsius, which has seen sea levels already rise by 20 centimeters. This has a devastating impact on seeds. Excellencies, the seeds are pioneering new ways to finance and plan climate change mitigation strategies using innovative technology, research, and governance to build climate resilience. The expansion of cellular technologies, satellite technologies, and distributed computing are already improving seeds' access to information inputs and markets. Increasing production and productivity, streamlining supply chains, and reducing operational costs. Going forward, digital innovation can be a powerful tool for seeds in achieving the 2030 Agenda for Sustainable Development. The Seeds Solutions Forum is the first of its type, and it is unique. In the midst of a global pandemic, the virtual nature of the conference benefits seeds across the globe that have been badly affected by geographical isolation, travel restrictions, and border lockdowns. The innovations, solutions, and ideas to be shared at this forum should help seeds to leapfrog through expanded digitalization and innovation to accelerate the achievement of the agriculture, food, and nutrition related SDGs and the priorities identified in the Samoa pathway. This forum gives the opportunity to share, promote, and encourage homegrown digital innovations and imported solutions in agriculture, food, and nutrition sectors. In other words, promote solutions that are scalable, adaptable, and relevant to seeds. Excellencies, my vision for the 76th session of the General Assembly is to deliver a presidency of hope. Given the rising tide of pressing challenges before us today, including the devastating impact of COVID-19, hope is perhaps the last thing we want to think about. But let us never lose sight of hope. Hope lets us stand up, dust ourselves off, and once again work on rebuilding this world. Hope is what can bring us together. So let us all come together today, united in our support, united in our effort towards small island developing states. Let us keep hope alive. I thank you.
Thank you very much, Your Excellency, and telling us, let's keep hope alive. Thank you for your insightful thoughts, underlining the importance of closing the digital divide to achieve the Sustainable Development Goals, reminding us the importance of this forum to call global attention to the cause of seeds, bringing solutions to be scalable and adaptable, and to find new ways of surviving to face the climate crisis. Now, ladies and gentlemen, we'll watch a short video montage on innovation in small island development states. Colleagues, please play the video.
The SID Solutions Forum is bringing together current innovative solutions that focus on increasing connectivity and knowledge sharing in agriculture, food, nutrition, environment, and health. In the Pacific Islands, agriculture and fisheries play a vital role in supporting economic growth, capturing agricultural and fisheries data right at the source from the supplier, then tracking it on a digital platform through the processing phase and all the way to the point of distribution in helping to modernize and transform our food systems. E-commerce platforms combined with delivery services provide farmers with access to new markets. Training how to trade online and taking up other digital tools brings small-scale agricultural producers to a new level. Increasing concerns of one nation's health prompted the development of a mobile app that tracks dietary intake on a daily basis, creates culturally familiar recipes, and provides planting steps that guides organic home gardening. This hot air dryer is an innovation that comes from a region where farmers cannot readily rely on electricity and have limited access to transport. The technology fulfills farmers' consumption needs, helps to produce a surplus, and extends value chains to urban centers and between islands. A lack of waste management policies on some islands leads to a lot of plastic ending up in the sea, but it also has the potential to be reused or recycled. The innovator works with local communities to recycle plastic waste into useful products. By incentivizing recycling, we can change islanders' attitudes to plastic waste through recapturing its value as a resource. The Pacific Islands are extremely vulnerable to external shocks, such as the current global pandemic, and we are counting on solutions to slow down the spread of COVID-19. A contact tracing system that is based on a QR code ensures that all visitors and residents on this island participate in contact tracing without requiring any smart device. On a larger scale, SIDS have access to an open source platform that collects real-time data on health, education, and environment. It allows to facilitate data collection in remote areas and improves disaster response, daily decision-making, and work planning.
Thank you, colleagues. Now, let's move to our next speaker, and I am pleased to welcome Mr. Achim Steiner, Administrator of the United Nations Development Programme. Achim, you have the floor.
Thank you so much, Maria Elena. Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, dear colleagues, I want to thank the Director General of FAO for inviting UNDP and I to join you on the occasion of this Solutions Forum today, and very much joining also His Excellency the Prime Minister and our President of the General Assembly elect in welcoming you to a discussion that I think we all know is more urgent than ever. We meet on this particular day, as the Prime Minister already alluded to, in the wake of an earthquake in Haiti, and indeed I am speaking to you here this afternoon as I'm watching on my left side quietly the television screen of a hurricane that has at force 4 just begun to hit the southern United States. And just another reminder of quite how exposed we are, whether we are small island developing states or indeed sometimes the wealthiest nations of the world. The kind of disasters that we are facing in our age are truly disruptive, and they are cause not only for concern, but for deep reflection and rethinking. As you said, Honorable Prime Minister, it's time for a vision to lead us into making different choices. And nowhere could this be more inspiring than in small island developing states or large ocean states, as we also like to say, because very often unknown and unbeknown by the world, so much of what has enabled communities and civilizations in SIDS to survive over centuries and millennia is precisely the ability to innovate and to adapt. But we are meeting in the midst of a time where so much of what is happening is actually beyond the control of any one nation and in any community. And nowhere is this more true than with small island developing states when it comes to climate change. And the latest COVID crisis is just another reminder of how we are living in an age of imbalance with nature, with one another. And so much of what we have taken as the great progress of the 20th century led us to believe that we could in one way or another become independent of nature. Technology, science, all of this was to lead us into an age where the vagaries of nature, be they natural disasters, disease, droughts, or floods, would no longer be with us. And yet, as you reminded us, Prime Minister, and I think equally so, the Minister of Foreign Affairs of the Maldives, your nations are at the front line of the consequences of an age in which we misunderstood what it means to live in balance with nature and with one another. Solutions that we are seeking today and solutions that the platform will also foster over the coming years, particularly within the context of small island developing states, clearly are something that we must accelerate and support with everything we can. People are masters of their destiny, we used to say. Well, in some ways, we are also the masters of the kinds of solutions and innovations that will allow us to make different choices. This year, the year 2021, is a stark reminder of how in an age where we thought progress was really at a point where we would jump forward, has thrown us back. Many are questioning the Sustainable Development Goals. Are they still achievable? Well, let me first of all say very strongly that at this moment in time, I think the nations of the world are fortunate to have a 2030 agenda that brings us first of all together, unites us around issues in which we must collaborate and support one another, whether it is innovations, whether it is poverty eradication, whether it is the issues that deal with climate change. The 2030 agenda and the SDGs are as much an agenda of interdependence as they also are a way in which countries can truly take forward solutions and innovations and make different choices. In our own progress report for the Rising Up for SIDS, which is our equivalent, Dongju, to FAO's renewed thinking about what it can do and how we should engage with SIDS, we have indeed discovered, as the Prime Minister said, that in SIDS there is actually a hotbed of innovation. And it may sometimes not be at the scale that the world thinks may be material, but neither Bill Gates in the proverbial garage or others began by wanting to develop something that would change the world. Sometimes the greatest ideas begin in the smallest places. And this is part of what the whole development approach has to rethink and rediscover. It is one reason why I so warmly welcome the Solutions Platform and the Solutions Forum, because I think we are beginning to understand that some of the innovations we will need in the future may very well be founded and created in places where much of the world would not even think to look. And just to mention a couple, in the Seychelles, for instance, it's not just technology, it's also the raising of a sovereign blue bond, pioneering a new financial instrument to support sustainable marine and fisheries projects. But that is in Barbados, where the commitment to now transition to 100% renewable energy and reaching zero carbon emissions by 2030 is an example of how choices are being made and new approaches and innovative solutions are being found. And equally in Micronesia, Melanesia, and the Pacific, where seafaring vessels are now beginning to use solar panels and batteries instead of fossil fuels. They are small steps, but add them together and they begin to transform. And this is really what I wanted to contribute to today's discussion. Transformation is very much the priority with which we must approach the current challenges we face. And in the context of COVID-19, that becomes even more dramatic and even more challenging. Certainly in UNDP, as you know, we have walked and accompanied and been by the side of small island developing states for the better part of 5 decades. Sometimes in moments of setback, sometimes in moments of breakthrough, but always with an intent to be a partner that recognizes the unique and distinct needs and opportunities of these countries. That is why we are also continuing to advocate for new tools in the policy arena. For instance, a multidimensional vulnerability index, long called for and urgently needed in order to better reflect and capture the complexity of challenges being faced by countries that are extremely vulnerable, for example, through climate change, but also in their economic development pathway. What we are looking to today is to transform, and through the theme of agri-food systems and digitalization, giving just one example of how indeed technology with new thinking, new policies and different choices is capable of transforming the status quo. We have seen it in practice, we have seen it scale up in certain areas. And indeed, as you may know, in UNDP, we believe that digitalization is going to change virtually every aspect of development in the future. In some respects, yes, for the better, but only, and this is perhaps also the risks that we always must recognize, through deliberate choices we make. We need digital ecosystems at country level and ultimately globally in order to realize the full value and the full potential of digitalization, in order to address, for instance, agri-food systems, but also going beyond that. I end by just reminding us that digitalization has also permeated the world of finance. Your country, Prime Minister, has been at the forefront of trying to experiment also with new approaches to leveraging digitalization and finance. Maria Elena, with the Integrated National Financing Framework in Cabo Verde, you're indeed trying to develop a blue economy platform, I understand, with the stock exchange. Financing is something that is critical and fundamental for us to take innovations and new solutions forward. It is why UNDP is so deeply committed to working with SIDS on the blue economy approach and combining it with the tools such as integrated national financing frameworks and many others. Our accelerator labs are, so to speak, the sister network to FAO Solutions Platform. Together, I believe we have in the UN decade of ocean science for sustainable development an extraordinary moment in which we can come together and serve the countries we are committed to better in the future. Thank you so much for inviting me, and I will continue to listen with great interest. Thank you, Maria Elena.
Thank you so much, Akim, and thank you for sharing your thoughts and the priority and the contribution UNDP is providing to SEED's agenda, and for sure in collaboration with FAO. But you remind us that is a time for a new vision for SEEDs, and we need solutions that balance our relation with nature, but allows us to make different choices. The need to transformation of our food system and the importance of financing to find new solutions to innovation. Ladies and gentlemen, allow me now to introduce our next speaker, His Excellency Dr. Walton Webson, the Chair of the Alliance of Small Island States, OASIS, and Ambassador of Antigua and Bermuda, who will deliver a video message. Please share the video message.
Excellencies, colleagues, ladies and gentlemen, greetings. It gives me great pleasure to join you today at the launch of the SIDS Solution Platform, organized by FAO. Throughout the years, the FAO has engaged the SIDS very closely, ensuring that our challenges and priorities across food security, nutrition, and health remains at the very forefront of the international agenda. Due to our small size, colleagues, geographic insularity, narrow resource space, and environmental vulnerability, SIDS, that's small island states, continue to be heavily reliant on external markets for imports and distribution of foods. Almost all Caribbean and Pacific SIDS import over 60% of food and 50% of all island imports, over 80% of their food needs. This is an unsustainable and unacceptable and very risky position that we islanders live in. Made more acute by market vulnerability and a worsening debt position that many of us face. Moreover, colleagues, processed foods, processed foods, decent imported foods, and products are propagating our shores through domestic markets, while local produced and local production, which are healthy and often healthier and more nutritious, is languishing and found wanting by our own people. Due to limited awareness and access to quality nutrition, many SIDS are facing the triple whammy or triple burden of undernutrition, obesity, and micronutrient deficits. This is a major challenge to small islands. This continues to be the reality in which many of SIDS and the COVID-19 pandemic has worsened this and have made things much more difficult. And it's a great reminder to us that we need to reintroduce internal economic dependence rather than external dependency. By expanding and strengthening productivity, the capacities within SIDS, we will strengthen our ability and create healthier communities. However, most of us are poorly equipped to achieve this large-scale structural reform and transformation of which we speak. Our limited resources and inherent vulnerabilities to climate change continue to be the underlying factor that inhibits growth in the fisheries and agriculture departments of our societies. In this context, I am very pleased that the FAO has undertaken this initiative to design a SIDS solution program aimed at the facilitating investment, sharing of knowledge and best practices, and scaling up viable solutions for SIDS is important, and the time is now. The last year has demonstrated how interconnected we all are and opened up the prospects for wider engagement with more stakeholders across the world. It is important, colleagues, to capitalize on all these new opportunities and explore in innovative ways that we, as SIDS, can take our sustainable development aspirations forward. I look forward to the rich discussions that will be held over the next 2 days in this event, which will be instrumental in guiding the way forward for the creation of a mechanism to replicate and scale up solutions in SIDS. Urgently and effectively, we need this type of approach. My friends, while food security and nutrition remains high priorities for SIDS, it is also important to recognize the close interlinkages between the SDGs and the aim of the solution that reap the maximum co-benefit across the whole sustainable development agenda. Also, friends, while we recognize the vast potential that innovative and digital technology have to offer us, it is critical to address the capacity and the technology in constraints and lack of infrastructure in many SIDS. That continues to inhibit such solutions as a way forward. In conclusion, I want today to reiterate the importance of targeted solutions for SIDS. The United Nations has long recognized SIDS as a special case for sustainable development. And our experience demonstrates that a cookie cutter approach is not suitable and will not fit the bill in addressing the SIDS problem. Enhanced and targeted action is needed as there is less than 5 years left for the implementation of the Samoa pathway. Therefore, my colleagues and friends, excellencies, we are pleased that FAO has heeded our call and organized this forum specifically for the issues that affect us, SIDS. We hope to see more SIDS specific programs such as this emerging as we move forward. We will also continue our strong partnership with the FAO to ensure that a safer, healthier, and more resilient future for SIDS and our communities are available and will develop as we work towards the achievement of the SDGs. I thank you for this opportunity to share my thoughts and speak to you. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Dr. Webson, for your valuable contribution and reminding us that it's critical to capitalize new opportunities and scale up targeted solutions for SIDS. Now, I would like to welcome our next speaker, Mr. Holin Zhou, Secretary General of the International Telecommunication Union. The ITU is not only our partner for this important event, but a long-standing and valuable partner for FAO. We cannot achieve the 2030 Agenda for Sustainable Development. We cannot implement innovative technologies without such strong partnerships. Sir, the floor is yours.
Thank you very much, Maria Elena. Yes, indeed, we are long-standing partners, and we have a lot of cooperation in the past. So it's a very great pleasure to be invited here. So, Mr. Chu Dongyu, Director General of FAO, Your Excellency Yosaya Pani Marama, Prime Minister of Fiji, Your Excellency Mr. Abdullah Shahi, President of the 76th session of the UN General Assembly, and my dear friend, UN colleagues, Mr. Ashim Schneider, Executive Administrator of UNDP, and Dr. Walton Webson, Chair of OCs. Dear colleagues, I'm very pleased to join you for this important meeting. I want to thank our host for engaging ITU with such initiatives. As a UN specialized agency for information and communication technologies, ITU is committed to fostering and accelerating digital agriculture innovation. And ITU has always put e-agriculture on our agenda of many activities. I'm very pleased to see a lot of good examples. We recognize that what makes seeds unique also makes them vulnerable to unique challenges, including overcoming connectivity barriers ranging from high electricity costs to lack of digital skills. These barriers significantly constrain the ability of seeds to develop digital agricultural solutions. In turn, this deepens the digital divide and deprives disadvantaged small island communities of the opportunity to leverage digital technologies for agriculture transformation. In such a short time I'm afforded at this session, I will not try to convince you that the ICTs can help agriculture. Now, from the video, we can just enjoy it. And from the speech I heard, and also, I'm very pleased to note that our friends in SITS have all recognized the importance of ICTs for their social and economic development and to improve and further empower their agriculture. But two questions remain. How can we get more outside partners to engage with SITS? And how can we make the best use of the investments available from all sources for our agriculture business here? I believe we need to put the right ICT infrastructure and investment environment in place and encourage all stakeholders to adopt a whole of government approach, which means we don't leave the investment into silo systems by one ministry or by another, but we should put the whole government approach to look at this issue and encourage all stakeholders to do that. Only then will we be able to attract investors to under and unserved areas while enabling a more efficient and productive use of ICTs. We also need to innovate to ensure that no one is left behind by making our solutions equitable and affordable, and by providing farmers with the right digital skill set. We all need to work together to reach these goals. ITU is rolling out an initiative in the Pacific with a wide range of stakeholders, including FAO, to deliver SDG-related services to small island communities. The Smart Island Initiative focuses on improving broadband connectivity, making broadband affordable, enhancing digital skills, and providing digital services. As part of this initiative, for instance, ITU will deploy e-agriculture services in several small island villages with FAO to improve the livelihoods of local farmers and fishermen. And of course, ITU always encourage our industry members. In ITU, we not only have our member states, our government as our members, but we also have over 800 industry as our members. And we encourage them to work with the new innovative applications to help our SIDS members. So ladies and gentlemen, agriculture has been a driver of progress throughout the history. By accelerating digital agriculture, I'm confident that we can and will drive progress in small island developing states and on the United Nations Sustainable Development Goals. Together, let us turn the unique challenges they face into unique digital opportunities. Let us help all farmers in small island developing states and elsewhere take a full advantage of ICTs to create a future and a better food, nutrition, environment, and health. I thank you very much for your attention.
Thank you very much, Secretary General, for your interesting remarks on the technical aspects of telecommunication and strengthening the ITU commitment to accelerate agriculture innovation and to contribute to reduce the digital barrier in seeds. But you remind us that we need to increase partnership and we need to enhance investment available and to have more efficient use of ICTs, and also reminding us of the need of the affordability of the solutions. And I think this is important for all farmers to take advantage of the e-agriculture services in seeds. Now, ladies and gentlemen, before concluding, we would like to take a group photo of our eminent speakers. I will kindly ask everyone to please turn on your camera and face the camera of your device. Our technician will take charge of the photo. Thank you. Please smile. Okay. Thank you. Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, this concludes the inaugural session of the Seed Solution Forum. For me, it has been an honor to hear such inspiring speeches on the importance of innovation and digitalization to achieve the Sustainable Development Goals. And this is very much aligned with FAO new strategic framework, which gives the primacy to seeds, LCDs, and landlocked countries. We look forward to an exciting 2 days. And now is my pleasure to hand over the facilitation back to the Forum Secretariat. Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Semedo, and thank you, Excellencies and distinguished speakers, for coming and inaugurating this forum, which promises to be a very exciting event going forward. Without any further ado, we will move to the first highlight, or in other words, the first exciting event of this forum, and that is the launch of the SIDS Solutions Platform. I invite the Director General of FAO, Dr. Chu Dong-yu, to please launch the platform. Over to you, Director General.
Thank you. Thank you. Good evening from Rome and good morning in Pacific. Good afternoon. Dear colleagues, the Seed Solution Platform is an important digital site for exchange ideas and solutions among the government, professionals, and entrepreneurs, as well as for the farmers, distributors, and the consumers. The objective of today's forum is provide an opportunity to bring us together to share the idea and how digitalization innovation can help seeds move faster towards achieve the SDGs. But we need to ensure the ideas we share today become our actions for the tomorrow. We need to have a common place of reference that facilitate this knowledge sharing and storage, providing the permanent platform where these ideas can be shared, built upon, discussed, and improved to ensure their effective implementation. Dear colleague, FLC, the solution platform, provide this digital knowledge exchange site. And now I'm pleased to inform that the platform is now online. The FL regional representative will shortly provide a demonstration of the platform for you to all to get a taste of what it can be offered and how it can support the seeds. The platform is a dynamic and innovative digital tools that will continue to evolve to ensure that the specific needs of the seed and all relevant stakeholders are met. It is a work in progress to facilitate our exchange engagement going forward. In short, built by ourselves, shared by ourselves, among ourselves, and contributed to the members and the farmers and all the customs which we offer our service, and to the end of the hunger and get rid of poverty in the world. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Director General, for inaugurating the platform. Indeed, it looks very informative and dynamic, and we will now know more about it when Mr. Jong-Jin Kim, the Assistant Director General and the FAO Regional Representative for Asia and the Pacific, will demonstrate its various features and how it has been developed as a venue for the exchange and sharing of knowledge. Mr. Kim, you have the floor.
Thank you, Director General. Excellencies, I'm honored to briefly introduce to you the SEEDS solution platform. Let me first share my screen. This is a place where we can work together across all sectors to support SEEDS countries to find solutions that will help people build better production, better nutrition, better environment, and better lives. The main aim is to support achieving the SDG targets and beyond. This homepage, as I scroll down, has already a number of innovative solutions from the Pacific, Caribbean, and others around the world, where innovation and digitalization have worked to the benefit of farmers, consumers, and others. We can see examples of locally grown solutions. There's a number of innovative solution platform and the profiles. We have here technical papers which are background for this forum. There are also links to useful FAO resources such as Hand-in-Hand Initiative, Climate Smart Agriculture, FAO Statistics, and others. But this is just the first page. If you scroll back to the top, there are 4 tabs. A World of Seeds, which provides information of seeds countries. We can click a country, and it provides the detailed information on it. Let's take a quick look at Fiji, for example. Now returning back to home, resources. This tab will take us to the useful resources where we can find innovation examples. if you can click publication, we come to this page, which is rich in technical reports and other materials on seeds and also innovations. This tab of video takes us to a page with many video examples of innovations. I want to play them now, but I encourage you to browse the selection as we continue to add new ones. If we click the Innovation tab, we can see there are many examples of short innovative ideas and stories. We look forward to you to sharing your stories with us to add them here. Let's have a closer look. We have a number of innovative solution profile on agriculture, data collection, e-commerce and supply chains, education, farming information, food processing, health and nutrition. This one, under heading of health and nutrition, is about friendly food consumption app from Fiji. This app is by tracking dietary intake in a daily basis, helping consumers watch the size of their food portions. It also advises on organic gardening and healthy diets. It has now already more than 50,000 users. Now, let's return to the home page by clicking the home icon. This is a tab of exchange. Here we want to hear from you, and this is still a work in progress. The Seed Solution platform is new, and we are still developing it. But the idea is to make this exchange become a dynamic community where we can exchange views and ideas in real time and develop it into a portal to advance actions for seeds knowledge sharing. So this site will grow. In the meantime, we look forward to you sending your comments, questions, and your ideas to the email address on this page. Thank you very much. Now, let me hand it back to you, Sridhar. Over to you.
Thank you, Mr. Kim, for introducing a dynamic platform that I'm sure member countries, partners, civil society, and the public will find much useful and lots of information for them to use. We hope that all participants in this forum across the globe will enthusiastically use this platform. During this forum, in fact, starting this afternoon from the technical sessions, we will have the opportunity to use the exchange site, and the Secretariat will brief you later, all participants, about it. The URL is fao.org/SIDS-solutions. Please start exploring the site already. It is now time to move on and look at what the landscape and the setting in which this particular forum is being organized, and what are the issues, particularly in the post or during the COVID-19 environment, that make it all the more important that we look at all the solutions possible for the SIDS. And to do that, the next speaker on the agenda is Mr. Maximo Torero Cullen, the Chief Economist of the FAO. He will speak to us on achieving the SDGs through innovation and digitalization in the SIDS. And this is to give us the background, particularly in the context of COVID-19. Mr. Torello Cullen, you have the floor.
Thank you very much, Chair, and thank you very much, Excellence. It's a pleasure for me to be here today to present some of the work that we are doing in SIDS and how we can achieve the transformation that we need. Let me share my screen. I hope you can see it. So the presentation is about achieving the SDGs through innovations and digitalization in the SIDS. Now, what we know is that between in 2019 and 2020, there has been a significant increase in food insecurity and especially in undernourishment. The increase is between 720 and 811 million people more undernourished, which is around 160 million more than 2019 people in undernourishment. And here is where we need to find a solution, because SIDS has been one of the set of countries which have been significantly affected by COVID-19. And the power of innovation and digitalization should be harnessed by SIDS. The COVID-19 pandemic is reversing development gains over the past 10 years. In many cases, we have lost more than a decade. And SIDS stand to lose the most if aggressive and innovative countermeasures are not put in place. Why? Because they have been affected in multiple forms. They have been affected because, of course, of the logistical problems, and SIDS are countries which are mostly food net importing countries. They import most of their food, and therefore they were initially affected during the pandemic. They have been affected because of economic reasons, especially because of the reduction of remittances, which created significant problems in terms of access to food. And also they have been affected because in many cases they live of fisheries, and fisheries were affected because of transportation issues and logistical issues. And in the high end, of course, because of transportation costs. So this is a set of countries which have been really vulnerable. And one of the major vulnerabilities to them was tourism, which still today is not there because of the lockdowns and has significantly reduced, and we will elaborate on that. And is a major source of revenue of these countries. Now, the accelerated achievement of the SDGs cannot be overstated among governments and development partners, but also with community and civil society groups. We know that the major drivers behind the levels of undernourishment we face are conflict, climate variability, which really makes SIDS extremely vulnerable because they are vulnerable to climate shocks, to the increase in the levels of sea, to extreme temperatures, and extreme economic slowdowns and downturns. And that's where COVID-19 mostly is affecting through, because of the economic activity slowdowns and downturns, which in the case of SIDS is because of reducing one of the major economic activities, which is tourism, and in some cases fisheries. So that means that two key drivers that explains undernourishment are really directly affecting many SIDS countries. And under the COVID scenario 19, at the global level, we know that by 2030, there will be 30 million more people that we face hunger relative to what we were already there. We were more than 600 million by 2030, when our goal is zero levels of undernourishment. And this graph is basically showing these projections by different regions of the world on how we are going to see this deterioration, being in Africa the major increase and even catching up to Asia. But still, the difference between the dotted line, which is the projection with the COVID-19 scenario, and the small dots line, which is the baseline projection, shows these 30 million that I was referring before. Now, what are the key SDG indicators? First, we know that in FAO, we are custodian of several SDG indicators. The prevalence of undernourishment, which I have been referring, 2.11, 2.12, which is the prevalence of moderate and severe food insecurity in the population, which is the FIES, the indicator that we collect every year as FAO. 2.3.1, which is volume of production per labor unit by classes of farming, pastoral forestry, and enterprise size. 2.3.2, average income of small-scale food producers by sex and indigenous status, and many other indicators that 149.2 million children under the age of 5 years suffer from stunting, which is SDG indicator 2.11 in 2020. So it's not only undernourishment, it's also all the other forms of malnutrition, which are extremely important. And in SIDS, we only not have undernutrition, but also overnutrition problem, overweight and obesity, which we need to look at very carefully. And today, nearly 1/3 of people in the world did not have access to adequate food in 2020, which is an increase in 320 million from 2019. And this is the indicator 2.12. And we also know that 3 billion people don't have access to healthy diets today. Now, The COVID-19 support by international partners to seeds versus developing countries is extremely different, also because of the scale in terms of population, but the numbers are pretty astonishing. So we have $4 billion total spent for seeds against $57.9 billion totally spent for developing countries and 21 trillion global COVID response. Now, again, this shows the differences and inequalities in the world, because we have developed countries that have the capacity to reactivate their economies by doing huge investments. And we don't have the same in developing countries, and we don't have the same in seeds. And that means that we have to be a lot more effective and efficient in how we use our resources and how we can achieve what we are trying to achieve. And why? Because one of the major goals in the case of seeds is to increase resilience. And to increase resilience means two things: minimize risks, which is vulnerabilities. And that means to have better information, better early warning systems, especially because they are so vulnerable to climate shocks. We need not only to look at extreme of temperature or extreme of rainfall, but also we need to look at variability of temperatures, because that's what complicates the decision-making of the production process of the agri-food system. So we need to have early warning systems in place. We need to look at zoonotic diseases. We need to look at the One Health approach. We need to have mechanisms of insurance in place. These are countries of the world that are extremely vulnerable to climate. And therefore is where we need to have all this technology available so that we can minimize these potential risks. But the second element is to cope with the risk when they occur. And that's when something happens, we have to have the capacity to cope. And that means that we need to have safety nets in place so that we can react. And many seeds countries were able to do that during the COVID-19 pandemic, others couldn't. But we need to resolve that so that we can increase their capacity to cope with the risks. And we also need to have efficiency in the way we produce, and that's where digital technologies can play a crucial role, as we have seen in COVID-19. But we also need, especially in the case of seeds, to facilitate trade as much as possible. It does not make any sense that to move commodities from one seed to the other in the same region is more costly than to move it from a different continent. So we need to find ways in which we can accelerate trade at the inter-regional level between countries' seeds in the same region. Now, what we are doing at FAO is we are trying to find ways to measure this vulnerability of the agri-food system. This is a complex issue, and we have spent significant amount of time to develop our new SOFA that will be publishing this series of indexes to measure this vulnerability. And there are four indexes that we want to bring. One is primary production sector, and that's what we call the Primary Production Flexibility Index, which measures possible paths to generate agricultural value and for finding final outlets for placing primary production. So here we want to see what is the capacity to find outlets to complement the production at the country level. The food availability is the Dietary Sourcing Flexibility Index, which measures the multiple pathways to source a unit of food consumed, such as kilocalories. So we want to see how much a country has capacity to get the kilocalories they need. The third index is physical access to food. And this is linked to transportation, to capacity of movement, which seeds were so affected because of the logistical part. And here we bring the transport matrix resilience measure, which measures overall vulnerability to disruptions and is based on where crops are produced and where they are consumed. So that's an spatial analysis that shows how we can move commodities despite of potential logistical problems of mobility. And finally, economic access to food. And this is linked to the economic shocks. And it's a share of the population that cannot afford an income buffer to ensure a nutrient adequate diet in the times of crisis. Seeds are extremely important in this index. Why? Because of remittances. Because if there is an economic shock, they will be affected. The remittances will be reduced. And this is what will tell us how vulnerable you are. And it's extremely important for the countries to know this so that they can respond in case of this type of shocks and they can be prepared. So these are the four dimensions that we believe will capture the whole food system and will allow seeds to understand and to do diagnostics on how to respond to these type of challenges so that they can increase their resilience in the two dimensions that I mentioned before. Now, in FAO, in our strategic framework, we believe and we are convinced that the only way we can achieve the agri-food transformation is through acceleration of technology, innovation, and data. Those three elements are crucial, and they can move extremely fast if we use the resources in an effective way. But the only way which will we make those accelerations inclusive is if we take into account what we call the complements in our strategic framework. This is governance, institutions, and human capital. we need to have them in place so that any innovation we do, for example, in digital technologies, any scientific technology that we bring based on science evidence, is inclusive for smallholders and for the most vulnerable. And the same applies to data. That governance, that institutionality, we need to have in place in 6 countries. And I think the portal that is being launched today help enormously to build that complements that we need to put in place. But those could decelerate a little bit the data, innovation, and technology, but are necessary because in the long term, it will make this growth sustainable and inclusive. And that's what we want to aim through our strategic framework. Now, the drivers of focus in the case of seeds are 5 areas of focus. Fisheries, because of the huge supply that you have through seeds, agriculture, tourism, which is central, entrepreneurship, and something that we call digital technologies, which our expression of digital technologies is the 1,000 Digital Villages program that we are pursuing as part of our strategic framework. And the idea of the 1,000 Digital Villages is to bring all these elements together. It's not only to look at how we provide access to, it's also how we provide tools to use the access in the best possible way. How we provide tools to that access to also help to create and give more services to the village. How we provide tools so that we can create also other types of income generating activities like agro-ecotourism that could help these villages to be able to diversify their income and not be dependent on only one economic activity. It's in that sense that we have developed this program that has 3 dimensions. The agricultural production, we call the e-agriculture, which is a variety of tools and apps that will help farmers to make better decisions, like, for example, crop calendars, so that they know what to produce and when, information on water availability, information on climate variables, many tools that will help them to make decisions on prices. But we also think that we need to improve farmers' life. And for that, we have the digital farmer services, which will help and use digital technologies to provide services to farmers and to their villages so that they can have additional services like extension services and many other extension mechanisms that could help them to be more effective. And finally, what we called the dimension of the villages. And here we have the digital services to support rural transformation. Here is we want to create link of diversification of income, which is a huge dimension to accelerate resilience. How we can provide with the digital technologies other sources of income to these farmers. And there are many countries from where we can learn. There are countries in Asia, like what is happening in China, where we are diversifying income through ecotourism, through digital technologies, and using e-commerce, but not only for food, but for other dimensions. There are also examples in Latin America, examples in other continents of the world. We need to learn from all of each. And FAO has expanded this strategy to all our 5 regions, because that's what allows us to empower the capacity of FAO of bringing best practices, South-South learning from all the 5 regions. That's where we can learn from others and leapfrog so that we can get better results, because we have few resources, so we have to be very efficient. Also, we have the hand-in-hand initiative. And the hand-in-hand initiatives right now is working in Cape Verde, Papua New Guinea, Saint Tome and Principe, Guinea-Bissau, Haiti, Solomon Islands, Kiribati, and Tuvalu. Those are the seeds we have started, and we want to keep expanding. Now, what does the hand-in-hand initiative bring? The hand-in-hand initiative brings a mechanism and a platform in which we can accelerate through territorial approaches where we have to do interventions that will really give a significant return for the dollar invested in terms of production, productivity gains that will give farmers more income, will be consumers more income. And for that, we work together with countries so that we can bring private sector and also bring partnerships through a matching procedure that we have, matchmaking procedure, so that we can accelerate that process, attracting investment. The hand-in-hand initiative not only works with governments because it's a country-led, country-driven strategy, it also works with the private sector and the civil society and academia. We try to bring all these elements together to accelerate this process. So we take a country, we identify which are the areas where the return can be huge in agricultural activities, but which are areas that have a lot of poverty right now, and how much we need to invest to move them out of poverty so that they can release all the constraints they face to achieve the potential that that location has. That allows us to build investment plans with our investment center that we can then present to the private sector and to governments so that we can accelerate this process. This is the way we see we can create an acceleration in the agri-food system transformation, bringing all the different drivers, innovation, technology, data, and these complements that I mentioned before. The hand-in-hand initiative has 5 major elements, which is target the poor, as I told you before, matchmaking to attract resources from donors, from private sector to do these investments, be aligned to our mandate and our priority, have a framework through this territorial approach using real data, real-time data through a geospatial platform, and of course, partnerships. We work with our partners. So it's not only FAO, it's FAO and all the UN agencies with ITU in the case of digital technologies, but also with private sector and also with the investment banks, the World Bank, the African Development Bank, the Asia Development Bank, the Bank of Infrastructure of China, and so on. We try to attract all of those to these needs of investment so that we can release these constraints and obtain the benefits we want. The innovations that we have in this hand-in-hand initiative for the digital solutions are the data lab, especially for seeds is crucial because there is a lot of data that we didn't have available. And the data lab is allowing us to close those gaps and create new data. For example, right now, we can create real-time maps of poverty. We call them welfare maps. Using technology information, and we have tested and validated with traditional maps that allow us to better target our interventions. We have the geospatial platform, a new tool that everybody can have access. It's a public good. We train and build capacities to your governments. And that hand-in-hand geospatial platform is bringing all the layers of information. But the beauty of our geospatial platform is that it's not only information, it's technical expertise behind each layer we have. So if we are talking of fisheries, we have our team of fisheries. If we are talking of soils, we have our team of soils. Climate, our team of climate. That's what FAO brings different to other geospatial platforms. We have combined this with EarthMap and with International Platform for Digital Food and Agriculture, which is our platform that was agreed by our membership that will allow us to bring best practices from other realities. And of course, our FAO Digital Portfolio Services, which is part of our e-agriculture. Our digital lab, our hand-in-hand initiative, will allow us to move very fast in seeds. But we need to move with the country. This has to be driven by the country. This has to be owned by the country. And our job is to facilitate the process and to create the capacities so that this can be implemented and we can attract the needed investment to be able to achieve the goal that we want to achieve. Also, FAO has started under the leadership of our Director General, the Office of Innovation. And the Office of Innovation is linked to our financial mechanism, our flexible multi-partner mechanism. And it has a sub-program on global network of digital agriculture innovation hubs that will be launched in Dominica and Grenada. In the case of Dominica, we'll focus on emerging digitalization priorities in the country and the Caribbean region, introducing drone technology and developing geospatial mapping systems linked to disaster risk management. In the case of Grenada, we will be aligned with 1,000 digital villages that I explained before, and the technical focus includes digital literacy, digital services for tourism activities related to family farming, and linkages with tourism and markets. So let me finalize by saying that FAO is trying to work as one FAO, bringing all its partners together, all the work we do with the UN agencies, with the RBAs and other UN agencies, also with all our partners. And this is completely aligned with our new strategic framework. And the case of seeds is a priority for us. And that's why we have our Office of Seeds. And that's why we have such an intense work in terms of the hand-in-hand initiative in your countries. So thank you very much. And it was a pleasure to be here. Back to you, Chair.
Thank you, Mr. Torero Kalen, for that update on the progress and about the SDGs in agriculture, food, nutrition, and importantly, FAO's flagships programs in the SID. We note your very encouraging message on digitalization and innovation that can help us and the SIDs, not only in recovery from COVID-19, but to build back greener and to build back better. Excellencies, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, we have now concluded the session on the launch of the SIDS solution platform. We thank the Director General, the RAP ADG, and Mr. Torero Kalen for facilitating this. We will now hear from where it matters the most, the countries, the SIDS. We will have statements by heads of state, heads of government, and ministers. And through this session, we will have 4 facilitators. For the first segment from the Pacific SIDS, our facilitator will be Ms. Zhangjun Yao, the sub-regional coordinator for the Pacific, who's based in Apia, Samoa. For the second segment of the high-level session, our facilitator will be Ms. Renata Clark, the sub-regional coordinator of the Caribbean, and she is based in Barbados. For the third segment on the Atlantic Ocean, Indian Ocean SIDS, our facilitator will be Mr. Charles Mbuli Boliko from Madagascar. And for the final part of this session, where we will have statements from SIDS-friendly countries and from heads of developmental agencies, including financial institutions, our facilitator will be Deputy Director General Laura Thomas from FAO headquarters. Colleagues, Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, this is just to mention and emphasize again that the sub-regional coordinators and the FAO representatives through the SIDS are the first points of contact for all the countries. So as we move forward and as there are programs and initiatives developed, as we heard from Mr. Torero just now, please feel free to contact your FAO representative or the sub-regional coordinator to make the way forward and to implement and to use the ideas that are being expressed in this forum. At this point, to kick off or to start this very important part of the high-level session, I have the honor to invite the Attorney General and the Minister of Economy, Civil Service and Communications of the Republic of Fiji, His Excellency Ayaz Sayed Qayyum. Your Excellency, you have the floor. Over to you.
Thank you, and Bulavinaka, and a very good morning to everybody. I'd like to, of course, acknowledge all the heads of all the Pacific governments, ministers, development partners, ladies and gentlemen. The global population is growing and the planet is warming. The answer to these challenges lies in innovation in support of sustainable development. This first SIDS Solution Forum explores how we can take digital solutions for agri-food systems from the grassroots to our globally connected network of nations, and of course, reset course towards the SDGs through our recovery from the COVID-19 pandemic. We should not shy away from the complexity behind building, deploying, and scaling what are called e-agriculture solutions. Different island nations grow different crops. We grow with different soils, different biodiversity, and varied topographies. We have differing ICT capacities and different levels of digital fluency among our populations. That is all to say that we cannot simply copy and paste e-agriculture systems, nor take a one-size-fits-all approach. This is a SIDS Solutions Forum, and solutions is plural for a reason. We should embrace the unique characteristics within our member states. Only by acknowledging our idiosyncrasies can we identify the best opportunities for synergy and reveal the lessons that cut across our experiences. We'd like to share some of Fiji's innovation in the agriculture sector with you this morning. Because while no two SIDS are identical, we are certain that we are all seeking answers to similar questions. For one, how can we bring the pandemic-driven surge in digital innovation to bear in on our agriculture sector? How can we leverage sustainable food systems to support our COVID-19 recovery? How can we uphold our food and nutrition security in the face of future shocks to global supply chains? And how can we grow our way to more resilient societies? For all the horrible devastation of the COVID-19 pandemic, it has massively accelerated the development and adoption of digital technology. Changes that may have otherwise taken years have occurred overnight, as entire industries moved their businesses online and contactless delivery systems and digital payments became the norm. And indeed, we are meeting on a digital platform today. Data usage has spiked by 300% in Fiji since the start of the pandemic. Thanks to a decade of steady investment in ICT infrastructure in Fiji, we were ready to meet that huge uptake in digital demand. 95% of Fijians have access to mobile internet connectivity. Our access to the Southern Cross cable fiber optic network provides fast, direct, resilient, and secure connectivity. and we're making investments to improve its speed. Our mobile networks and microwave links have outreach across our nearly 110 populated islands. Satellite services are connecting remote areas in Fiji with the world through radio, television, and internet services. Still, many citizens are not fully tapped into the opportunities of the digital economy. We must harness the digital revolution in very intentional ways to improve the resilience and productivity of different economic sectors, including in agriculture. E-agriculture offers a variety of solutions from simple to sophisticated to make farms more productive and more sustainable. And by building food security, we set ourselves up for sustainable and success across all aspects of sustainable development. Last year, Fiji's export of fresh and chilled produce, including crops and livestock, hit the highest level since 2013, an achievement that came despite the shocks to supply chains caused by the pandemic. Currently, Fiji is developing a comprehensive e-agriculture strategy that will guide our integration of digital services within the agriculture sector, building a foundation of a sustainable food system that allows us to leap forward towards the aims of the 2030 Agenda for Sustainable Development. Digitalization makes agriculture more scalable. It also has the potential to attract younger members of our society to become farmers. It also provides better opportunities to connect to markets, thereby reduce spoilage of harvest, obtain better pricing, and give certainty to the farmer. By using field and satellite data, local businesses and startups can launch innovative agro products, turning Fijians from job takers into job makers and generating income that brings the first SDG, zero poverty, closer within reach. Digitalization in food supply chain can reduce food waste. Smart agriculture strategies such as hydroponic farming based on computer networks to disperse chemicals on hydroponic farms, climate smart agriculture, and greenhouse farming assist in maximizing food production. Supporting the second and third sustainable development goals of zero hunger and good health and well-being. Digitalization also helps to identify and overcome scaling limitations in deploying climate smart agriculture practices. It can make farms more environmentally friendly through improved practices to trap greenhouse gases within crops and soils, the creation of biogas from agriculture waste, and more targeted use of fertilizers and pesticides. Next to the ocean, we can make farms into some of the most effective carbon sinks in support of Goal 13, which is climate action. The synergies, Your Excellencies, heads of state, ladies and gentlemen, heads of government, are limitless. And we hope to learn more from all of you about how these innovative systems in farms across our islands can further assist and indeed continue to provide sustainable development. And thank you very much.
Thank you, Your Excellency, for those excellent points and for setting the scene to start this high-level segment. I now invite Ms. Zhang Juniao from Samoa to take over the floor and to take us through the session. Over to you, Ms. Yao.
Thank you very much, Shrita. It's an honor to be here today. This is a knowledge exchange session for country delegates to highlight innovations, digital technologies, and the tools that have been successful and have potential to be scaled up and benefit others. To begin this session, I have the honor to invite His Excellency, Mr. Taneti Mamamo, the President of Kiribati, to take the floor, please.
Fellow leaders, Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, on behalf of the government and the people of Kiribati, let me greet you warmly in His holy name, Kamnabanini Maori. I am grateful to the Director General and staff of FAO for the unfailing leadership in these challenging times and for organizing this very important forum. It would have been a great pleasure to deliver these statements in person, but I am glad that our collective resolve and resilience is reflected by our participation today, both in person and virtually. My government remains committed to address poverty, malnutrition, and food security in Kiribati and will continue to work with all partners pursuant to our agreed 2030 agenda and our sustainable development goals. Sharing information and knowledge further accelerates this process, and I'm glad that this is the core focus of this forum. We are also cognizant of the need to embrace technology and find innovative ways to accelerate sustainable development. Furthermore, food security, innovation, and connectivity are key priorities under my government's long-term sustainable development blueprint, the Kiribati Vision for 20 Years Plan known as KV20. As travel restrictions are imposed both within and across borders, sharing information and experiences is key to our collective resilience. While Kiribati remains COVID-free, there have been border cases in the recent past that have resulted in curfews and restrictions on movements and social gatherings. Similar to other countries within the region, our borders remain closed and necessary protocols continue to be applied to protect our people from COVID-19 in line with WHO guidelines and taking into account our unique national circumstances. One prevalent challenge shared by many of us is the sustenance of healthy and sufficient food sources for our people and communities. While the ongoing lockdowns and restrictions of movements within and across borders, it has become apparent that our dependency on imported foods needs to be abated through creation of robust food systems in country. Food security is indeed a shared priority across all seats and remains a priority under the Samoa Pathway, as well as the Kiribati Vision for 20 Years Plan. Therefore, my government has responded to the call by the UN Secretary-General to convene a food systems summit and has engaged the Ministry of Environment, Lands and Agricultural Development to lead our national and regional dialogues in preparation for the summit. The outcomes of national and regional dialogues provide options to improve our food systems at the national level and enhance relevant policies in an innovative manner. It also encourages our relevant authorities to move beyond their comfort zone and embrace new opportunities as they adjust to a new normal. I encourage fellow leaders to support this important summit and join Kiribati and other UN member states in September when the Food Systems Summit officially convenes. While this pandemic has compounded our national challenges, it has also given us the opportunity to enhance our resilience. It has emboldened our efforts to review our food systems and to invest more in green and homegrown food systems as our first step to resiliency, recovery, and food security. It has also prompted us to look at experiences across the region. I'm pleased that relevant agencies within my government have begun to use technology, including Zoom and social media platforms, to enhance accessibility of technical information to local communities to support agricultural development. Improving connectivity of our local communities, including in the rural areas, would enhance efforts to innovate and digitalize local agri-food systems and uplift our communities. This seems to be most useful during the onset of the COVID-19 pandemic, and I therefore give my strong support for this forum and encourage our experts, presenters, and participants to engage in constructive conversations that can bring forth robust and tangible solutions. I wish to reiterate my government's continued trust in our SIDS family and our collective efforts to work together to meet our global commitments as laid out in our 2030 agenda. My government believes in the spirit of unity, fellowship, and helping one another in times of need, and we are always ready to offer and contribute where we can. Allow me to conclude my remarks by bestowing upon us all the Kiribati traditional blessings of the Maori, the Rai or the Tapemo, meaning good health, peace, and prosperity. I thank you.
Thank you very much, Your Excellency. We hear your very strong support to the development of the Seed Solutions platform. We also hear your contribution in countries for the successful organization of the Food System Summit, and also the national commitment to transform the food systems in Kiribati. And more importantly, we also heard you on the priorities and also the insightful thoughts for the development on digital solutions and also the digital technologies in your country with this forum. So I now have the pleasure of inviting His Excellency Mr. David Cabo, the President of the Republic of Marshall Islands, to please take the floor. Your Excellency, the floor is yours.
Distinguished colleagues and excellencies, Director General Ong Yu, ladies and gentlemen, Yagwe and greetings from the Republic of the Marshall Islands. I express my sincere appreciation to Director General Dr. Kyu Dong-hyu for bringing us together in this important forum to catalyze the transformation of food systems and enable opportunities to accelerate progress, SDG progress in small island developing states. Food security underpins all other developments. The continued crisis of food today has called into question our heavy reliance on the global food market. An estimated 80 to 90% of the food we consume is imported. This implies a high degree of vulnerability in our nation's food security, especially now with the COVID-19 pandemic. Our atoll nation is small and remains isolated, and trade with major markets costly. Given our limited resources for international trade, balance of payment constraints, recurrent emergencies, and increasing stabilized domestic food production are essential for resilience. Furthermore, there is growing and compelling evidence that Marshallese of all incomes experience chronic health problems and sometimes premature death due to poor quality diet and less than optimal nutrition and occasional exposure to unhealthy processed food. Nutrition problems are often linked to the types of food eaten, which is influenced not only by personal choices, but also by cost, ease of preparation, availability, and accessibility. Increased production, processing, and preservation of local nutritious foods and strengthen local markets are therefore important strategies to pursue, together with effective education, communication, and outreach programs. And at the national level, we are working in partnership with ROC Taiwan, establishing community farms on several islands. Director General Dong-hyu, we welcome any and all assistance from FAO to strengthen our local food production and efforts. The stability of our food supply at the national level is dependent on the resilience of the food supply system to shocks, such as food price spikes, climatic disasters, outbreaks of pest and animal diseases, and also to longer-term trends, including downturns in the global economy, changing climatic conditions, and labor migration from rural areas. Currently, food security is heavily dependent on our ability to pay for food imports, on consistent and affordable shipping services, both to the RMI and within our islands group. Hence the need for increasing local food production and ensuring an efficient national food distribution system. Despite our limited land availability, we make use of our atolls to grow fresh produce, to feed the growing urban population and generate income for the people in the rural communities. We acknowledge that a better and consistent supply of fresh food will reduce our reliance on imported food that is often low and variable in nutritional value and pose health risks. While communication with the outside world has been historically costly and inconsistent, the investment in our submarine fiber optic cable in 2010 dramatically improved our connectivity with the rest of the world. By continuing to enhance and extend domestic communication and information technology services, including interactive knowledge, exchange platform to the rural communities. Now people have the ability to access information, knowledge, and market easily, thus alleviating the food distribution challenges and enhancing livelihood in the rural communities. But such a long-term process will need a consolidated approach from a range of government institutions by working together with our traditional leaders, the local governments, community-based organizations, the private sector, and development partners. Transforming our food system is not a single agency task, but rather a collective and shared responsibility. And we recognize that without a proactive response to the food system challenges we face, our long-term development and progress towards fighting the global pandemic and achieving the SDGs will be undermined. I commend the FAO for initiating the Interactive Knowledge Exchange platform. This innovative solution is extremely timely as the world is impacted by a global pandemic. The uncertainty of the global food supply is at the forefront of our thoughts, and FAO's initiatives such as this provides a beacon of hope for vulnerable small island developing states, such as the Marshall Islands. I would like to express once again my sincere appreciation to FAO for this opportunity to participate in this important forum. I call on all concerned to support FAO's Seed Solutions platform by working in genuine partnership to deliver better economic and development outcomes for all small island developing states. Moldada, and thank you.
Thank you very much, Your Excellency. We cannot agree with you more about the importance of strengthening the healthy and also the nutritious food consumption structure in all the SEED countries. And also we hear your strong efforts for using the limited resources in the atolls to feed your people to its utmost. And also we hear your request to FAO, but also international organizations and also the partners to strengthen the food production capacity and also the food systems transformation in your country. We are with you. Thank you very much again. So now I have the honor to invite His Excellency, Ms. Saragel Rispers, the President of Republic of Palau, to please take the floor. Your Excellency, the floor is yours. Next in regional office, we don't hear the sound.
Oh,
we hear you now, Your Excellency.
My apologies. Let me just start over again. You hear me now? Hello?
Yes, yes, we can hear you loud and clear now.
Okay.
Please go ahead, Your Excellency. Thank you.
Ali, and greetings, Excellencies, colleagues, ladies and gentlemen of the small island developing states. Special greetings to our UN FAO Director General, Chu Dong-woo, and other distinguished members of the FAO. It is a tremendous honor to come together with brothers and sisters, friends and neighbors who share common development challenges and vulnerabilities that have been exacerbated by the COVID-19 pandemic. According to the IMF 2021 statistics, the SIDS suffered a 9% fall in GDP since the onset of the pandemic, compared to 3% decline in other developing countries. Despite the heartbreaking consequences of COVID faced by the rest of the world, the Palauan people were reminded that our traditional systems provided tremendous merit in generating innovative solutions to help us establish a new normal. The SIDS Solution Forum affords us a crucial platform to share our unique responses to global impacts from social, economic injustices, and environmental degradation. It provides us the opportunity to move forward with our values, our cultural practices, and our unique disposition in relation to the world. Through the SIDS Solutions Forum, we continue to observe the equitable distribution of research, science, technological advances, and lessons learned among stakeholders across the SIDS. Since the pandemic forced Palau to face the real threat of trade constraints, a global decrease in production and shipping to our region, we were at risk of a shortage of imported food products and petroleum in conjunction to the inadequate domestic food production and alternate sources of energy. Faced with uncertainty, the national directive was immediately issued to reduce the work week to 4 days, encouraging Palauans to take an extra day to farm and fish for subsistence. Additionally, communities and local partners mobilized around an earnest effort to consider how to integrate our traditional systems with modern science and technologies. Farmers, fishers, and food producers took to e-commerce buying and selling of goods over Facebook and other social media platforms. By the third National Environmental Symposium, which was held in August of 2020, Palauan stakeholders acknowledged that economic, food, and energy security were the most critical national priorities for building economic, environmental, and social resilience. At the heart of this movement was the desire to preserve our people, our way of life, and our cultural heritage. Although Palau has been fortunate to remain COVID-free until recently, with the identification of 2 imported positive cases on August 20th, we felt the economic shock from the pandemic, primarily from the loss of tourism due to international travel restrictions. However, with the support of our global allies and friends, we began a national vaccination initiative as one of our initial steps, crucial to Palau's economic recovery. With great public participation, we were able to reach herd immunity by July of this year, making Palau attain the highest vaccination rate of any country in the world today. In February, we then launched the COVID Safety Pandemic Certification Program that helped to train and implement the general safety guidelines across the private sector. Subsequently, Palau formally opened with care and launched the Taiwan Travel Corridor on April 1st of this year. With the progress thus far, and after careful consideration, Palau will now host the 7th Our Oceans Conference on February 16th and 17th, 2022, and bring together global partners to discuss ocean equity and how we can encourage more action by the main contributors to greenhouse emissions. Local communities across the SIDS continue to experience the inadequate realities of harms and benefits resulting from the ocean. For example, climate financing is hardly accessible to local communities despite the growing negative economic impacts of sea level rise. Displacement, infrastructure destruction, territorial loss, cultural and historic preservation, etc. In April of this year, we watched in fear of the possibility of losing our hospital to Typhoon Surigay due to its location near the shoreline. It's not a matter of if, but more a matter of when. We did not lose our hospital this time, but we experienced an estimated $2 million, over millions of dollars lost in our agriculture and aquaculture industry. This has set us back even further based on our already limited local production. Typhoon Surigay had a major impact on our economic security, but also had a serious impact on our food security. The SID Solutions platform allows our respective countries to share critical data needed to monitor and manage global ocean governance and actions. 4 of the top 10 most environmentally vulnerable countries in the world include Pacific SIDS. Our friends from the Kiribati, the Marshall Islands, Tuvalu, and the Federated States of Micronesia. The careless treatment of our planet's environment is increasingly felt by small island nations, despite the insignificant amount of emissions we produce. Still, we maintain our commitment to serve as global leaders in ocean conservation and climate action. Despite our plight as small island developing states, the SID Solutions Forum presents opportunities for us to make dynamic global contributions while in search of local solutions for our respective vulnerabilities. As we incite local agriculture and fisheries production, we need to grow economies of scale. As SIDS, we are challenged by our dependence on a few products and sectors, e.g. energy, food, and fuel, and industrial supplies due to our domestic markets in distance from markets, high production costs, limited competitiveness, and our difficulties in integrating to global value chains. As a result, we are primarily limited to products from natural resources and tourism. Our solidarity, as well as our integrated and multi-dimensional policies and measures, are urgently needed to support our small island nations. As SIDS, our environment is only second to our most valuable resources, our people. As leaders, it is our responsibility to make bold decisions and take action individually and collectively to ensure our survival. Differences in political views should not hinder collaboration nor should it make access to funding mechanisms more difficult. After all, the ocean connects us. Even as we work to avert the worst potential impacts of climate change that are now unavoidable, we must become more resilient. Together, we have a chance in preserving our environments and thus our people and our identities. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Your Excellency, for sharing your national experiences and also the successful practices on fighting the COVID pandemic, but also on developing your national economies despite of these challenging circumstances. And also we hear your very useful experiences on encountering the challenges that have been existing even before the COVID. So we learned a lot from you, Your Excellency, and we also hear your very encouraging words to move this seed solutions forward from FAO's end, but also from the end of the international communities in our commitment to support all the seeds, including your country. So with my very privilege, I would like to invite His Excellency, Mr. Mark Brown, Prime Minister of Cook Islands, to please take the floor.
Kia ora and warm greetings from the Cook Islands. Firstly, let me commend the FAO Director General for this initiative, which comes at a critical time, particularly given the global impacts of the COVID-19 pandemic and climate change. As SIDS, we are faced with a set of unique challenges that have been exacerbated by COVID-19. So it is indeed appropriate that we come together and share our experiences of how we are trying to address these challenges at home. In particular, those related to agriculture, food and nutrition, and to see how we can learn and help each other. I believe ensuring healthy lives and promoting the well-being of all, at all ages, is essential to sustainable development and our pathway to recovery and a post-pandemic world. We can all appreciate that the choice to pursue innovative and transformative sectors continues to be made possible through access to new global research and development. Taking the learnings from best practice, which have worked for many countries, and securing and developing important bilateral and multilateral partnerships is also essential in securing the vital outcomes we need as individual countries and regions. As Pacific SIDS, given our shared experiences and cultural similarities, we have a tradition of looking to each other to see what has worked and what has not, and using this to our collective advantage. For this forum, my officials and I are keen to see where the Cook Islands might be able to replicate or scale up innovative internet and/or digital-based solutions that can create or enhance positive impacts across a number of sectors. Naturally, agriculture, being of primary focus, has implications on food security, nutrition, and health. And it also plays an important role in improving climate, environmental, and economic resilience. Implementing identified solutions will assist us to shift progress forward and accelerate achievement of sustainable development goals, which have been so heavily impacted and set back by COVID-19. I look forward to seeing the SIDS Solutions Portal, establishing a new knowledge exchange space coming online. At home here in the Cook Islands, our efforts here have included a number of initiatives. As part of government's economic response to COVID-19, the Smart Agritech scheme was introduced in July 2020. Targeting commercial farmers and agribusiness ventures, the scheme's objective was to encourage investment in technology and smart processes to improve yield, efficiency, and profitability across the agriculture value chain. Through the Agritech grants, applicants were provided the opportunity to pursue new ideas that can transform a business or the agriculture industry through innovative and productivity improvements, respond to opportunities that are driven by new ideas or meeting new market needs, facilitate better connections between producers, processors, and marketers, and reduce farming's environmental footprint through new technology and more efficient processes, assisting in mitigating the impacts of climate change. The scheme has proved a range of successful applications in the Cook Islands, including honey production, establishing temperature-controlled greenhouses, aquaponics, and the processing of agricultural produce. Another solution that was a vital step towards our two-way quarantine-free travel with New Zealand and reviving our tourism economy was the development and implementation of the Cook Safe COVID-19 contact tracing app. The tool's effectiveness and innovation is further supported by its interoperability with the New Zealand COVID tracing app, meaning that both smartphone users in the Cook Islands and visitors from New Zealand alike can receive alert notifications should they come into contact with another app user who later tests positive for COVID-19, whichever country that app user might be from. The interoperability aspect makes it possible for both countries to enjoy a high level of comfort and peace of mind in the movement of people between our borders, and the resumption of tourism services and goods, trusting that should situations arise, we can respond quickly and safely. An idea can only go so far. So in closing, I want to stress the importance of partnerships. Turning an idea into results requires committed and enduring partnerships. So I want to again commend the United Nations Food and Agriculture Organization and supporting partners for creating this platform for SIDS to exchange information and make smart connections and investments to deliver transformative results. God bless you all. Kia orana and kia manuia.
Thank you very much, Your Excellency, and to congratulate you for those successful practices and also the development of the apps that you introduced. And I believe we will hear more from your colleagues in the coming sessions. And also we hear your insightful comments on the urgency of the knowledge sharing to counteract the advice efforts of climate change, natural disasters, and also other challenges that the countries are facing. And we also heard you about the importance of building the partnerships. We will walk the talk, and FAO and also other international organizations will keep doing our best to work with your country and also others. I thank you very much again. So with this, I now respectfully request His Excellency, Mr. Jasiah Bainimarama, the Premier Minister of Fiji, please take the floor. The floor is yours, Your Excellency.
Thank you, Excellencies. Your Excellencies, Sub-Regional Coordinator for the Pacific, Ms. Jiang Jun Yao, and my fellow Pacific leaders. Pula Vinaka, and a very good morning to you all. Digital innovation can be a powerful driver of sustainable development. And Fiji's experience has shown how the digital revolution can have an outsized benefit for small island developing states. Our nation has evolved over the years in terms of its demography, economic and social development, its institutions and governance. Our economy has almost doubled in the last 10 years, with real per capita incomes rising every year. Trade flows have increased, and investment levels are also growing. Technological advancements have been made on many fronts, and the country is digitally connected. We have no doubt that our economy will recapture its robust momentum once this pandemic is behind us. Many factors are in our favor. We are a young nation with around 62% of our population below the age of 34. Our infrastructure and institutions are improving. Our young people are engaged and optimistic. We have been extending digital connectivity across our many islands and rural communities. We have a strong standing in the international arena, and we enjoy inherent geographical and environmental advantages, trade, transportation, and communications. There is no discounting the brutal economic impact of the COVID-19 pandemic. It has set back years of sustainable development progress. But we are resetting course to 2030 by readjusting Fiji's five-year and 20-year national development plans, both of which we formulated well before the pandemic to strategically guide our recovery. The plan consists of two prongs of approaches: inclusive socio-economic development and transformational strategic thrusts. These prongs are mutually inclusive and reinforcing. I would like to focus now on the second approach, transformational strategic thrusts. These are game-changing, forward-looking policy shifts to expand our development frontier and support the vision of transforming Fiji. We will nurture new and emerging growth sectors, improve connectivity within our borders, and to the wider world, embrace new technologies, maximize productivity, and accelerate the development of our human capital. And green growth will be a key guiding principle in the implementation of this plan. Fiji's agriculture sector is focused on improving food and nutrition security by ensuring increased local production, raising farm efficiency and productivity, and developing more effective distribution systems. New technology, mechanization, and better production practices are being adopted rapidly in the sector to ensure that we have better systems to distribute agricultural information, effective market linkages, and improved arrangement for effective public sector support. We are also supporting commercial scale production to achieve greater economies of scale, promote organic farming, encourage the production of traditional crops, and help develop niche agricultural and fisheries products. To protect that progress, we are adopting climate-resilient varieties to ensure environmental sustainability. Fiji will continue to work on improving digital connectivity in the agriculture sector, as in the country as a whole, through universal access to high-speed internet networks and broadband, until all areas of Fiji are digitally connected. We are encouraging competition among broadband internet service providers by making communication infrastructure available to multiple users under reasonable terms and conditions. We are building a nationally connected network of telecenters and making steady gains in digital literacy. On that bedrock of connectivity, we are creating new opportunities in employment for Fijians living in all parts of the country, including in IT support services. We will continue to embrace new technology and invest in infrastructure that keeps Fiji on the cutting edge of sustainable development. We are excited about innovation in cloud computing, 3D printing, internetworking of smart devices, and other emerging technologies that hold the potential to improve efficiency and productivity across the Fijian economy. For agriculture, government will further explore mechanized and preparation and harvesting, modern seed breeding methods, and hydroponic and greenhouse farming techniques to address the issues of poor soil fertility, declining farm productivity, and intermittent local supply. Excellencies, we are digitizing as many government services as possible. E-government platforms are speeding up approvals processes, business registration, land use administration, taxation, and other services. And ICT-based planning, data collection, monitoring, and evaluation have been improved in most organizations in the public sector through the use of computer-assisted personal interview system to enhance processes, productivity, and service delivery. The digital revolution has been a godsend to us. It is as for many other nations. Digital technology allows us to connect people over huge distances and expanses of oceans in real time. It allows us to bring government services right to people's home and workplaces, no matter where they are. It gives every Fijian easy access to information available around the world. It is a boon to education, to business, to finance, government and agriculture. And it will be an important tool as we move steadily to a greener and more sustainable future. Excellency, we look forward to sharing the lessons of our experience and drawing from the pool of knowledge and experience that emerges from this forum. And I thank you.
Thank you very much, Your Excellency, for sharing your national practices and also experiences with the forum on your promotion of the digitalization and also the technologies. And we hear you that you used a very inclusive approach to include the farmers in the remote areas, and also your experience on empowering of women and also youth is very vital for all of us to learn and also to disseminate. And also your efforts to connect the agriculture into your master plan to promote the digitalization plan and infrastructure is also very encouraging. And with this, I think that no one should be left behind. Principle is very nicely reflected in your development plan and also actions. I thank you very much again. So I now have the honor to invite Her Excellency, Ms. Fahmi Fataafa, Prime Minister of Samoa, to please take the floor. The floor is yours, Your Excellency.
Heads of State and Government, Honorable Ministers, Ms. Yan Jun Yao, the FAO Sub-Regional Coordinator for the Pacific, distinguished delegates, ladies and gentlemen, Dalafalava from Samoa. I congratulate FAO for this forum, especially the SIDS solution platform launched this morning. I believe that our gathering this week and the SIDS specific solutions from this event will help deliver some of the promises for SIDS as articulated in the Samoa pathway. In particular, solutions on fostering entrepreneurship and innovation, accessing appropriate, affordable, and modern technologies, and increasing connectivity and the use of information and communications technology for the benefit of our people. Our unique circumstances as small island developing states, coupled with the current COVID-19 impacts and ongoing climate change threats, call for transformational SIDS-specific homegrown solutions. The COVID-19 situation, forcing border lockdowns and state of emergency restrictions, further emphasize the importance of digitalization for SIDS in order to build resilience and meet the Sustainable Development Goals. Samoa will continue to prioritize the need to invest in digital technologies and to promote a digital economy, This is key to stimulating business opportunities in e-commerce and e-services, as well as increasing productivity and growth in more traditional sectors, such as agriculture and tourism. We underscore how investment in innovation and digitalization for Samoa can enable more efficient delivery of health and education, improve connectivity between rural and urban communities, advance economic empowerment for women and youth, and assist with more efficient public service delivery. Our vision for an inclusive financial system means focusing on promoting digital financial services and institutional innovations, such as branchless banking and mobile money, to increase the access points, especially in rural areas. We have successfully linked mobile money wallets to bank accounts and are seeing the rise in the use of such services. People can now pay water and electricity bills, check bank balances, as well as shop online. This is an important breakthrough also for our women and youth. With today's current COVID situation and restrictions, the ability to send and receive money to and from overseas on mobile phones has been critical for our people. Family overseas can buy food and groceries for families in Samoa, pay electricity bills or top up mobile phone credits. Facilitated capability to carry out these simple tasks not only impact on everyday lives of our people, but also provides needed business for our private sector. In the agriculture and health sectors, we are investing in digital solutions such as apps for contact tracing or for information sharing between farmers. We recently launched our e-health system to improve medical record keeping and strengthen health information and vital statistics. This is an important step in our response to COVID-19 and building on the lessons learned from the measles epidemic. More importantly, as we expect increasing health security threats, this e-health system will be vital to protecting the health and well-being and enhance the resilience of our population. With the COVID-19 pandemic lockdown, our scientific research organization of Samoa focused research on alternative options for high-demand imported foods such as flour using breadfruit. Traditional knowledge was applied to consider food security options and to support the agriculture sector in exploring food preservation practices. You will also hear some excellent examples of homegrown solutions from innovators in Samoa during session 3 this afternoon on the use of innovative ideas and digital technologies in the food, agriculture, and environment sector. Such initiatives and solutions need to be enhanced and upscaled to garner wider benefits. It is obvious that there is untapped potential of digitalization and innovation in our SIDS countries. We should not lose sight of the fact that while pursuing these homegrown solutions, we do not end up creating disparity between those who can and cannot access and afford these solutions. But I am convinced that embracing technology and knowledge sharing for our people will be powerful drivers for change, innovation, and welfare. Soifua, and thank you.
Thank you very much, Your Excellency. Very encouraging words from Your Excellency to introduce all these good experiences that Samoa is applying And among all this important message you send out, all of us, one message is about the research for development. We very much appreciated your efforts to support the Research Institute of Samoa for its development of the locally suitable technologies for the utilization of the local farmers, including the development of this breadfruit for the value addition for the farmers to gain, in particularly under the current challenging circumstances, not only for the local consumption, but also for exports. Thank you so much, Your Excellency. So with this, our next intervention of this session will be His Excellency John Simon, Minister of Agriculture and Livestock, who will deliver remarks on behalf of His Excellency, Mr. James Varapi, Prime Minister of the Independent State of Papua New Guinea, PNG. Your Excellency, will you now please take the floor? Thank you.
No worries.
Thank you, Minister. All right.
Can I start now?
Oh, no, they changed.
Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, Ms. Yao, there is a change in the order. We will now first have the speaker from Timor-Leste, and then we will go to Papua New Guinea. Over to you, back to you, Ms. Yao.
Thank you, Shreda.
Excellency, the Director General of FAO, Excellencies, representatives of the small island development states, distinguished members and representatives of United Nations specialized agencies, distinguished delegates, ladies and gentlemen. On behalf of the government of the Democratic Republic of Timor-Leste, I wish to express our appreciation to the Director General of FAO for organizing the Small Island Developing State Solution Forum and for extending an invitation to the government of Timor-Leste. At this session, we are all gathered together to stimulate critical debates about the value propositions of the SEEDS Solution Program in the context of COVID-19, with emphasis on accelerating the achievement of the Sustainable Development Goals in SEEDS. Timor-Leste and many island countries are prone to the impacts caused by COVID-19 and climate change. These effects were worsened by natural disasters that destroyed homes, public infrastructure, fields, and agricultural crops, displacing hundreds of families and putting thousands of people in our country at risk of poverty and malnutrition. Crises show us the growing need to strengthen and deepen international cooperation, not only in preventing, combating, or managing the COVID-19 pandemic, but also in the need to mobilize all the forces and agents of our society, as well as the international community, in favor of a fairer, more accessible, and equitable global food system. Therefore, Timor-Leste supports a effort in favor of sharing technical and scientific knowledge, presenting different production methods and models, able to take advantage of new technologies and information networks to promote in each country the best international practices in the important sector of agriculture and food. We hope that the SEEDS Solutions Program may contribute to the exchange of experiences at a regional level, adapting the methods to our reality and taking advantage of our potential and natural diversity. Timor-Leste government believes in the important role that the small islands can play in this forum and in other ongoing initiatives in preparation for the World Conference in the Food System scheduled for September in New York. Insular solutions for island countries facing climate risks and threats caused by climate change and characterized by a growing increase in natural disasters. With heavy rains and winds, floods and landslides, rising sea waters, and environmental degradation, among others. We are confident that with the partnerships established and with the holding of this Seeds Solutions Forum, we will be able to take concrete steps towards the achievement of the Sustainable Development Goals. I would like to conclude by thanking the Food and Agriculture Organization Director General, Mr. Koo Dong-yu, as well as all the technicians, staff, and specialists of this United Nations agency in Timor-Leste who contribute to the organization of this new platform for sharing regional and international experiences. I would also like to thank the confidence shown by all participants, national and multilateral, public and private representatives in this new multilateral cooperation that will certainly contribute to a better global food system. A system that can not only be implemented by the member states of the United Nations, but by all members of the food community in each country, producers, distributors, entrepreneurs, and development partners, in a spirit of teamwork in favor of common causes. For a zero hunger world, for a healthier countries with well-nourished people, for a fairer and more equitable world with a better food system. Thank you for your attention.
Thank you. Distinguished participants, what we heard just now is the statement delivered by Ms. Ajajiza Reitz-Mango, Minister of Foreign Affairs and Cooperation, Democratic Republic of Timor-Leste, on behalf of His Excellency, Mr. Tawa Matan Roque, Prime Minister of the Democratic Republic of Timor-Leste. So with this, I would like to invite His Excellency, Rod Tolakapa, Minister of Agriculture, Food and Forestry of the Kingdom of Tonga, to deliver the remarks on behalf of His Excellency, Mr. Tuato, Prime Minister of the Kingdom of Tonga. The floor is yours, Your Excellency.
Honorable Frank Bainimarama, Prime Minister of the Republic of Fiji, Pacific Heads of Governments, Director General of FAO, President of the 76th sessions of UN General Assembly, Honorable Ministers from the Small Islands Development States, Heads of the United Nations organizations, Head of regional organizations, Chairpersons of AOCs, members of diplomatic corps, SEEDS, innovators from civil society and the private sector, representatives of women and youth, ladies and gentlemen. I bring warm greetings from His Majesty's government and people of the Kingdom of Tonga, and add my voice in thanking the Prime Minister and the government of the Republic of Fiji, together with the Director General of FAO, for being such generous co-hosts of this auspicious occasion for our Pacific Island countries. My government is most grateful for the establishment of this SEEDS Solutions platform that aims to identify solutions for our challenges as small islands, developing states. And the theme of this year's forum cannot be more relevant to our current development challenges. The Kingdom of Tonga's population is relatively small, dispersed and scattered in group of islands. Agriculture, forestry, and fisheries remain our main sources of livelihoods and contribute 17.3% to our GDP, and is therefore an important national priority. My government's focus in agriculture is to help enhance livelihoods of people in the rural areas, including the outer islands, ensuring sustained and secure access to food and enhancing poverty reductions, including through increase in market access opportunities and services. For the Kingdom of Tonga, a key benefit of information and communication technology is that it can bridge the tyranny of distance, transform and expand how we learn, grow, produce, sell and access local and international markets for our local produce, fisheries, and handicrafts. This is especially important now during the COVID-19 lockdown, when the absence of income from tourism sector has had positive effects on the increase of produce from our agriculture and fishery sectors to local and overseas markets. The technical assistance through the FAO programs has enabled our hard-working farms and fisher folk to use information technology. As a result, the Kingdom of Tonga is one of the most food-secured countries in the world with its current sources of local produce. Furthermore, our solutions such as online banking has enabled and local farms and fisher folk to tap into the global Tongan diaspora and help grow our local economy. Innovation in information technology can also help us learn in real time. The huge penetrations of mobile phone technology into the Kingdom of Tonga has given us an important tool to enable real-time access by farms and fisher folk to expert advice from mobile applications such as windy.com, in addition to expert advice from extension officers based in the urban areas. Similarly, through ICT tools, the cover growers in Tonga have real-time access to technical analysis of cover lectern content in their products. It is no secret that the Kingdom of Tonga suffers from the NCT's epidemic. Together with the current initiatives undertaken by His Majesty's government, it is our hope that this city's solution platform will contribute to improve the livelihoods of our people. The Kingdom of Tonga also looks forward to the necessary resources and support from FAO, the UN system and development partners to replicate these solutions. In this regard, my government support the proposal for biannual forum as a platform to discuss our common challenges and solutions. Malo Apito. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Your Excellency, for your inspiring statement on the national priorities to develop the innovation and also digitalizations in your country. So the last but not the least speaker will be His Excellency John Simon, the Minister of Agriculture and Livestock, who will deliver the remarks on behalf of His Excellency, the Premier Minister of PNG. The floor is yours. Thank you, sir.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Thank you, the coordinator, that's the young Jingzhong. Thank you. And our director as well, and other distinguished ministers, Prime Minister of PG as well, and other members of the small Pacific Highland nations. On behalf, I'd like to deliver the speech of our message on behalf of our Prime Minister, Honorable James Marape, on the status and the issues affecting our country in reference to COVID-19 as well. Now, Papua New Guinea is, as you can see, is a pretty big country. Our land mass is about 460 square, more than 460 square kilometers, and that makes Papua New Guinea a very difficult country in the Pacific. And with many mountains and valleys, it makes it very difficult. And we have, for agriculture in this country, Papua New Guinea depends entirely on agriculture. Our 85 to 90% of Papua New Guineans live in the rural districts and rural places, villages. And those rural villages and places is far in the remote places that makes it a bit very difficult for us to get in touch with them. The connectivity is a problem in this country as well. So those are some of the basic problems we have in our country. In terms of getting in touch with our farmers, one of the problems is the connectivity. And we are working on the current policy issues to get back the connectivity so that we connect with our provinces and other districts. Now, Papua New Guinea is a country with more than 20, close to 22 provinces and about more than 89 districts. And our people are scattered all throughout the country. And for us to connect with them, it is a problem that we have. So connectivity is a problem in our country. And very much while saying on that, we thank you I would like to say thank you on behalf of our government to FAO and other development partners who are assisting us in terms of connectivity. Now, the problem that we had in terms of connectivity that I just said is when we got independence, and in 1995, with a decentralization to get powers across to the provinces of being Papua New Guinea, such a big country, we expect each province to manage their own issues in terms of agriculture. And that sort of isolated the department, and a lot of things we're trying to do. We need to get the connectivity back, get the country connected. And as soon as we get the country connected, then anything we do in Mosby, then it's easy for us to get the information across to the rest of the parts of the country. So one of our biggest problem, which we would need help on, is connectivity, getting us connected or connecting us to the most parts of our country. We like connectivity, and with that, it makes it a bit difficult for us to get messages. In terms of COVID-19, when we had COVID-19, the lockdown that came, our agricultural sector really, I would say, really didn't get affected a lot. But it's just that for us to get our produce out to the market was a bit of problem. But what happened was our farmers, our people back in the rural places, they were okay. Things in this country was a bit okay. And our only problem was getting the connectivity, as I said, and getting our produce out to the market. That became a problem in during COVID-19, and that is one of the problems that we have in this country. That's the only challenge we have, is the connectivity in terms of getting the also the extension programs. Now, when I said on the connectivity in Papua New Guinea, our problem is the one of the main issues is extension programs. Now we need to touch base with our people. Our farmers are in the rural settings. They're not in the urban center. Papua New Guinea, as I always say, or we say, is a rural-based economy. We do have extractive industry, but most of our farmers, 85 to 90% of Papua New Guineans, they rely on agriculture. Our lives mainly on agriculture. So because our farmers rely on agriculture, one of the issues that we have is to get extension programs out into the rural settings. And to get extension programs out in the rural settings, or to get ICT and to get connection, we really need to set this connectivity hub and get the connection back into the provinces that we have, because we have more than 20 provinces. And as I said, the landmass is very big. And those are some of the problems that we have in this country. So in our country is getting the connectivity and getting ourselves, or getting us connected to what our people are doing in the rural settings. But however, Papua New Guinea as well, we have massive land. We have more than 200,000 arable land, that is 200,000 square kilometers that is available for us to use. So I hope that about only less than 10% is being used currently. And most of our land is out in the rural places, and most of the land in this country as well is owned by traditional landowners and customary land. But we are working on getting the high LGs sorted out, and the little the village clans, they should form their own ILGs. They fix the high LGs, and then as soon as they fix the high LGs, we try to assist them to set up the SMEs. Each clan, each village set up their own SMEs. So when they set up their own SMEs, we go in and assist them to get it registered. So that's what the government is doing currently with food funding to assist our rural farmers as well. And in terms of getting the SMEs in order. And as soon as they do that as well, one of the areas is the banks the countries put money into the banks. We would like our farmers to establish SME. They go to the bank and they borrow these funds and set up the SMEs. The government as well as negotiated with the bank in terms of interest rate, so that we can bring the interest rate on borrowing down to as low as close to 4%. That is to assist our farmers. So the government in the last budget, we put 80 million into one of our banks, which is to deal with rural farmers and to assist our farmers so that they go into SME. And we've got branches throughout the country as well of those that bank trying to assist our farmers. That's what the government's doing. Now, for us in the sector is to get ourselves connected to our rural farmers who are based back in the rural places. And our farmers in those in our 20 provinces, and they're in some of our farmers are in most difficult places that we're having problems connecting to them, in getting them proper extension service out to our farmers. But Papua New Guineans, our farmers are hardworking people. It's just that we just need to get the connectivity to them, getting them the right message, letting them, telling them what it is out there. Like one of our issues is one of the main issues in Papua New Guinea is our farmers. They can do things, but our people are, I call it, price takers. They're hardworking people, but they depend on prices. If you give them a good price, they will certainly work very hard. But our farmers, like as I said already, to conclude, they're right in the remote places. And remote places, I mean to say, they work for days to get to the next road that is closer for them to have access to mobility. So that is one of the problems we have in this country because of the, as I said, Papua New Guinea is such a big country with, and we're still developing with many mountains and valleys, and it's difficult. Our farmers and our people live in some of those very remotest places. Reaching them is very difficult, very, very difficult. For them to carry the produce out to the market, they can walk for days before they get to the next road. And that is one of the main issues and one of the main problems we have in this country. Having said that, to conclude, I'd like to say thank you to our to FAO and other development partners that has assisted us in the past, and those that are still assisting us. We're happy. We need friends and partners and development friends to work with us so that they can assist us to develop our country as well. So with that, I'd like to say thank you very much. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Your Excellency, Mr. Simon. You highlighted the problems that the country is facing, for instance, the connectivity, extension to reach to the rural-based communities with the existing technologies and also the innovations. You also highlighted the importance to develop the small-scale and the medium-scale enterprises with the intention to increase the income by the farmers, but also to extend the whole value chain for the job creations and so on and so forth. So very much heard your very insightful statements. Thank you very much again. So with this, the distinguished participants, so this part of the session with the excellent statement made by the leaders from the Pacific Seas has been very, very inspiring. I believe you would agree with me. And also those excellent statements is with a very wide scope and also varieties. But we heard a lot of very good experiences and also the lessons learned shared by these excellencies leaders from the Pacific. So I thank you very much for your kind attention and participation to this session. The facilitator for our next session is the regional, sub-regional coordinator, my counterparts, Ms. Renata Clark, the sub-regional coordinator for the Caribbean office of FAO. So Renata, you have the floor. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Janjun Yao. It is my pleasure in this segment to introduce two ministers responsible for agriculture from the Caribbean. First of all, I have the pleasure of introducing the Honorable Indar Ware. He is Minister of Agriculture and Food Security in Barbados, and he brings to the agriculture sector years of innovative and progressive thinking as a private entrepreneur in the tourism sector. He has brought this innovative pragmatism to agriculture and has taken many steps to facilitate agri-entrepreneurship among small-scale farmers and other producers. In 2020, last year, when GDP fell precipitously, under his leadership, agriculture was the only sector to show growth. And with that, I'm pleased to hand over to Minister Ware.
Director General, honorable ministers, distinguished ladies and gentlemen, organizers, fellow participants. Greetings from the government and people of Barbados. This forum is timely as countries, more so the small island developing states, are grappling with the fallout from the COVID-19 pandemic, which has affected them in varying ways. The pandemic has forced countries to reconsider every aspect of their lives and livelihoods. In the case of Barbados, has led to the emergence of subsistence farming. Like most countries, the pandemic has impacted Barbados' ability to achieve the Sustainable Development Goals, as the SDGs and the COVID-19 responses have to be undertaken in an integrated manner and with support from the international community. However, what is evident is that getting the data correct can guide the policy responses at every level to
to bring about the desired results. Knowledge sharing, innovation, and digitalization are important planks on which small island developing states are built. However, they are also integral components of any strategy which will position the agricultural sector to make a more significant contribution to the attainment of food sustainability, security, and consequently to the overall social and economic development of this nation. To further position the agricultural sector to continue to be one of the drivers of the economy, we must focus on research and embrace the new technologies such as climate-smart agricultural practices, technologies to improve resilience to climate change, technologies to increase water availability and efficiency in our water-scarce country, high-yielding varieties of drought-resistant and pest-resistant crops, technologies to combat predator larceny, as well as innovations in protected agriculture and mechanization. Digital technology will be crucial in order to bridge productivity gaps while fostering sustainability and inclusion. It must be borne out that digitalization is a costly exercise, and therefore through this forum, we are actively seeking donor support in order to achieve a whole-of-government approach. Moreover, the Barbados government, in its quest to modernize the way business is being done, has been undertaking innovative approaches, especially in the agricultural sector. This is evident by the proposed creation of an innovation center, which will feature exhibits about agriculture and applied technology combined with devices related to expanded reality and Internet of Things. With this innovation and a little imagination, assisted by technology, it will be possible to travel through fields planted with crops and manipulate models that simulate the impact on the crops from water, light, and fertilizers. Additionally, digital fabrication laboratories, Fab Lab, will be created, the purpose of which will be to reduce the rural digital divide and increase the development of technological solutions, especially in the agricultural, tourism, and agribusiness sectors. The Fab Lab will also serve as an educational platform in which different capacity building opportunities will be provided by adopting a virtual classroom to empower individuals, especially women and youth, to become entrepreneurs and be better prepared for the workforce. Such knowledge sharing is essential if players in the sector are to be in a position to make informed decisions with respect to their businesses, transforming them into entities that are internationally competitive and export-oriented. Indeed, this forum will create the opportunity for participants to discuss areas of collaboration, cooperation, and benefit from synergies. In conclusion, Barbados pledges its continued support and collaboration in achieving the Sustainable Development Goals. Ladies and gentlemen, I'm obliged to you.
Thank you, the Honorable Indar Ware. Next, I have the pleasure to introduce Minister Saboto Caesar. He is Minister of Agriculture, Forestry, Fisheries, and Rural Transformation. Despite his youthfulness, Minister Caesar is an influential leader in Caribbean agriculture. He chaired the CARICOM COVID-19 Food Security Task Force, which developed the COVID-19 Agri-Food Risk Management Framework that was adopted by heads of state of the Caribbean countries. Within his own country, St. Vincent and the Grenadines, he has successfully implemented initiatives that both safeguard food security of the most vulnerable and link small-scale farmers to domestic and regional markets. In the midst of the COVID crisis, St. Vincent and the Grenadines suffered a volcanic eruption in April of this year, which displaced 20,000 people and caused extensive damage and loss to agriculture, estimated at about $53 million US. So Minister Saboto is facing an immense and a complex challenge, but no one doubts that he is up to the task. My pleasure to hand over to Minister Caesar.
Good evening. It's definitely a pleasure and an honor to address this very important platform at this moment. Excellencies, I wish to congratulate all the speakers who went before and them to do good work as it pertains to advancement of agriculture in the Caribbean. In Vincent and Grenadines, we continue to use digital platforms for the enhancement of agricultural production and productivity. Over the last 6 months, we have grappled with the recent implications of the COVID-19 pandemic. During the pandemic, issues of the disruption of supply chains certainly became a very important issue we had to address. And I wish to note that our farmers or stakeholders or marketers definitely used several local and regional platforms for the improved marketing of our local commodities. Many family farmers have benefited significantly from this. It was very interesting to even see usage of social media in the advancement of modern marketing frameworks, bringing benefit to our farmers. Over the next 6 months, we will be ensuring that we incorporate in our extension staff's work the usage of drone technology in order to gather data and also for the delivery of services, particularly in the screen of certain qualities. During the discussion of the Samoa Pathway document, it underscored very important initiatives and programs to be advanced by SIDS. And I'm aware that leaders throughout SIDS, we have been following the critical importance of gathering data and statistics. And I'm working with the plan unit in Vincent and the Grenadines to modernize technology which is used for data collection. We must always be aware that without good statistics, we will not be able to ensure that we have required planning needed to advance development in this, particularly in the fisheries and agriculture sectors. It is important for us to also note that our young people, the youth of our regions, that they are coming to an education system where they have been taught in modern technology. And the agricultural sectors must not lag behind. It is critically important that states and in the case of St. Vincent and the Grenadines, we are ensuring that the young people, that they have the requisite technologies available to them for production and activity, and that they participate using these technologies. Digital agriculture is definitely the future, but the future is now. We are seeing where our folk are moving away from traditional and artisanal means of fishing, and they are advancing forms of fishing using finding devices which are modern and which are definitely increasing production and productivity. I want to wish this discussion all the very best and to note that if we are to build better food security and food sovereignty platforms, we have to do this utilizing modern technology.
Thank you, Minister Caesar. So we have from the two Caribbean ministers underlining clearly that they recognize the need for innovation and the time for innovation in agriculture is now. And with that, I would like to hand over to my colleague, Charles Bovico, FAO representative for Madagascar, Comoros, Mauritius, and the Seychelles.
Thank you very much, Renata. We will now hear the statements by the representatives of the African seeds. One from the Atlantic side, that will be in French, and another one from the Indian Ocean side, and that will be in English. Nous commençons donc avec son Excellence Monsieur Francisco Martins Toramos, ministre de l'Agriculture, de la Pêche et du Développement rural, République démocratique de Sao Tomé et Principe. Excellence, vous avez la parole.
Merci, bonjour, bonsoir à tous. Son Excellence le directeur général de la FAO, Son Excellence le ministre, le Premier ministre du Fidji, Son Excellence le chef d'État et de gouvernement, Monsieur le ministre, chers représentants de l'Organisation des Nations Unies et d'autres partenaires au développement, membres de la société civile, du monde universitaire, de la société civile, du secteur privé, chers représentants de l'agriculture, des pêcheurs, des organisations professionnelles, du développement communautaire, des représentants des médias. Sao Tomé et Principe est un des plus petits pays d'Afrique qui occupe un dans l'Atlantique Sud, situé dans le golfe de Guinée, à 239 km de côté, c'est le côté du Gabon, et 216 km de la Guinée équatoriale, c'est la île du Principe. L'ensemble du territoire couvre une surface d'environ 1000 km² autour de 200 000 habitants. Sao Tomé et Principe présente de fortes potentialités naturelles propices à des activités de culture saisonnière sur toute l'année grâce à l'alternance des saisons entre les deux hémisphères et un patrimoine végétal lié. Les sols volcaniques de bonne qualité, disponibilité en eau, des températures proches de 25 degrés et une diversité de microclimats, etc. L'économie de Sao Tomé est très peu diversifiée et faible. L'agriculture reste le secteur prédominant avec une contribution de développement 1% au PIB. L'agriculture rassemble près de 60% de la population active et est pratiquée par les petits exploitants. Toutefois, le secteur peine à se développer. Avec une forte pression démographique sur les vies, maintenant aussi une dégradation considérable de la production et conséquemment au niveau de vie des populations, l'agriculture urbaine et périurbaine est donc une solution pour les populations des zones urbaines afin de fournir la nourriture et atténuer la question de l'emploi et de la pauvreté. L'insuffisance de la production variée et la dépendance aux importantes entraînent des difficultés de disponibilité alimentaire, de la qualité d'aliments et accentuer la vulnérabilité. Les petits États insulaires de développement subissent les effets des chocs liés au changement climatique qui se traduisent par des phénomènes météorologiques extrêmes, notamment des cyclones, des orages et des situations qui entraînent sécheresse, inondation, élévation du niveau de la mer et l'érosion du côté. À tout cela se joue la pandémie du Covid, donc l'impact n'est pas par les PIB, même si les cas enregistrés ne sont pas élevés comparés à d'autres pays. En fait, les manifestants en train d'inverser les gains du développement réalisés au cours des dernières années et les PIB risquant d'être un des plus grands perdants si des contre-mesures agressives et innovantes ne sont pas mises en place rapidement. C'est-à-dire, il faut promouvoir l'innovation et digitalisation dans tous les secteurs pour accélérer la transformation du système alimentaire sur l'ensemble de la chaîne de la valeur, appuyer le secteur privé dynamique et accéder à des financements abordables pour créer des agro-industriels et des emplois de qualité dans les chaînes de valeur agricoles qui amélioreront l'accès compétitif au marché pour les aliments sains et nutritifs. Soutenir les politiques, les stratégies, les mécanismes de coordination, de planification et renforcer les capacités institutionnelles et les capacités pour une mise en haut accélérée du système alimentaire et agricole résilient et durable qui répondront mieux au changement climatique, aux autres chocs des systèmes alimentaires. Il faut promouvoir les dialogues politiques entre les secteurs dans lesquels l'objectif commun et des priorités partagées sont convenus. Il faut aussi améliorer la coopération entre les PID et favoriser les échanges. Renforcer à travers des secteurs de développement et inclusif la transformation des systèmes alimentaires, les données et les systèmes d'information. Aussi adopter l'innovation dans les systèmes alimentaires et cibler des groupes pauvres et vulnérables, y compris des actions visant à renforcer la participation des femmes et les jeunes conformément à la notion de ne laisser personne à côté. Il faut aussi créer la condition de transformer tous les pays en 100% biologiques pour être compétitifs dans les marchés. Ces formes de solutions pour les PID est bienvenue car il semble sur l'impact de COVID-19 sur l'économie, sur la manière dont la digitalisation et l'innovation peuvent être encouragées et soutenues davantage pour permettre un déploiement plus large afin de soutenir des progrès plus rapides vers des systèmes alimentaires plus résilients, une nutrition, une santé améliorée et une meilleure adaptation au climat et marché. Nous saluons l'occasion qu'il nous offre d'explorer la digitalisation et l'innovation dans un espace appartenant aux politiques et aux partisans afin d'identifier comment les digitalisations et innovations sont et peuvent catalyser le rythme de réalisation de tous les ODD. Merci.
Merci beaucoup, Excellence. Nous avons entendu votre appel à des solutions plutôt multisectorielles, avec une insistance particulière sur l'amélioration des systèmes alimentaires, et cela notamment par l'application de la digitalisation et de l'innovation. Nous vous en savons gré. I'm now pleased that our next speaker will be His Excellency Mr. Flavien Joubert, Minister for Agriculture, Climate Change, and Environment, the Republic of Seychelles. Your Excellency, over to you.
Chairperson of the Seed Solution Forum, Director General of the FAO, Excellencies, Member States delegates, ladies and gentlemen, I convey to you warm greetings of the government and of the people of the Republic of Seychelles. I join the other Member States delegations in sending best wishes to the organizers of the Seed Solution Forum for a successful outcome of these deliberations. I stand in solidarity with the other members to renew the commitments and pledges to achieve a better national food and nutrition security status with the establishment of a knowledge exchange platform to incubate, promote, and scale up local solutions to accelerate the sustainable achievement of the Sustainable Development Goals. Africa's small island developing states face complex and intertwined threats, which they are not equipped to combat alone. Seeds are most affected by the impacts of climate change. We need urgent action and extraordinary collaboration to tackle the challenges and vulnerabilities facing Africa's seeds if we are to overcome the enormous challenges of ensuring access to safe, nutritious, and sufficient food for all the people all year round, and also eradicating all forms of malnutrition. On the Indian Ocean side, Comoros, Mauritius, and Seychelles, we are working on shifting to sustainable and nutrition-sensitive food systems, including agriculture. Food systems need to support local, family-based production while supplying sufficient quantities of food, which must be of high quality, affordable, diverse, and nutritious. High external dependence on food, in excess of 80%, is a huge threat to the socio-economic development of small island developing states. Indian Ocean Seeds imports most of its food from countries far away from the region, and we all believe in the need to rely on an intra-regional food trade with neighboring islands. With the support of the FAO, Seychelles has benefited with the project for adoption of efficient and climate-smart agriculture practices in African seeds. Seychelles is part of the effort to strengthen intra-regional collaborative approaches to promote efficient and climate-smart practices, strategies, and policies for food production, sustainable value chain, and rural development of the Inter-Regional Initiative on Seeds, and benefits through intra-regional exchange and knowledge-sharing activities. In addition, Mauritius and Seychelles are part of the Blue Growth Initiative, harnessing the potential of the seas and focusing on developing marine protected areas, strengthening fisheries and fish farming communities, such as empowering women's groups to market their fish, improving sanitation and quality of fish products through better practices in storage, conservation, and research into the impacts of climate change. Seychelles hosts the Indian Ocean Tuna Commission, the IOTC. That is to say, the tuna industry in Seychelles has great potential to contribute to leverage food systems and can be an example for further products in the Indian Ocean region. The FAO technical cooperation projects at Indian Ocean Seeds are oriented to support smallholder farmers and food systems harmonization. For Seychelles, for instance, a project to upgrade agriculture and to deal with imports of pork and broiler poultry will be implemented to address the current uncompetitive nature of the livestock subsectors and to propose ways to enhance the national agricultural sector, as addressing the former would invariably offer some important solutions for the progress of the crop subsector, as both of these subsectors are inextricably linked. In conclusion, concrete regional integration, enabling networking and collaboration with the other regional seeds is key. I would like to thank FAO for organizing this very innovative gathering, and we look forward to learning from solutions that will be shared during this forum so that we may adapt relevant innovations to the Indian Ocean region. I thank you for your attention.
Thank you, Excellency. Your call for regional integration and further collaboration with seeds in other regions is well received and appreciated, and we shall continue to work with you along those lines. Thank you. Now, with this, we conclude the segment from African seeds. I now need to pass the floor to Mr. Laurent Thomas, the Deputy Director General of FAO. But before I do so, kindly allow me to express my gratitude for the opportunity to participate in this wonderful forum. Thank you very much. Laurent, over to you.
Thank you very much, Charles, and Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen. It's really a great pleasure for me to facilitate this session today. It is for us in FAO an unprecedented, very significant experience to be here with so many distinguished guests, member countries representatives, development partners, sharing knowledge for the good of the seeds country. Our supportive member countries, development partners are fundamental to achieve success in reaching the 2030 agenda. And as such, FAO is actively strengthening its partnerships with members, other UN agencies and financial institutions. Together, we are stronger. Together, we can reach the renewed goal of FAO to support the transformation to more efficient, more inclusive, more resilient, more sustainable agri-food system for better production, better nutrition, better environment, and ultimately better lives, leaving no one behind. In this session, we'll hear from several such partners, including what we call SEEDS-friendly countries, financial institutions, and global bodies. And I'm sure that this part of the agenda will add an important dimension to our very important discussion today. Our first speaker today is His Excellency Mr. Ma Yuxiang, Vice Minister for Agriculture and Rural Affairs of the People's Republic of China. Excellency, you have the floor.
尊敬的屈冬玉总干事，各位同事、女士们、先生们，大家好！很高兴出席今天的小岛屿发展中国家发展对策论坛。在新冠肺炎疫情仍在全球流行背景下，粮农组织主办此次会议，加强对话交流，为小岛屿发展中国家寻找发展对策，更好保障粮食安全与营养，恰逢其时，意义重大。众所周知，小岛屿发展中国家受气候变化、资源约束影响大，其粮食安全与营养状况备受国际社会关注。中方支持粮农组织将小岛屿发展中国家列为战略重点，愿同各方一道，加强与小岛屿发展中国家开展务实、高效、互利合作。近年来，中方与小岛屿发展中国家开展了3方面的合作：一是完善合作机制，强化对话交流，通过中国、拉丁美洲和加勒比农业部长论坛、中国、太平洋岛国农业论坛等多边机制，以及与斐济、牙买加等国签署双边协议，推动合作向机制化方向发展。二是加强南南合作，促进能力建设。中方在福德角、布基纳法索等国开展农业技术示范和培训，派遣农业专家提供水稻、蔬菜和菌草种植等方面的技术援助，提升小岛屿发展中国家农业综合生产能力。三是加强开放合作，推进经贸往来。中方鼓励企业赴小岛屿发展中国家开展农业投资，免费为小岛屿国家农产品来华提供参展机会，欢迎小岛屿国家优质农产品进入中国市场。各位同事，团结合作是应对新冠疫情、气候变化等全球性挑战的必然选择。中方愿与小岛屿发展中国家携手，共克时艰，务实合作。在此，我提3点建议：一是积极应对气候变化，大力推动农业绿色发展。中方愿意将农业应对气候变化的科技成果与小岛屿发展中国家共享，推动农业生产方式绿色化转型，实现资源可持续利用。二是运用数字和创新技术，推动农业系统转型。中方 正在加快推进数字乡村建设，愿通过支持粮农组织手拉手行动计划和双边合作，与各方分享在农业数字化转型发展的经验和做法。今年11月，中方将在深圳举办世界数字农业博览会，欢迎大家参加。3是重视粮食安全和营养，造福小岛屿人民。我们要坚持以联合国2030年可持续发展议程为目标，坚持贸易自由化和投资便利化，更好保障粮食安全和营养。中方将继续在能力建设、科技示范等方面加强与小岛屿发展中国家的合作，为小岛屿发展中国家的人民带来更多福祉。下个月，中方将举办国际粮食减损大会，欢迎大家出席。最后，预祝本次会议圆满成功，谢谢大家。
Thank you very much, Excellency. It's indeed true that expanded cooperation, increased agriculture trade and investment with a strong cooperation in innovation and digitalization are fundamental to global prosperity, particularly for the seeds, but also for achieving the 2030 agenda, towards which we are all working, despite the challenges we face. I would like now to invite His Excellency, Mr. Colm Brophy, Minister for State for Overseas Development and Diaspora of Ireland. Excellency, you have the floor.
Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, as Minister from a small island state, I am always honoured to address a forum dedicated to SIDS. Ireland's empathy for island states is borne out by many shared experiences. We have a unique understanding of how support of SIDS must be based on partnership approaches and tailored to need. In 2019, Ireland launched its strategy for partnership with SIDS. The strategy sets out an ambitious agenda for how we work together with our fellow islanders. Some elements of the strategy include a postgraduate fellowship programme, which I'm delighted to say brought 27 students from Pacific and Caribbean SIDS to study in Ireland. A dedicated SIDS Irish Trust Fund within the Asia Development Bank. It's worth €12 million. This fund has been supporting climate change and disaster resilience programmes. Importantly, it's been helping SIDS to unlock greater climate finance from elsewhere. A SIDS policy forum, bringing together experts from Ireland and small island states to discuss policy areas of mutual interest. SIDS are, of course, on the front line of climate change. They are often the first to experience the most severe climate events, setting back the development gains. Many SIDS also face existential crisis, fearing the consequences of each extra millimetre of sea level rise. Ireland's international development policy, A Better World, emphasises climate action, especially for least developed countries and SIDS. In February, Ireland and the FAO signed a new framework agreement that identified support to SIDS, especially in climate action, as a major priority. Sustainable food systems are an essential part of climate action. Ireland has much to offer in this area, from the expertise of a world-class agribusiness sector to the relatively recent experience of hunger in our own history. At the recent Food Systems Pre-Summit in Rome, Ireland committed to supporting a coalition of member states, including SIDS, to develop policies and programmes to establish sustainable food systems. In other words, food systems that are affordable, nutritious, and environmentally sustainable. At the Food Systems Summit itself in September, Ireland will champion game-changing solutions that place those that are furthest behind first. We will continue to share our experience and expertise on food safety and agri-food production, and will continue to push for action to end child wasting. In all of these efforts, we will continue to focus our efforts on SIDS. We are proud to play a strong role in the UN-led Global Action Programme on food security and nutrition in the small island developing states. Ireland will continue to shine a light on the particular food systems challenges and opportunities that are faced by SIDS. So thank you for this opportunity to restate Ireland's commitment to food security and nutrition and our fellow island nations. I wish you all the very best of luck with the rest of the forum.
Thank you very much, Minister, for sharing the unique perspective of Ireland as an island country, one with a strong agriculture sector, one with a strong digitalization agenda, and strong commitment to international development. Thank you very much for this intervention. Let me now pass the floor to another speaker from a major international financial institution. I would like to invite Mr. Woo-Chong Oum, Managing Director General of the Asian Development Bank, the ADB, to take the floor. Mr. Oum is joining us live from Manila, early hours in Manila. Woo-Chong, you have the floor. Over to you.
Thank you very much. You can hear me, right? I apologize
very
for
well, very well.
Apologize for my background because I'm joining live. I'm in my house. So it's a pleasure to be here. It's always good to get up early to join these important meetings. So today we gather here to discuss the solutions to challenges faced by our small island developing states, or SIDS. They're considered special cases of development in the 1992 United Nations Conference on Environment and Development in Brazil. Due to their small arable land size and remoteness, SIDS must rely on food imports with very high importation costs. In SIDS countries, about 60% of urban population depend on imported and processed foods. Poor dietary diversity, low consumption of fruits and vegetables, and increased reliance on imported foods which are very high in fat, salt, and sugar, are linked to triple burden of undernutrition, overweight, obesity, and micronutrient deficiencies. Unfortunately, COVID-19 pandemic has escalated these pre-existing problems. So what do we do about them? So to address these problems, ADB has been looking at various options. And let me share with you some examples on what we've been doing to pursue some practical solutions for SIDS countries. First, the ADB is starting to promote urban farming. What is that? In Nauru, more than 60% of population heavily rely on food importation, especially processed foods, as I mentioned earlier. And prevalence of obesity is the highest in the world there. So we started assisting Nauru and other island nations to scale up climate-smart urban farming with innovative multi-sector investments. This is also a nutrition-smart solution to directly address persistent public health issues in this region. It has the potential to revive local food production in small island nations through the climate-smart agriculture approach. With limited land availability, cropping systems rely on urban farming. Using short duration and resilient crop varieties, urban farming could withstand heat waves and extreme weather. It can also produce protein-rich and nutritious food that is critical in addressing the prevalent nutrition insecurity in this specific region. And second, ADB is promoting partnership for coral reef insurance. To support sustainable fisheries and help farms cope with natural disasters, ADB is pursuing partnership with philanthropic organizations such as Bloomberg Philanthropies to support Vibrant Ocean Initiative. This initiative aims to promote conservation and sustainable fisheries management policies. And as part of this initiative, coral reef insurance will be introduced in the Philippines, Indonesia, Fiji, and Solomon Islands as well. We believe this initiative can enable large-scale finance to increase the climate resilience of coastal businesses, communities, and livelihoods in SIDS countries. Third, ADB is trying to scale up renewable energy in SIDS countries as well. ADB is supporting Maldives in introducing renewable energy in outer atolls and reducing dependency on fossil fuels. One project component will install ice-making machines in selected islands. And the solar photovoltaic or solar PV systems established through the project provide electricity to the machines and produce ice for fishermen to preserve fish that which are after the harvest. And of course, it has co-benefits as well. The solar PVs can be and are run by women, thus providing them with additional income. And fourth, the ADB is supporting sustainable businesses. Under its Healthy Ocean Action Plan, ADB is looking to support small and mid-sized enterprises or SMEs operating in various blue economy sectors. This initiative aims to achieve widespread prosperity, mitigate the risk of the collapsing fisheries industries, polluted seas, and struggling communities. And finally, fifth, ADB is developing an innovative natural capital financing facility, which comprises of a natural capital lab, an agribusiness service platform, and a natural capital fund. The lab is designed as a living and virtual platform to incubate, accelerate, and expand natural capital investment. It will leverage existing accounting tools to quantify the ecosystem service values of green agriculture value chain. It will strengthen eco-compensation or payment for ecological services to incentivize the behavioral change of small farmers. The lab will also establish a financial facility to convert ecosystem values or assets into the revenue model of agribusiness. We look forward to working with the FAO in this regard and other partners to help our developing countries platform their food systems through their facility. So I would like to close my remarks by thanking everyone, especially other speakers who will share their expertise and practical experiences to enrich this forum discussions. I hope it will help the SIDS to close the financing gap and help transform their food systems. And let us continue this discussion beyond this forum to the upcoming UN Farm System Summit in September and our own ADB organized Rural Development Food Security Forum in November and all other upcoming relevant events. Enjoy the rest of the discussion and have a great day.
Thank you very much, Managing Director General, for sharing ADB experience and innovations. This looks very, very exciting, I must say. Climate smart urban farming, coral reef insurance, renewable energy work, sustainable business support, particularly geared towards the SMEs, and this innovative natural capital investment support. I mean, all these are initiatives of great interest to all SIDS countries. There are high expectations from entities like yours for more investment in the SIDS. So thank you very much for this intervention. Let me now pass the floor to our next speaker, Mr. Liu Zemin, Under Secretary General of the United Nations in charge of the Department of Economic and Social Affairs, UNDESA. You have the floor, Mr. Liu.
Excellencies, your Honorable Heads of State and Government, Honorable Ministers, dear colleagues, ladies and gentlemen. I thank Mr. Qu Dongyu, Director General of the Food and Agriculture Organization, for the invitation and the FAO Regional Office for Asia and Pacific for establishing the SEEDS Solutions platform to accelerate achievement of food, nutrition, and agriculture-related SDGs in SEEDS. This platform promotes the scaling up of homegrown solutions and innovations, and potentially will be instrumental in catalyzing new investments, thereby supporting Pacific SEEDS to build back better in the aftermath of the COVID-19 pandemic. Excellencies, I reiterate and repeat the long-standing international consensus that recognizes SEEDS' unique and chronic vulnerabilities. These vulnerabilities have been further exacerbated by the ongoing COVID-19 pandemic. In his 2020 report on agriculture development, food security, and nutrition, United Nations Secretary General Antonio Guterres stated that the COVID-19 pandemic threatens to exacerbate such conditions and may also worsen acute food insecurity in seas and countries that depend on food imports, remittances, and tourism. Now, 50% of the seas import more than 80% of their food. 57% of all the seas are commodity dependent and are now disproportionately bearing the brunt of the global decline in international travels, in global commodity prices, and the overall disruptions in worldwide trade and supply chains. Additionally, local food production continues to be marred by challenges related to trade, market access issues, sectoral competition, and acute vulnerability to the impacts of climate change. These interrelated challenges are far too vast for any one government or organization to address in its entirety. COVID-19 recovery presents a unique opportunity to catalyze transformative change. When member states adopted the Samoa pathway, they recognized the need to implement expeditiously through genuine and durable partnerships the global efforts in support of the sustainable development of small island developing states. Now, more than ever before, these strategic partnerships that foster integrated approaches and innovative solutions are necessary to support seeds to build back better and achieve the sustainable development goals on time. Excellencies, the seeds partnership framework is already operational at the global level and the Samoa pathway. The platform provides a multi-stakeholder space for sharing good practices and lessons learned. Synergies between those resources and the seeds solution platform by FAO would be strategic. Dear colleagues, seeds are already showing extraordinary global leadership. Many are front runners and pioneers in adopting multi-sectoral approaches, integrated policies, and innovative solutions to improve the resilience of local food systems and address malnutrition. The Republic of Palau, for example, aims to become the world's first carbon neutral tourism destination through a public-private partnership initiative in the tourism industry, increasing the amount of food sourced from local producers and therefore reducing the industry's reliance on imports and countries' carbon footprints. Food security-related innovations like that by Palau has the potential to fundamentally reshape food systems, reorienting them toward local family-based production in providing diversified, healthy, and affordable diets, and to serve as a good basis for knowledge and exchange, and South-South cooperation and seed-to-seed peer learning. Dear colleagues, digital solutions for food security could also be a strategic avenue for the seed solutions program. Unlocking the potential of inclusive digital transformation can be a game changer to explore new frontiers and pioneer innovative solutions for all. Through enhanced availability of ICT networks and mobile phone coverage, new technologies can be harnessed to link seeds isolated economies to global markets or boost social and financial inclusion of remote communities. Digital mobile-enabled fisheries of farming platforms can not only connect smallholder farmers or small-scale fishers to consumers and the overall agricultural supply and value chain, but it can also provide real-time critical information on weather, market prices, and incoming opportunities via text messages. Excellencies, I conclude by expressing UNDESA's support for the Seeds Solutions platform. Establishment of genuine and durable partnerships will be key to its success. Seeds are innovation hubs, and evidence shows that cross-sectoral partnerships have been instrumental in driving transformative change. UNDESA will continue to collaborate with the seeds governments, UN multi-country offices, and with UN country teams in seeds, including with our other partners like FAO, to implement the SMART pathway and support seeds throughout the decade of action to deliver the SDGs. I hope that this event will yield inspired conversations and fruitful action in support of seeds. I thank you.
Thank you very much, UN Under-Secretary General Liu. We appreciate your insights. We look forward to continue the excellent cooperation FAO is having with UNDESA to together support better the SEEDS member states and together work towards the achievement of the Sustainable Development Goals. I now invite Mr. Courtney Rattray, High Representative, Office for the Least Developed Countries, Landlocked Developing Countries, and Small Island Developing States, the OHRLLS, to take the floor. Mr. Rattray, you have the floor.
Excellencies, distinguished participants, ladies and gentlemen, I wish to congratulate FAO on the launch of the SIDS Solutions Platform. I am both honored and pleased to be invited to speak at this forum. Small island developing states in the Pacific, Africa, Indian Ocean, and South China and the Caribbean seas all face similar but distinct challenges. As such, sharing effective solutions is essential. I'm greatly encouraged by the plans to expand the SIDS Knowledge Exchange platform to learn from and share solutions with our brothers and sisters in least developed countries and landlocked developing countries. Especially now, as we face climate change and a global pandemic, we must grasp all opportunities to discover and share working solutions at the local level to address critical problems being experienced globally. The COVID-19 lockdown has amplified SIDS need and spending, and many are now in urgent need of liquidity just to attend to their short-term response and recovery needs. That said, however, we must recognize that these countries still need long-term development finance to build resilience. Even as we share proven solutions, we also need to bear in mind the necessity of identifying and mobilizing the financing required to keep SIDS economies afloat and to implement the practical solutions presented on the SIDS Solutions platform. Wide application of a multidimensional vulnerability index, if linked to the criteria associated with access to concessional finance, could go some way towards making more solutions accessible for SIDS and other vulnerable countries. There is a need, more than ever, for SIDS to develop partnerships, both with each other and with other developing countries. As sea levels rise, biodiversity is lost, reefs are bleached and freshwater lenses are salinized, opportunities for SIDS to adapt to climate change and achieve the Samoa pathway are increasingly jeopardized. Yes, the challenges are great. For example, how to reopen the tourism and fisheries sectors safely, and how to build back better and greener. However, these large challenges can only be addressed if we work together and share effective solutions. That's why the SIDS Solutions platform is so timely. It is precisely the sort of knowledge portal that is not only needed by SIDS, but by other countries in special situations such as LDCs and LLDCs. So I look forward to hearing more tangible solutions from SIDS and their partners during the technical sessions and on the solutions platform itself. And I anticipate working with the FAO on furthering the voice of SIDS as we all strive to reach the Sustainable Development Goals. I thank you.
Thank you very much, High Representative of OHRLLS. Sharing effective, tangible solutions, sharing knowledge. This is the solution. So we are very much with you behind this vision, and we will be working together for the good of the SID member states. Let me now pass the floor to the next speaker, who is Mrs. Armida Salcia Alija Bana, Executive Secretary, Economic and Social Commission for the Asia and the Pacific, ESCAP. Ms. Armida, please take the floor now. Thank you.
Excellencies, distinguished delegates, ladies and gentlemen, thank you for inviting ESCAP to the first virtual SIDS Solutions Forum. SIDS constitutes more than 1/3 of ESCAP's member states and associate members. Although their land areas are small and dispersed across hundreds of islands, SIDS in Asia and the Pacific have an important role to play in the sustainable development of the region. These states are taking care of the largest ocean in the world, establishing some of the biggest marine conservation areas, and managing the healthiest of tuna stocks. Despite such an important role that SIDS play, they are greatly exposed and vulnerable to climate change and climate-induced disasters. At the most recent meetings of the Pacific Islands Forum, it was again highlighted that climate change remains the single greatest threat to the sub-region, and that COVID-19 recovery should not delay or weaken critical climate actions that keep climate warming to 1.5 degrees Celsius above pre-industrial levels. ESCAP's support for SIDS in the region is therefore centered around the following three sets of priorities. First, climate change, disaster risk reduction, and sustainable oceans are top priorities and will remain so in the foreseeable future. The focus of our work in this area is on SDG and climate financing, promotion of the rights and interests of communities or individuals that are migrating, displaced, or relocated due to climate change and natural disasters, and sustainable management of the oceans, including through the piloting and implementation of oceans accounts. The second set of priorities is to support a socio-economic recovery from the COVID-19 pandemic and enhance social inclusion and equality. Building on its mandates, ESCAP offers services to protect people, enhance resilience, restore supply chain, and support micro, small, medium-sized enterprise MSMEs. In the area of social protection, for social inclusion and equality, ESCAP has been active in promoting disability inclusion and compliance through policy development, legislative reviews, and promotion of legislative reforms. ESCAP also partners with UN resident coordinators and country teams to strengthen social protection systems and women entrepreneurship, including through sub-regional and regional projects and initiatives. Third, data and policy coherence are ESCAP's priority of support to SIDS. The focus here is on improving national SDG indicator frameworks, data management, and effective monitoring. ESCAP supports the VNR or Voluntary National Review process, given its follow-up and review mandate and functions. Regional level assistance to SIDS will also focus on SDG data, which is SDG Gateway and progress reporting, knowledge management, and policy support. ESCAP provides intergovernmental platforms and capacity building activities for knowledge sharing and consensus building. In this regard, ESCAP would like to offer our existing intergovernmental platforms, such as the Asia-Pacific Forum for Sustainable Development, as well as the VNR multi-stakeholder platform and processes. This could provide a space where various stakeholders, particularly youth and women, can demonstrate collaborative leadership. I would also like to suggest FAO colleagues to build on and complement the existing knowledge-sharing platform serving SIDS in the Asia-Pacific region, such as the Asia-Pacific Knowledge Management Hub, as well as the Regional Collaborative Platform and its issue-based coalition. The Asia-Pacific Knowledge Management Hub is a pool of policy expertise where countries can easily identify policy options and practices to facilitate a response to emerging national needs and ultimately accelerate the implementation of the 2030 Agenda for Sustainable Development. In closing, ESCAP stands ready to strengthen and coordinate UN-wide efforts to support SIDS by promoting and scaling up local solutions to accelerate the achievement of SDGs in SIDS. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Executive Secretary Alicia Bana. ESCAP call for continuous cooperation and exchange between FAO and ESCAP in all the domains that you have raised, from the knowledge platforms that has been developed by ESCAP, work on capacity development, work on data management, on resilience building. So it's a pleasure to work with ESCAP in support of the SIDS as partner to enhance results between our two organizations and better support our partners. Now, I would like to pass the floor to our last speaker for this session. We will hear from George Pinto Chicotti, who is the Secretary General of the Organization of African, Caribbean, and Pacific States, the OACPS. Mr. Chicotti, please take the floor. Over to you.
Ministers, Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, I welcome this opportunity to participate in the opening of the SIDS Solution Forum, which, if effective, will almost certainly promote greater resilience and, importantly, transform agricultural food systems in small island developing states. As Secretary General of the Organization of African, Caribbean, and Pacific States, the OACPS, I serve 79 countries, 38 of which are members of the OACPS Small Island Developing States Forum, which is subsidiary and consultative organ of the OACPS in accordance with its constituent act, the Georgetown Agreement as amended in 2019. The Nairobi Nguvu ya Pamoja Declaration, adopted by the OACPS heads of state and government at the 9th OACPS Summit in 2019, affirmed that OACPS SIDS, including those categorized as high and middle income countries, were inherently vulnerable and faced significant, wide-ranging challenges to achieving sustainable development, including food insecurity. This FAO event provides a timely strategic platform to mold initiatives and to shine a spotlight on the vision of the OACPS heads of state and government to aspire for greater cross-fertilization of ideas to support more focused, interrelated approaches and mechanisms to promote the interests of SIDS. The OACPS stands ready to play an active role to transform strategies to build the resilience of our member states, to promote food security, and to engage in actions that will mitigate the negative impacts resulting from high levels of dependence on imported foods and to SIDS' extreme susceptibility to external economic shocks. I hope that the interventions and commitments made today in the high-level segment will inspire proposals to help provide and spur support measures to identify investments to drastically reduce vulnerabilities of seeds. The OACPS acknowledges the perennial challenges of food security faced by seeds across the regions of the OACPS, which are now further exacerbated by inter alia, poor diet, and high levels of diet-related non-communicable diseases, impacts from the ongoing COVID pandemic, and increased vulnerabilities to climate change. We therefore stand ready to support the principles and multilateral engagement with our international partners to explore novel initiatives such as the Seed Solution Forum that seeks to support both public sector and public-private partnerships aimed at eliminating poverty SDG 1 and attaining zero hunger SDG 2. I'll also encourage us to explore solutions which hold support all seeds to benefit from greater access to concessional finance. This will positively uphold the right of seeds to support inclusive, sustainable economic growth and development, promote food security, better livelihoods, and find appropriate solutions that will reduce vulnerabilities and increase resilience as seeds strive to achieve their sustainable development objectives. I thank you.
Thank you very much, Secretary General Chicotti, for sharing OACPS observations on the experience of many Iceland states and the perspective of OACPS that we could all benefit from. These perspectives will help us move forward faster and hopefully build better lives, leaving no one behind. So thank you very much for this. I think we have concluded this morning's session. It has been densely packed, but I hope that you will agree that it has been extremely informative and insightful. So I think we can close this high-level session of the forum. Very full morning, very much varied in messages to the forum from different perspectives. And I would like now to announce that to bring the session to an end, we have three distinguished guests who will speak. The first one to speak is Ms. Preeti Sinha, the Executive Secretary for the United Nations Capital Development Fund, the UNCDF. Ms. Sinha will take the floor to share her thoughts with us. Ms. Sinha, the floor is now yours. I know that you are joining from New York. Welcome. Over to you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Thomas. I'm delighted to be here, and I'd like to greet all the excellencies, heads of state, ministers, the Director General of FAO, yourself as well. And let me first and foremost really appreciate and thank FAO for hosting this biennial Solution Forum and to give us the opportunity to participate with you. Let me also congratulate FAO on a very successful first day. I've been following the discussions and they've been very interesting. I would like to take a moment to extend my appreciation for our existing partnership with FAO. This includes our work as part of the Urban Food Systems Working Group, where we are working together to explore the role of urban food systems to improve food systems globally. Through our work, we will look at mainstreaming urban food systems in the UN Food Systems Summit alongside national governments. And of course, as with the entire UN development system, FAO can always look to UN Capital Development Fund as a partner now and forever in the future. With that, let me take a moment to tell you about the work of the UN Capital Development Fund and to show how we have partnered already in the support of sustainable finance needs of the SIDS and how we hope to be of service in the future. Overall, our approach is to offer last mile finance models. This means that we work and invest where few other development organizations operate, and we have a high tolerance for risk and appetite for innovation. Our unique capital mandate at the United Nations allows us to use a full range of financial tools and instruments, including not only grants, but also loans and guarantees in combination with technical assistance, capacity building, and blended funds. While UNCDF's primary mandate is to support the world's 46 LDCs, we are also involved in innovating financing solutions for the SIDS, including in 3 thematic areas: climate resilience, digital finance, and biodiversity preservation. I'd like to go into 3 solutions in each of these 3 areas. So in climate finance, in the climate resilience finance, we are all aware that the climate-related disasters are the #1 cause of displacement within the countries in the last decade. And the Pacific small island developing states make up 7 of the 10 countries facing the highest risk of internal displacement from extreme weather events. UNCDF is working to improve the financial preparedness and resilience of the Pacific people towards climate change and natural hazards. Through our Pacific Insurance and Climate Adaptation Program, or PCAP as we like to call it, we are looking to pilot and test and scale innovative market-based climate and disaster risk financing solutions, including index-based insurance targeted at micro and meso levels. And as we aim to reach over 66,000 individuals in the Pacific by 2024, we hope we'll be able to scale this even further. So happy to discuss that program. Additionally, through our local climate adaptive living facility, or LOCAL as we call it, we are promoting climate change resilient communities and local economies by increasing financing for and investment in climate change adaptation at the local level. For that matter, both LDCs as well as SIDS are priority countries for LOCAL. To date, more than 1,600 climate change adaptation investments have been financed through LOCAL's innovative performance-based climate resilience grants. Just as importantly, LOCAL is currently supporting 12 countries in their efforts for direct access to the Green Climate Fund. So I hope some of these initiatives tie in well with all the discussions that have been had today, and I'd like to continue with a couple more. Digital finance. In digital finance, one of our signature solutions has been the collaboration with UNDP in supporting inclusive digital economies in the Pacific, especially through our Pacific Financial Inclusion Program, or PIF-IP, which closed just last year. The PIFP funded 44 projects with financial service providers, FSPs as we call them, who have innovated with technology and products, enrolling over 2 million customers in services such as agency banking, mobile wallets, microinsurance, microloans, remittances, and savings group. Women accounted for nearly half of the total clients enrolled, representing a significant progress in reducing the gender gap in the Pacific. And I know we've worked in Papua New Guinea in particular, so I saw the minister earlier on the program. Today, UNCDF is looking to advance financial health as a concept to create financial preparedness and resilience, particularly in the context of the post-COVID recovery. One of the most powerful examples of this has been an Agri-Tech Challenge 2021, launched in partnership with the Government of India, the Bill and Melinda Gates Foundation, and Rabo Foundation to innovate the next wave of agri-tech and agri-finance tech solutions. The Agri-Tech Challenge will help address the hurdles faced by smallholder farmers around productivity, climate change, and supply chains, both to address needs at a local level as well as to create a bridge for solutions with the rest of the world. UNCDF is looking to support digital financial solutions and initiatives in the area of remittances, with a specific focus on the complex situation of remittances in the SIDS. We have analyzed the implication of global developments, such as the closure of the money transfer operators, on the particular characteristics of the markets in the SIDS, including small and dispersed populations. We are also focused in showcasing and leveraging recent innovations and initiatives in digital financial services that address this particular challenge. Lastly, on biodiversity preservation, this represents a cross-cutting theme of focus at the UNCDF. One of our newest initiatives in partnership with UNDP and UNEP through the joint SDG fund is the Global Fund for Coral Reef, a fund that possesses a 125 million grant window and a 375 million investment window to support sustainable interventions to save coral reefs and the communities that rely on them. UNCDF would specifically deploy its capacities to provide technical assistance as well as loans and guarantees through the grant window of the fund. For example, in Fiji, UNCDF and partners will work towards accelerating the short-term investment readiness of a pipeline of 10 locally sourced projects to manage marine areas targeted at about 3.1 million in total, and bringing these projects to market, which will be a target of $10 million. So in conclusion, as the UN's flagship catalytic financing agency for the LDCs, it is our pleasure to ensure that capital serves humanity and not the other way around. This defines our work to support SIDS as well as the least developed countries. This is why we stand ready with FAO and all of the partners present here in delivering solutions to the SIDS now and into the future. With that, let me thank you very much for allowing me this opportunity to speak, and I look forward to our continued partnership. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Executive Secretary Sina, for the very good partnership indeed we have between FAO and the UNCDF. You have highlighted the three areas of priority from climate resilience investment, digital finance, and biodiversity preservation. These are all areas for which there is a continuous scope to work better and more together in support of the SIDS to achieve the SDGs. So looking forward to this. Thank you very much for this intervention today and for highlighting the importance of partnerships. Now, we will hear the closing remarks from the government of the Republic of Fiji. The Honorable Josiah Voreke Bainimarama, Prime Minister and Minister for E-Tokai Affairs, Sugar Industry and Foreign Affairs. Your Excellency, Mr. Bainimarama, please take the floor.
Your Excellencies, Mbula Vinaka once again. On behalf of the Fijian government and people, I would like to thank you for setting the first SIDS Solutions Forum off to such a productive start. Since we began the forum this morning, Hurricane Ida has made landfall as the strongest storm to ever strike the American state of Louisiana. Fijians have dealt before with the worst climate can throw at us, and we are praying that lives are spared from Ida's devastation. Your Excellencies, as we close out day one of the forum, I want to acknowledge Dr. Gu Dongyu, Director General of FAO, Director General of FAO, and his team as organizers of this virtual gathering. I also want to thank the ITU and Secretary General, Aulin Zhao, for their leadership to steer this meeting to success. This forum opens a new frontier of cooperation between our countries, of knowledge sharing, of innovation, and of digitization that carries us through the difficulty of the pandemic and onto the noble aims of the 2030 agenda. Our challenges are enormous, but not insurmountable. We will meet them with courage and creativity, and we will overcome them, one solution at a time. We will recover from the pandemic. We will build sustainable, digitally integrated food systems. We will continue to strengthen our climate resilience, and we will seize the gains that sustainable development can deliver for equity, for development, and economic prosperity. We will not be left behind. To the heads of international and regional organizations at this forum, we look forward to your continued support and solidarity. I want to give a special thank you to the governments of China and Ireland, and also the Director Generals of our regional organizations for making the time to join us today. We are exploring seed solutions that answer global challenges, and we need the world with us in the form of partnerships, resources, and of course, finance that is fast deploying, affordable, and accessible. Ladies and gentlemen, Your Excellencies, I'm speaking to you from Fiji's capital, Suva. A short boat ride from here on the island of Ovalau is one of the world's first agro-photovoltaic projects. It is land that is used for the dual purposes of farming and generating solar power. And it is already generating half of the island's power. That, my friends, is the SDGs in action. That is the type of innovation that seeds are capable of. And that is why I once again call on developed nations to deliver on their $100 billion climate finance pledge to fund innovation in our island nations. Deliver on that promise and let seeds show you what more we can do. We've heard limitless potential at this forum. Behind every idea and experience shared today, we have heard passionate commitment and dedication to the cause of sustainable development. And there is much more to come. As we close this session and prepare to hear from the wonderful innovators and speakers to come, let us continue to meet in a spirit of openness and cooperation. As highlighted in the Samoa pathway, we must strengthen our partnerships with funding agencies, donors, and anyone else who can help us bring these solutions to life. Our nations are all used to being underdogs, small nations that punch above our weight on the world stage. Together, there's nothing small about the commitment we share towards sustainable development. And there will be nothing slight about the example our cooperation sets for the international community. I said this morning that the citizens will live chapters in the same book of experience. I'm looking forward to writing our next chapter together. Thank you once again to all of you for making this meeting a success. We hope to have the chance to host you in Fiji someday soon. Thank you, and God bless you all.
Thank you very much, sir, for this so encouraging speech and sharing the Fijian experience, for also voicing the common concerns and challenges that all the seats from the Pacific to the Caribbean to the West and East Coast of Africa face today and for the future. Thank you also for co-hosting with FAO this important forum. We are now reaching the very end of the event for today, and I understand that our Director General will not be able to join immediately, and so in this case, I will deliver on his behalf his closing speech and then close the today's session. So organizers, if it's okay with you, I will proceed with delivering the speech of the Director General of FAO to the event.
Yes, Mr. Thomas, please go ahead.
Quote, this is a speech of Chu Dong-yu, Director General of the Food and Agriculture Organization of the United Nations. Prime Minister of Fiji, Honorable Frank Bainimarama, President of the 76th session of the United Nations General Assembly, Your Excellency Abdullah Shahid, Administrator of UNDP, Hakim Steiner, EU Commissioner for Agriculture, Janusz Wojciechowski, Chair of the AOSIS, His Excellency Ambassador of Antigua and Barbuda, Dr. Walton Webson, Secretary General of ITU, Mr. Wulin Zhao, all eminent colleagues, all protocol respected, ladies and gentlemen, greetings again. I thank you all for your valuable contribution to the opening session of the Small Island Developing States SEEDS Solution Forum. We are extremely encouraged in FAO by the positive and optimistic tone of the statements made. I want to express great thanks to the government and the people of Fiji through Prime Minister Honorable Frank Bainimarama for your leadership as co-host of this virtual gathering. I acknowledge the ITU, namely the Secretary General, Wulin Zhao, for their contribution. I also want to thank all the head of states, prime ministers, ministers, leaders of the public and private sector, high-level colleagues from the UN, and everybody for their contribution to the success of this meeting. The high level of participation in this forum is a testament to the entire United Nations and multilateral global system that no matter how small a country might be, its voice and its people count. The UN General Assembly opens next month in New York. As we know, the global response to the disruptions caused by the pandemic will be high on the agenda, as will the SDGs. The clock is ticking down to 2030. And so it's time to pick up the pace and get SEEDS back on track towards achieving the SDGs for the benefit of all the people. I'm expecting many wonderful solutions to be unveiled in the next 2 days. There are stories that will no doubt inspire SEEDS and non-SEEDS residents alike at a time when there is so much fear and uncertainty. This forum highlights the spirit of close collaboration between FAO and all our partners, including you, the leaders and participants, whom we value dearly. I commend you all for staying connected and being part of this forum that I hope will give birth to a renewed sense of commitment to ensure innovation and digitalization are encouraged and scaled up to help the most vulnerable communities in the SEEDS. From a broader global perspective, we cannot deny that the world has fallen behind in advancing towards the achievement of the SDGs 2030. This, on top of COVID-19 and pre-existing challenges, has made life even more difficult for small island developing states population, as many of you testified today. Achieving the SDGs will require multiple and complex partnership between governments, the private sector, civil society, and citizens alike to make sure we leave a better planet for present and future generations. Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, there are no quick fixes. While the potential and possibilities are endless and we can all dream, we must recognize that the road ahead for the SEEDS and everyone else for that matter is a long and arduous one. Still, let us remain positive about the opportunities. This forum is proving that there is a chance to utilize ICT, innovation, and digitalization to transform economies, livelihoods, and ways of life. The launch of the Seed Solution Platform will be a key partnership tool to help deliver on the promises made in the Samoa Pathway and 2030 Agenda for Sustainable Development to improve the lives of seeds communities. The many inspiring solutions we'll hear during the next 2 days will not work in a vacuum. They need the necessary support to bring them to life. I would like to take this opportunity to call on the UN system, SEED's intergovernmental organization, and other development partners to lend their support to the Seed Solution Platform, including linking to existing and similar platforms and portals. I would like also to make a humble plea to our development partners to mobilize the necessary resources and partnership alliances to action, scale up, and replicate the identified 2021 SEEDS solutions. To fully realize the potential and to achieve the aspiration of this forum, SEEDS needs the ongoing goodwill and support of SEEDS friends and partners through genuine and durable partnerships. As small island developing states, you might be facing even bigger odds in your fight to overcome the global challenges of today. But I want to assure you today that FAO and all our partners are willing and committed to do whatever is needed and humanly possible to make your load lighter and bearable. We are stronger together. Thank you very much. Chu Dongyu, Director General of FAO. Let me take back the floor as Laurent Thomas, Deputy Director General of FAO, for highlighting a few points of the intervention of the Director General. As the Director General mentioned in his last word, together we are stronger. And the Seed Solution Platform will be our dedicated venue to meet together virtually to exchange locally grown ideas, innovative tools that will improve lives and livelihoods in our countries and to build back better in the recovery from this COVID-19 pandemic. We are confident that the platform will accelerate the achievements of the SDGs in small island developing states and will promote sustainable agriculture and improved agri-food systems, enhancing nutrition and health, and protecting biodiversity in our regions. So on behalf of FAO and on behalf of the Director General of FAO, I would like to strongly encourage you to visit the platform, go into it, browse into the different dimensions that were introduced by ADG Kim. Please submit materials and engage with other participants. The platform is owned by you, and all your contribution will determine its successes. The platform can facilitate partnership, which could further promote the objectives of this forum. We have also heard the details of innovation and digitalization in Pacific, Caribbean, and AIS countries. This first-hand narrative, I'm sure, will spark further innovation in all of our countries. This high-level leader segment is now closing. At this time, I would like to express my appreciation to all of you on behalf of FAO, Excellencies, honored guests, my gratitude also for the privilege to moderate this session. I would like now to pass the floor back to the Forum Secretariat. Dear colleagues of the Secretariat, over to you.
Thank you, Mr. Thomas. Thank you for facilitating this session, and thank you for delivering the closing remarks on behalf of the Director General. Excellencies, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, we will start the next session in exactly about 75 minutes at 2 p.m. So don't go away. You have a break. Before we go, we would like to thank on behalf of the organizers, the FAO, the government of the Republic of Fiji, and the ITU, to all the dignitaries, excellencies who have graced the inaugural session. We are very much inspired by what we have heard today, and this will help develop our work program further in the coming months and coming years. It would be important for us also to thank our interpreters who have stayed here and provided the interpretation services all through the high-level session. To all our honored guests and dignitaries, we thank you for joining us at various times around the globe. Those of you who are due for a meal, please enjoy your meal. Those of you who are getting out of bed and going to work, we wish you a good day. And those of you who need to sleep, we wish you a very good night. We will see all of you again in about 75 minutes when we have the real exciting session starting up at the forum. We will meet all the innovators in session starting at 2 p.m. Samoa time. We will meet panelists from around the SIDS on the importance of knowledge exchange in the panel which starts at 3:30 p.m. today, Samoa time. Tomorrow morning, there'll be two more very interesting panels. The first one on partnership and investments, which starts at 9:30 in the morning, Samoa time. And then again at 11 a.m., we have a panel on the role, all-important role of gender and youth in digitalization. And then in the afternoon, we shall then go for the closing. So we look forward to have you in all the technical sessions. Meanwhile, you're welcome to have a break for the next 1 hour and 10 minutes, and we'll see you again. The call will remain open, and we'll play some music and some videos in the meantime. We wish you all a very good day forward. Have a good one.
Sumeresia, Sinea baby Dubai, Naya Skiki Priya, Islamala Dubai, Naya Wai Priya, Wai Priya, Sinea baby Dubai, Naya Skiki Priya, Islamala Dubai, Naya Wai Priya, Wai Priya, Nikna Puganilo, Sumeresia, Nikna Paganilo, Sumeresia, Nikna Puganilo, Sumeresia, Nikna Paganilo, Sumeresia, Kila na ya wai priya wai priya kela gaya bebe dungwai na ya skike ya priya wisla mala dungwai na ya wai priya priya nikna obinilo kingwa yale yale nikna momanilo bongwa yale yale bongwa yale yale nikna obinilo kingwa yale yale nikna momanilo bongwa yale yale bongwa yale yale amila waya wiwisuwai na ya skiki ya priya wisla mala dungwai na ya wai priya priya mila waya wiwisuwai na ya skiki ya priya wisla mala dungwai na ya wai priya priya wayende wayo wayende waya wayende wayo wayende waya wayende waya waniye woe wayende waya wayende waya waniye woe igin kaman kolo waniye woe igin kaman kolo maranin tuliome waniye woe Nikna poganilo sumeresia nikna paganilo sumeresia que la gaya bebe dungwai na ya skiki ya priya isla mala dungwai na ya wai priya que la gaya bebe dungwai na ya skiki ya priya isla mala dungwai na ya wai priya priya nikna obinilo kingwa yale yale nikna momanilo bongwa yale yale bongwa yale yale nikna obinilo kingwa yale yale nikna momanilo bongwa yale yale bongwa yale yale amila waya wiwisuwai na ya skiki ya priya isla mala dungwai na ya wai priya mila waya wiwisuwai na ya skiki ya priya isla mala dungwai na ya wai priya wayende wayo wayende waya wayende wayo wayende waya wayende waya waniere woe wayende waya waniere woe digin kamen kolo waniere woe digin kamen kolo mara Falle fitu e falle ali limane pa
Hello? We do
Aumong
Bulaminaka and greetings. Small island developing states have in common existing challenges such as isolation from global markets, vulnerability to climate change, and fragile natural environments. On top of these challenges can be the digital divide, the gap between demographics and regions that have access to modern information and communications technology. In the fast-paced landscape of technical development, digitalization has the potential to unlock employment opportunities, bridge the rural divide, and empower youth and women. For smallholders and farming communities, this can mean access to information that can help with productivity and reaching new or untapped markets. Technology can help overcome borders and geographical remoteness. The Small Island Developing State Solutions Forum is an opportunity and an invitation to bring people from SIDS and other regions together to discuss and share digital solutions which can help producers to improve how they work and even better improve their lives.
Good afternoon to all from Samoa and good morning from Bangkok. We are pleased to see you all back in the session. And we are now about to start one of the highlights of the forum where we will hear from innovators in the SIDS. We'll hear about their opportunities, their thinking, their ideas, and what needs to be done next to continue the progress towards innovation and digitalization in the SIDS. This session will be on the theme of digitalization at work in agriculture, food, nutrition, environment, and health sectors in the SIDS. And this session will be moderated by Joseph Niema, Food and Nutrition Officer in the Sub-Regional Office for Asia and the Pacific. Over to you, Joseph. Take it away. Joseph, hold on. We can't hear you. Joseph, check your mic, please. We can't hear you.
Hello?
Yes, now we can hear you. Go ahead.
All right, thank you very much. Guys, something else. Countries.
Computer mics and device mics in the room are turned off, as well as speakers, the mics on the cameras, and speakers on all the computers. Thank you. Joseph, unmute yourself, please. Sure, done. Excellencies, dear participants, we appreciate your patience while we fix this technical glitch.
Hi, Shrida, do you hear me?
Yes, now we hear you well. Go ahead, Joseph. Switch on your camera and go ahead.
All right. All right. Sincere apologies, distinguished ladies and gentlemen. Without any further delay, I would like to recognize the esteemed participation of presidents, prime ministers, ministers, and various government officials from around the world to this SEES Solutions Forum. The heads of UN agencies, representatives from the Asian Development Bank, and participants from the World Bank, IMF, etc., distinguished ladies and gentlemen. I feel very privileged and honored to facilitate this very important section of the SEES Solutions Forum. This session is very important because often when you hear about seeds, you hear about cyclones, you hear about hurricanes, you hear about earthquakes, you hear about volcanic eruptions, you hear about sea level rise resulting to the disappearances of villages on the seas. We also hear about how Pacific peoples, the peoples of seas, are on top of the world as it relates to the prevalence of diet-related non-communicable diseases. For this part of the section, we're going to talk about something different. We're going to talk about the strength, the resilience, the innovation, the creativity of the people of seeds. And so for this section, we will have a lot of innovators to showcase their talents, the things that they do in communities to improve the lives of the peoples of seeds. And to start, I will give the floor to the Honorable Minister Timothy Maiso, Minister of Communications and Information Technology of the independent state of Papua New Guinea. The floor, sir.
Thank you very much, Mr. Joseph Neema, for the kind introduction. And I also would like to say thank you to the Director General of the Food and Agriculture Organization. Have so far participated in the morning sessions and who will also participate in the later sessions. As we are all aware, the SIDS, or the Small Island Developing States, are directly impacted or are being impacted by the climate change issues, including changing weather patterns and sea level rise. As a result, the food security is a major concern for our small islands nations in the Pacific region, which my country, Papua New Guinea, is a part of. The challenges of SIDS are further compounded in the last 2 years by the COVID-19 pandemic. My colleague, Minister for Agriculture and Livestock, Honorable John Simon, in this morning session would have highlighted the impact of COVID-19 and its associated restrictions across Papua New Guinea's agri-food systems. However, we could not sit back and expect miracles to happen in order to save us. We need to assess and understand the challenges and find ways to mitigate these challenges posed by climate change, COVID-19, and of course, the impacts that they bring with. I take this time to also recognize the excellent work progressed thus far by the FAO for the small island developing states under your leadership. Some of the success stories we are observing truly shows what we are capable of when we illuminate the power of digitalization and innovation. The COVID-19 pandemic has in fact made the use of digital technologies compulsory. In Papua New Guinea, digital technologies initially helped us in the government to better coordinate and manage the implementation of COVID-19 measures, including the dissemination of information to our citizens in real time. The government of Papua New Guinea interventions. Small island developing states colleagues, please allow me to highlight some of the work the government of Papua New Guinea under the Ministry of ICT is undertaking. In 2020, we initiated and adopted a national digital transformation policy, which calls for a holistic approach towards the procurement, deployment, and the use of digital technologies across its social and economic sectors. Little did we realize that this key policy sets a framework for the government to operate within the new normal. To implement the policy, the government has since resurrected and strengthened the Department of ICT to provide oversight on cybersecurity, digital service, and digital standards. As part of their digital transformation agenda, we are in design stages and set to roll out a secure data exchange platform. This platform will integrate and facilitate data and information sharing between different systems held by various sectors, agencies of government. The secure data exchange platform will also enable various systems of government to not only talk to each other, but also talk to systems within the industry. From this, we are looking at simple but important services like digital ID, verification services. Through an open data policy provisions within the Digital Government Bill, we anticipate that business houses and SMEs can plug in and access other relevant public data deemed critical for delivery of their products and services. Another key project the ministry is driving at the moment is the introduction of government cloud services. The use of cloud technology to deliver government digital services is essential to realizing the potential of digital services. The government of Papua New Guinea is aware of the risks associated with digital technologies, and we are taking steps to ensure safe and secure cyber environment that will build trust and confidence for our people to engage in digital activities such as e-commerce, SMEs, e-agriculture, and others. The government of Papua New Guinea is on track in addressing and laying the foundations for adoption of digital technologies and delivery of digital services for digital transformation in Papua New Guinea that will benefit all, including our rural people and SMEs, and enhance our capability to accelerate progress towards achieving SDG or Sustainable Development Goals. The vision for digital transformation is that our people will have access to simple, fast, and affordable services. We seek to empower our innovators by providing the ability to seamlessly integrate to government systems and information. My observation is that our people are resilient. with access to appropriate information and communication technology, we can effectively promote innovation. In concluding, I want to encourage the small island developing states to embrace digital technologies as a tool to assist us mitigate challenges. And we know COVID-19 and climate change are two immediate threats facing us right now. To do that, the government must not rely on the private sector only, but it must take lead in putting in place basic and or foundational infrastructures that are key enablers for digital transformation. For my country, Papua New Guinea, we have identified secure data exchange platform and the cloud technology to deliver government digital services and promote interaction between government to government, government to business, and government to citizens, and vice versa. I want to congratulate the Director General and your team for the initiative to establish the SIDS, or the Small Island Developing States Solution Platform. The PNG Department of Agriculture and my Department of ICT will work together and ensure Papua New Guinea utilizes this platform and the people of Papua New Guinea to benefit from this platform. I'm looking forward to the Small Island Developing States Innovators presentations, and I have invited my department staff to also observe. Let us learn from each other moving forward. And with those few words, I want to again thank you all, and may God bless you all.
Thank you very much, Honorable Minister Timothy Maseo, Minister of Communications and Information Technology, Independent State of Papua New Guinea. Your points are well noted.
Welcome.
At this point, I will invite one of the innovators. Her name is Mrs. Temaranan Agonta from the Cook Islands, and she's actually the Permanent Secretary of the Ministry of Agriculture. Mrs. Agunan is behind a very innovative solution in Cook Islands, which is called Agri-Tech. It's designed to begin revolutionizing the agricultural industry of Cook Islands. Mrs. Agunan, you have the floor.
Thank you, Joseph. Kia ora and warm greetings from the Cook Islands. Thank you for the opportunity to present the Cook Islands innovation in the agriculture sector. I am Mrs. Tamara Maanguna, the Head of Ministry of Agriculture, the Government of the Cook Islands. Our innovation is a smart agri-tech scheme guided by the theme towards a smarter, more efficient, and profitable agriculture sector. As part of government's economic response to COVID-19, the Smart Agri-Tech scheme was initiated by our current Prime Minister, the Honorable Mark Brown, who was also the Minister of Finance. The scheme was then developed further by the Ministry of Finance and Economic Management in July 2020. The Smart Agri-Tech scheme, Agri-Tech for short, provided grant funding to commercial farmers and agribusiness ventures to encourage investment in technology and smart processes to improve yield, efficiency, and profitability across the agricultural value chain. The objective was to encourage and support the agricultural industry and agribusinesses, agribusiness servicing the industry, to develop and implement innovative solutions to assist with transformational change within the agricultural value chains by improving yield, efficiency, and profitability. To put our situation into context, the Cook Islands agriculture sector in the past was the primary economic sector through exports overseas. But following the deregulation of the New Zealand market and increased competition from other exporting countries, the agriculture sector has been in steady decline. Agriculture is now the poor cousin to tourism, with tourism the mainstay of the Cook Islands economy. The sector also faces challenges, particularly with land and labor shortages. But through this agri-tech initiative, the government aimed to foster innovation by encouraging the development and adoption of more innovative and productive technologies across the agricultural supply chain, which was producing more output for the same amount. We needed to utilize technology as a tool to transform the agriculture sector to improve agriculture production and sustainability, as well as processing capabilities. To do so required complex investment in human and technological capacities to realize sustainable benefits. The agri-tech grants provided an opportunities for applicants to pursue new ideas that could transform a business or the agriculture industry through innovation and productivity improvements. Respond to opportunities that were driven by innovative new ideas or meeting new market needs. Facilitate better connections between producers, processors, and marketers. And finally, reducing farming's environmental footprint through new technology and more efficient processes to assist in mitigating the impacts of climate change. The key features of this initiative included public financial support, where a maximum grant funding of up to 50,000 New Zealand dollars was to fund qualifying agribusiness and smart farming activities. Qualifying activities included agriculture and agribusiness activities and ventures that would apply technology and smart process to improve yield across the agricultural value chain from the farmer's field through processing and marketing to the final consumer. Our government allocated 1 million New Zealand dollars towards this initiative. Guidelines, templates for applications, grant funding agreements, etc. were developed. An agri-tech panel was established consisting of representatives from the Ministry of Agriculture, the Business Trade and Investment Board, and the Cook Islands Chamber of Commerce. The scheme resulted in 80 smart agri-tech applications, and 19 applications were approved for grant funding. The total grants we have approved to date totals 987,000. The remaining balance to be dispersed requires an updated progress report on the projects which applicants have to submit in order to receive their next tranche payment. The highest amount for an application received was 125,000, and the lowest application received and approved was 6,000. The range of applications approved included honey production, establishing temperature-controlled greenhouses, aquaponics, processing of agricultural produce, and purchasing of technology to improve efficiencies. This is a step for us in the Cook Islands to encourage investment in technology, and our governments will continue to pursue avenues to stimulate innovation, the use of technology, and the digitization of the agriculture sector. I thank you for your attention. Kia ora and kia manuia.
That was Mrs. Tamarana Agona, Permanent Secretary for the Ministry of Agriculture, Cook Islands. Thank you very much for sharing your innovation around agricultural technology in Cook Islands. Next, I will give the floor to Mr. Manny Moore. He is the one behind another solution named Plant Health, and is based in Fiji. Mr. Moore, the floor.
Mulavinaka and greetings, Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen. Pests and diseases continue to challenge agriculture production and productivity with considerable impact on food security and related economic development across the Pacific. The extremely limited resources and capacities of public sector makes it difficult to effectively address plant health issues. For instance, the ratio of extension officers to farmers is roughly about 1:1,000 on average in many countries across the region. Furthermore, there's a wealth of knowledge and information available, but are not always readily accessible to farmers and especially extension officers serving at the front line. Even pest and disease priorities tend to vary across the region over time, and with staff turnover limitations, adds complexity to the vital plant health services. So what often happens is that farmers are left out without advice and have to manage pests and diseases as best they can. This results in either total crop loss or growers making poor choices of control, which further endangers the farming environment and ecosystems, and together with weak governing structures, puts the region in a vulnerable state to current and emerging threats. Even natural disasters are ever more frequent nowadays. And as we know, pest and disease outbreaks are common in the aftermath of such catastrophes. So this plant health clinic, plant innovation, is promoted in the region by SPC in partnership with Australia Aid, University of Queensland, and PestNet. It aims to strengthen partnerships and empower plant health advisory services at the front line. Plant health clinics is an approach adopted from human health. For example, when someone is feeling sick, he or she visits a doctor. Similarly, when farmers face plant health problems, they can take samples to clinics and seek advice from extension officers who are trained to become plant doctors. Clinics are conducted at farmer-friendly places like markets and community centers. Plant doctors are equipped during clinics to guarantee a quality service to farmers. Two of the key resources include a mobile digital app, specific pests, pathogens, and weeds, and online plant doctor groups or social media platforms like WhatsApp and Facebook Messenger that instantly connects these frontline workers to experts from research, biosecurity, and related organizations such as SPC and PestNet. So this app is currently on version 10, and with over 500 fact sheets on common plant health problems from across the region. It's free, of course, and also works offline. The app is regularly updated with more fact sheets developed by PestNet, the producer, with contributions from SPC and partner countries as well. The plant doctor networks also support this plant health innovation during and in between clinics. In Fiji, the Fiji Plant Doctor Network on WhatsApp, for example, has facilitated nearly 1,000 digital diagnoses since 2017. So apart from providing a quick response to plant health issues from remote areas in the country, it also assists in a prioritization of resources to be more efficient in service delivery. All plant health clinic information are currently stored in related country databases. This initiative complements other related seeds innovations in the agriculture information space. In addition, it strongly supports the development of functional linkages between agencies and organizations already involved in plant health, such as research, extension, biosecurity, regulatory organizations, education, and also the private sector. So far, some of the pilot countries have integrated the program into their business plans, which is very crucial. Universities such as SINU and FNU are also adopting and integrating these plant health clinic selected modules into their curriculum. Furthermore, there's now well over 10,000 app downloads and also over 1,000 daily visits within just the past 3 months. Nevertheless, with the available resources, we are only focusing on only a few countries at the moment. However, there is increasing interest from all Pacific Island countries and territories to access these services. But to scale out effectively would require effective partnerships at all levels to mobilize additional resources to benefit all countries. We will also need to identify champions in countries to support in the scaling out of the program. So to conclude, I wish to sincerely thank FAO and all the partners for this wonderful SEEDS platform, and also to acknowledge the collaborators under this particular innovation in the Pacific, the Australian Centre for International Agricultural Research, or ASIA, for funding and implementing partners, including University of Queensland, PESNet, SPC, and especially the pilot countries Fiji, Samoa, Solomon Islands, and Tonga. So with that, Your Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, Vinaka Vakalevu, and thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Moa. This is a very good presentation because earlier we listened to the Honorable Minister of ICT from Papua New Guinea, and he spoke about how his government is prioritizing digital transformation. They are using digital transformation to enable communications within government, between one government ministry and another government ministry, but also between the private sector and government, between community and community, and between government and the private sector. Ladies and gentlemen, what you did see is a very good example from Cook Islands, because what happened, Mrs. Agonan, she spoke about agri-tech, which is an example of the transfer of technology and knowledge between government and community. But we also did see another perfect example by Mr. Moa from Fiji, Plant Health. It represents the transfer of technology and innovation between private sector and government, between private sector and community, and between community and community. At this point in time, what I would like to do is to ask the two innovators the following two questions. And I will begin with Mrs. Agonan. Given what you have shared, I think the audience will be interested in listening to you address the following two questions. What opportunities do you see over the next 2 years with the innovation that you are working on? Question two, what partnerships would you like to build to expand the impact of your innovation? Mrs. Agonan, you have the floor.
Thank you, Joseph. For question one, from my perspective, with the implementation of a robust monitoring and evaluation process for the current innovation that we have implemented, there is the opportunity to reintroduce the scheme again within our country and seek further applications of interest and those who are wanting to go into technology or digitalization of the agriculture sector. The other opportunity we have is to showcase the innovation that we've developed and implemented today to expand and diversify into other areas of the agriculture sector value chain. Could be in livestock, hydroponics, seed raising, and genetic material. For the second question, I think partnerships is an important word and one that we need to work on continuously. But for us in the Cook Islands, we need partnerships with the innovators that we are promoting at this forum, because we can all learn from each other. We need partnerships. We must maintain partnerships with the IT and technological institutions involved in the agriculture sector, partnerships with the private sector, the government and non-governmental organizations, including Women and Health, and partnerships with marketing and processing outlets, because they all contribute to the agriculture value chain. But most importantly, partnerships with development partners present at this forum today for funding support, technical assistance, and resources. Thank you, Joseph.
Thank you very much, Mrs. Agonan. Now I pass the floor on to Mr. Moore.
Thank you, Joseph. In response to your questions, in the meantime, SPC has started scaling out to other countries through virtual trainings, and we hope to continue to promote the institutionalization of plant health clinics using the manual that's currently being published. And on the technical partners, as I mentioned earlier, include extension, research, biosecurity, regulatory organizations like SPC and PestNet, education, and also importantly, private sector. We believe that continuing to strengthen the collaboration of all these plant health related bodies is vital. In fact, strengthening partnerships with private sector on digital technologies and related innovations on this SEEDS platform to promote awareness and to help broaden our reach to every corner of the region is crucial. And of course, to achieve this would require more funding so that other countries can benefit from this initiative and help to address the ongoing pest and disease problems that we have in the region. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Moore. Ladies and gentlemen, as I said from the beginning, this forum is mainly for the innovators. So now I welcome you to offer a big applause to these two innovators. I now take the opportunity to welcome Her Excellency Mrs. Vanditulai Rose Toki Brown, Minister of Health, Justice, Parliamentary Services, and Agriculture, the Republic of Cook Islands. Mrs. Toki Brown, you have the floor.
Kia ora ana tātou katotoa I te aroa nui o tō tātou atu ko Yesu Mesia. Kia ora ana to our FAO Director General, Hugh Dong-Yu, our co-host of this forum, Prime Minister of Fiji, the Honourable Josiah Panimarama, Excellencies, the facilitator of this session, Joseph Naima, my esteemed colleagues as participants in this session, innovators, ladies and gentlemen, a warm kia ora ana and greetings from the Cook Islands. I want to congratulate the innovators for the opportunities they identified and pursued to make happen. As small island development states, we are faced with unique challenges that have been impacted by COVID-19. But these innovators, the key drivers that led to these innovations, utilize the role of digital transformation in some way to overcome the challenges brought on by COVID-19. They identified homegrown solutions and harnessed innovation using digitalization. From a small idea, we can see that the outcome and positive impact will benefit all facets of our society. But they cannot do it alone. They require our support to ensure the sustainability of their innovations. I am pleased with the innovations developed in the Cook Islands. They demonstrate the partnerships developed between government, private sector, and private entrepreneurs. But I am also particularly interested in the innovations from our Pacific Island countries. what can be replicated in the Cook Islands to create or enhance positive impacts across various sectors. As Minister of Health, our vision is for all people living in the Cook Islands, living healthier lives and achieving their aspirations. And as Minister for Agriculture also, it is vital that these two organizations work together to maintain food security, nutrition, and health. Identifying and promoting locally grown ideas and those adapted from our Pacific neighbors will enable us to achieve our vision, but also accelerate the achievement of SDGs. We are making progress with digital transformation in agriculture, but this forum is providing the catalyst to pursue this transformation more aggressively. We have heard the challenges the innovators faced and the support they require. Partnerships with government and our development partners are vital to sustain these innovations. This forum is providing the platform for us, small island developing states, to exchange information and make smart connections and investments to deliver transformative results. We must make good use of this platform. May I again offer my sincere congratulations to the innovators and look forward to seeing the growth of these innovations in all our small island states. Let us stay safe during this time. God bless us all. Kia orana e kia manuia.
Thank you very much, the Honorable Minister Toki Brown, Ministry of Health, Cook Islands. Just quickly, the Honorable Minister talked about innovation, creating opportunities for partnerships, for entrepreneurship, for cross-sectoral impacts, and for information exchange. On that note, I would like to invite 4 innovations that are rooted in health and nutrition. Ladies and gentlemen, I welcome the first innovation is Makanan app, and it was created in the Republic of Fiji. And this will be followed by Coke Safe, which was also built in Cook Islands to address COVID-19. The third one is Tupiat Meditrack, which was developed in Vanuatu to address issues related to health. And the fourth one is Traceable Farms, which is also rooted in agriculture, but it perfectly reveals the interconnectedness between agriculture and nutrition. Ladies and gentlemen, let's watch and listen to these innovators.
The reason for the app development was due to the increased number of non-communicable diseases and micronutrient deficiencies such as anemia. We've always used approaches such as face-to-face and counseling, but with the digital age, having an app or something that the users can use themselves to advise them and visualize what they're eating was something how we actually came up with the idea of the app. The app has actually got 2 components. The first one is My Meals. Because the app belongs to you personally, you enter your own details, so like your height, your weight. All these details then calculate to the amount of calories or the amount of energy that you need to use throughout the day. It visualizes into a plate throughout the day to say that you've eaten this amount or you need to eat a little bit more greens or etc. And the second component is the growing your own food. This component is actually explaining how you can start your garden, and also on homemade pesticides and fertilizers. It's a whole package on healthy eating. So from growing to what you are eating at home. It costs you nothing. It's free. You don't pay anything except the internet when you are downloading. The package that goes together with Ministry of Agriculture includes the Grow Your Own Food booklet. This book is also part of the app where it's digitized. So this same book can also be accessible through the app. There is no more excuse for people to say that they cannot have gardens or cannot plant at home, because the app also addresses something on container gardening. So even if you have lack of space, you do not have a land around you, you can even plant in small containers to be able to feed your family or have something green at home. This app is free, make the most of it, and it's Fijian made. So it's done locally for us. Thank you.
My name is Eve Hayden and I'm the CEO of the Cook Islands Chamber of Commerce. In May last year, the Chamber recognised that contact tracing was needed in order to open up our borders with New Zealand. Our government at the time was busy focusing on the preparedness of our public health facilities, including the installation of a new PCR lab. The Chamber began researching what kind of contact tracing system would work here in the Cook Islands, which is a country where many of our vulnerable people do not have access to smartphones nor the internet. We found a system that was normally used to track attendees at conferences or universities and adapted it for our country. This involved issuing a QR card with a unique number to each user. The user fills out their contact details and tears off the card. Public locations download our software and have their devices charged and ready for visitors and locals to tag in with their QR cards. That way, only the devices need to be smart. They don't even have to have the internet connected all the time, just once in a while, so the data can be uploaded to a secure database managed by our public health officials. The CookSafe system can pinpoint where you have been at a particular time and who may have been there at the same time. Contact tracing is all about increasing the speed in which you can identify contacts and places of interest, just in case of a suspected or diagnosed infection. This speed can literally save lives. The Chamber manages all of the user registrations and troubleshoots any issues with the devices. We also manage all of the promotion to ensure as many people as possible know about CookSafe and how to use the CookSafe system. We provide regular reporting to our government to let them know how many users are registered and how many tag-ins are happening. We have since also introduced Bluetooth technology with our CookSafe Plus app. This app also has interoperability with the New Zealand COVID tracing app. Both the New Zealand and Cook Islands Health Ministries would prefer people use the app of the country they are currently in. Used together, CookSafe and CookSafe Plus means we have a double layer of protection for our people and now the visitors from New Zealand who have been allowed to travel here since May 2021. The Chamber of Commerce, our government, the New Zealand Health Ministries and the New Zealand software developers have all worked together to provide the solution for us here in the Cook Islands. Me te kimata, e ki manuia.
So Tupaia was a Polynesian navigator who joined Captain Cook's crew in 1769 as he came through the Pacific on Endeavour. And Tupaia was able to help the Europeans of the time map the Pacific better than they could with all of their modern day tools. And the project's very much in honour of him and all the Pacific Islanders like him who've died too early.
Tupaia pulls all that information together across a country, a province, a district, a health facility or a village, and you can zoom in and out to see the data aggregated at those different levels. So if you want to see how many people a country has seen in respect to a COVID break, dengue outbreak, that sort of information will be displayed into PIA. So you can look at the national level and see how many people have accessed health services within a specified time frame, or you can zoom into a province, a district, as mentioned, and see there more specifically details about where there are maybe gaps to people accessing the health system or where people are really doing well. And that allows the country to set up different responses in response to what they're seeing.
And of course, our most important partners are the partner countries that we work with. So whether it's the Ministry of Health of Samoa or the Ministry of Education and Sport in Laos, it might be a nurse in a clinic, it might be an administrator in a single province. Those are the people that we really consider to be the customers of the software, the actual end users. Whatever it is you want to do with data, whether it's data collection, data aggregation, analysis, visualization, or dissemination, we want you to be able to do that with Tupaya. And whether you're doing health programming, whether you're doing education programming, whether you're working in agriculture, or any other place in tech, we want that project to be powered by Tupaya so that everything is in the one place, free, and absolutely world-class. We're always looking for opportunities to learn more, to be mentored, to skill up, and so opportunities to work with other multilateral donors like FAO, or within different countries and different contexts are always things that we jump at, because it means that we can take those lessons, apply them in other fields, and hopefully bring the benefits across all the different sectors that we're working in.
Obviously, the Pacific Islands region, you have many small island countries, you have smaller population sizes, and the capacity or the will to invest in agricultural innovation or digital agriculture innovation is fairly limited. What we're trying to do is building the digital infrastructure for agriculture. For farmer organizations, previously they managed their data on Excel spreadsheets. They've never really had a centralized registry of farmers, of their farmer members, and now this is all available on one platform. And as we start to collect data about farmers, we're essentially building a profile for the farmers, which the farm organizations can start to use to target their assistance, to target workshops and training events. And these are some of the impacts that we'll be able to see from this shortly. So in terms of agribusinesses, the potential impacts for this is being able to capture all the data right from their supply through their processing and out into their distribution. And this data could be useful for managing their food safety systems. It could be useful for things like HACCP or even any type of third-party certifications. So another actor along the agricultural value chain that could potentially benefit are government agencies like ministries of agriculture to target their assistance and initiatives on the ground. You could have an extension officer going out into the field with our app and being able to find out information about the farmer that they're visiting, being able to add on to more to that farmer profile. We need to be able to continue to develop strong partnerships on the ground in each of the countries, to start to work with farm organizations, work with development agencies. And we're slowly starting to see the success of some of the early work that we've done and the strategies that we've put in place to try and grow the digital infrastructure for agriculture.
Thank you very much. Ladies and gentlemen, we see another perfect example of how government's vision is perfectly aligned with its citizens' aspirations. We see that the government of Cook Islands, through the Ministry of Health, has a vision around innovation and digitalization that can facilitate entrepreneurship, partnership, cross-sectoral impact, and information exchange. And we did see that perfectly, that in the same country in Cook Islands, we have Cook Safe. Cook Safe is about health, but it's actually fronted by the CEO of the Chamber of Commerce. We also see that in Fiji, the Makanan app is a partnership between the University of the South Pacific and the Fiji Ministry of Health, and they are addressing non-communicable diseases. And we see Tupaya that is looking at addressing issues related to health. And we did see traceable farms that is a perfect reflection of the connection between agriculture and nutrition. Ladies and gentlemen, at this point in time, I want to welcome Mrs. Atekat Kaman. She is a nutritionist working at the Fiji Nutrition Center, and she's one of the proponents of the Makanan app. I would also like to welcome Mrs. Michael Nuan from Vanuatu. He's a key proponent of the Tupaya app. And lastly, I would like to welcome Mr. Kenan Katafono of Fiji as a key proponent of the Traceable Farms app. All right, colleagues, I have two questions. Given what the minister said, and given the history, the context of your solutions, I will ask you these following two questions. What opportunities do you see over the next 2 years with this innovation that each of you is working on? What partnerships would you like to build to expand the impact of your innovation? So now I give the floor to Mrs. Kaman of the Makanan app. All right, there seems to be a problem with Mrs. Kaman. So at this time, I move on to Mr. Michael Nguyen of Tupaya. Mr. Nguyen, you have the floor.
Thanks, Chair, and thanks everyone for having us today. It's been a fascinating forum for us to see some of the innovations and in the build up to it. So we're really grateful for the opportunity. And these are really good questions to address. We are obviously have always been focused on the health sector and have done some things around that, for example, environmental health. But I think one of the things that gets very overlooked in the conversation about health, particularly in the Pacific, is malnutrition and the impact of nutritional status on other health outcomes. It really is the epidemic that nobody spends any time talking about. And some of the opportunities that we would see in the next couple of years with some of the innovators on this forum and elsewhere is to see how agricultural data might be used to inform health programming. So for example, it could be something as direct as identifying which areas of a country are at higher risk of malnutrition and targeting programs within those areas to improve nutritional status. Or it could be more indirect, where we're providing health data back to to agricultural innovations to highlight, for example, that in a particular province, they are more likely in the next 5 to 10 years to see malnutrition, potentially because certain crops aren't being grown or there's not a diversity of crops, and to be able to feed that in both directions so that decisions are being made on the agricultural side to potentially diversify, not just for economic benefits, but for health benefits. So we see enormous opportunities there for data exchange between them, rather than health being the victim. Victim's probably the wrong word, but health outcomes being the victim of a lack of diversity, for example, in agriculture. In terms of what partnerships we see, I think forums like this are just absolutely terrific, because I don't think people realize until it's expressed in a forum like this how many innovations are coming out of the Pacific. We don't have to turn to Europe. We don't have to turn to North America. There are some really, really brilliant innovations coming out of the Pacific. And that doesn't mean, I think when people think innovation, they think AI, they think machine learning. It doesn't have to be really complicated, really expensive, really data heavy solutions. Solutions that are born on the ground from local innovators tend to be the best. They tend to be the most sustainable. They tend to be the most practical. They tend to be the most fit for purpose. And so we love seeing them. We've always been based in the Pacific, although I am personally stuck in Melbourne at the moment. But we've always worked in the Pacific since 2007 personally. And we know that there's some great innovations coming out of the Pacific. So to be able to see them in a sector that we haven't sort of traditionally worked in is super exciting for us. And hopefully some of those partnerships can grow and help each other in the next couple of years.
Thank you very much. I now pass the floor on to Mr. Kenan Katafono of Fiji Traceable Farms App.
Joseph and everyone. So we really appreciate you on the forum and to the work we've been doing in agriculture. In terms of opportunities, 2 years ago, Traceable Farms was born out of an opportunity when we started to look at agriculture and how we could reimagine it with digitalization, good and affordable data system. And here we are today. So three opportunities, I think, in the next 2 years. Firstly is in progressing data-driven insights to inform agricultural decision making. In the last 3 months, working with our partners fund across 4 countries, we've registered over 1,000 farmers. Collected baseline data, and we know a little more about them and their options. In the next few years, we expect to be able to reach many more farmers across most of the Pacific Island and be able to provide accurate, real-time data that can help improve things like farm productivity, create market opportunities, and really grow the agriculture sector. Secondly, I think Traceable Farms is really a knowledge-sharing platform. We want farmers to be able to easily answer their questions through Traceable Farms, online, through our app, by SMS. Sorry, I'm just checking. Can you hear me okay?
I'll just jump in and say, you've got a little bit of an echo, Ken, but we can hear you, but a little bit of an echo, yeah.
All right, just checking if you can hear me better now.
That's perfect, yep.
Okay, great. Thanks, everyone. So just talking about a knowledge sharing platform, being able to provide the capability to farm organizations to easily reach and provide farmers with help and learning opportunities through various channels. And lastly, we see Traceable Farms as being a platform that can create opportunities for farmers to earn a decent income. And really, this is working across the agriculture value chain and being able to leverage this data to connect buyers and farmers. In terms of partnerships, we're really trying to connect with farm organizations across the Pacific. We're working with a number of them, and we look to strengthen our relationships in these areas. We're looking to work with government agencies and development partners in the agriculture space as well. And I think digitalization in agriculture will be successful as an ecosystem of solutions. So not just one solution that'll conquer all of them. And so what we're trying to do is just position ourselves to be a bridge in terms of providing some of the data securely and intelligently across the agriculture value chain to other providers. And I think we're looking for partners like mobile network operators, payment solutions providers, geospatial technology providers, folks like Tupaya, and the other innovators on this forum. And we're hoping to develop that ecosystem and to be able to better serve agriculture in the Pacific. Thank you very much, Joseph, and apologies for that the sound issues at the start. We look forward to engaging with anyone that's interested in Traceable Farms. Naka.
From Fiji, who is associated with the Makanan app that is fighting non-communicable diseases. Mrs. Kaman, you have the floor to address these 2 questions.
Bulbinaka, and thank you for this opportunity to showcase my Kana app under the Innovation and Digitalization Network under Nutrition and Health. My Kana app will continue to provide and enhance knowledge and skills on growing our own food and eating balanced meals in the right portions and proportions for the people in Fiji and the small island developing states in the Pacific. During these COVID times, when face-to-face training and counseling is restricted, MyKana app can and will become increasingly important and accessible to our populations to assist with establishing and maintaining home gardens and eating healthy meals. End users have the opportunity to use both versions, MyKana Meals and MyKana Gardens, digitally to take responsibility for their own health, record their food, and work with dietitian and nutrition counselors on self-regulating meals. Users have a hands-on opportunity to look at kinds of foods, make recipes, and also grow food to support healthy eating. MyKana app also has the opportunity to approach and advocate with governments, for instance, the Pacific Ministers for Health, Pacific Ministers for Agriculture. MyKana already has network across the region with the Ministers of Health and the universities of the South Pacific campuses among the small island developing states and stands in good stead to strengthen that network. Train for Trainers workshop will assist in promoting the use of MyKana app with designated government agencies, farm associations, NGOs, and faith-based organizations. This will enable our populations in the Pacific to work within their own languages and to adapt to MyKana app to promote healthy living in their own context, which will also allow feedback from the region to continuously improve the content of the app. This very forum has also provided the platform and opportunity to advocate MyKana app. In terms of partnerships, MyKana app would love to strengthen existing networks and build new bridges to nurture partnerships with governments, development partners, funding and donor agencies, NGOs and faith-based organizations, schools and institutions, and the ultimate beneficiaries, farmers, grassroots communities, particularly the vulnerable groups, women, youths, and persons living with disabilities. Both our teams at the Center of Flexible Learning at the University of the South Pacific and the National Food and Nutrition Center of the Ministry of Health and Medical Services in Fiji are grateful to our donors who have supported the development of both versions of the MyKana Meals and MyKana Gardens. Thank you for your attention, ladies and gentlemen.
Thank you very much, Mrs. Kaman. Ladies and gentlemen, can I invite you to offer a big applause to these innovators. All right, distinguished colleagues, I'm about to introduce the last panel of innovators. This group is constituted by people working in the area of digital payment, marketing in agriculture, marketing in food, marketing in health, marketing in nutrition, and specifically improving the environment. Before I bring them on floor, I would like to welcome a very unique speaker who is also working in the area of digitalization, and that is Mr. Ashish Narayan. He's a program coordinator of the International Telecommunications Union, Regional Office for Asia and the Pacific, and he's based in Bangkok. And I should also recall that ITU is a co-partner over the organization of this forum. Ladies and gentlemen, I welcome Mr. Narayan.
Thank you very much, Joseph, for this opportunity. On behalf of ITU, I must first start by thanking FAO for inviting us and me in person to join our experience. Honorable ministers, Assistant Director General Kim, Madam Yao, all the distinguished panelists, it's an absolute pleasure to be here and see the journey of digital transformation that started in the Pacific a few years ago, getting accelerated with the high priorities given by the government. Honorable Minister spoke about the digital transformation policy of Papua New Guinea, Samoa, Fiji, Solomon Islands. I mean, wherever we speak, digital transformation policies, strategies, agendas, councils are getting high on the government's area. Not only that, the private sector has seen the onset of new technologies, new applications, and that has been accelerated by COVID-19 actually. And not only the supply side is ready, but the demand side has been ready too. So which creates an excellent platform as digital technology now becomes the solution, not a complementary solution, given the uncertainties that we face every day with COVID. And it's an absolute delight, and it was mentioned just before that, to see so many innovators coming up with the application, and I must commend the FAO for getting all these innovators together. I think this is a great platform to see what's happening. As we know that agriculture sector has moved beyond traditional means. ICT in agriculture is not new. I think it's more than 20 years because televisions, radio, websites, they have been used for ages. But what has changed now is the embedding of technology within the agriculture sector. I mean, things like IoTs, things like sensors. Honorable Minister spoke about exchange data layer, data, mobile applications, using cross-sectoral information, 5G, drones, agri-tech. All this is new. It tends to solve not only the efficiency issues, the marketing issues, but also the excitement around agriculture amongst the young entrepreneurs and women, who were getting a little bit, that was a challenge that agriculture sector faces in terms of exciting those youth into this area. Another big phenomenon that has really driven FAO and ITU over the years to work together on the e-agriculture strategies that have been working now in we have been working together in 9 countries in Asia Pacific with all our colleagues at FAO RAP and country offices, is the fact that the digital technologies are not only being used by ICT and agriculture sectors, but also by other sectors which are critical to this, like the finance, the banking sector, the transportation sector, the governance sector, weather, climate, markets. So all this means that the approach has to change. We need data across these sectors, like national ID and the payments are absolutely critical to make anything commercial. Availability of data, its use across different sectors, and flexibility to analyze and innovate. I'm sure the innovators will agree that it's easier said than done. It requires an integrated whole of government approach that touches upon cross-sectoral policies, legislations, guidelines for sharing data, security issues around data, the capacity to ensure the environment around data, especially targeting the small and developing states, where the number of expertise and number of people sometimes are very limited to manage the whole thing. Even more, that brings together the need to have a whole of government approach. Then the availability of digital infrastructure, and over the years, we have seen great rise in submarine cables, terrestrial networks, 4G, broadband satellites, access to digital services. We are seeing an increased secure and safe online environment. And this has to be done in an inclusive manner, because digital would be the way forward. So anyone that's left behind would not only be able to consume it will not be able to consume ICT services, but would be deprived of citizen services. And that really becomes an issue for the government to address. Coming to the collaboration, I mean, FAO and ITU, we have had been collaborating since the VISIS days, and in recent years, e-agriculture strategic guide was created to publish together in 2016. And in the Pacific, we have worked in 9 countries, and Fiji and Papua New Guinea are 2 examples where FAO and ITU have worked together in the Pacific. Then there are case study series to bring together. When we did this, people asked, oh, where are those solutions? So e-agriculture in action publication was created, which focuses on specific technology and brings the case studies on drones, blockchain, big data, and very soon we will see a series coming on AI in this area. But when it gets to ground, a live example of how this partnership and cross-sectoral is working is the European Union funded project Street in Papua New Guinea, which is led by the FAO and in partnership with ILO, UNDP, UNCDF, and ITU, and the national governments, which has a big component on digital agriculture and how this would transform the value chains of cocoa, vanilla, and inland fisheries. So as we move forward, we are seeing more and more integration, cross-sectoral collaboration, how these agencies can work together, how governments can work together and document them. Manifesting this in an island level, and as our Secretary General mentioned this morning, we are rolling out a Smart Islands program with a number of UN agencies, which is an FAO and ITU are collaborating in this area, and we'll see action in the Pacific more and more. The Smart Island is built on the four pillars. First, on connectivity, how to get the broadband connectivity, address the challenge of affordability, as mobile data remains expensive in a number of countries in the Pacific, address these issues of digital skills and bringing new digital services to those islands, but only those that the island needs. So it has to be done in a manner that's sustainable, that meets the needs of those islands. And this creates a huge opportunity for innovators here, and a number of challenges that needs to be resolved, a number of solutions that needs to be found, and how we can use these innovations to transpose one solution that has been found in a country into others. So we'll be very happy to talk to some of those innovators and see how we can work together as we move forward in terms of digital agriculture and smart islands and digital village solutions. So with this, thank you very much, Joseph. Back to you, and we'll be happy to take any questions later if there's them.
Thank you very much, Ashish, for the very good presentation. Ladies and gentlemen, as you perfectly listen to Mr. Nerora, he speaks about a very important partnership between FAO and ITU, which is focused on the Smart Island initiative. An important feature of this initiative is the Smart Island approach is actually sector neutral, which is true. When you have digitalization, when you have connectivity, you can do whatever you want. You cannot be restricted. You can buy, you can sell, you can grow, you can create, you can eat. And this is what ITU is promoting in partnership with FAO. Having said that, at this point in time, I would like distinguished colleagues to listen and watch the innovative stories of 4 creators in the Pacific. The first one is the Mawat solution, which is created and led by Mr. Sam Saili. The second one is the Vawaula Vanilla, which is a perfect example of what colleagues call from farm to fork. And the third one is organic Jedam Organic Fruits, which is led by Donnie Kai of the Solomon Islands. And the last one is plastic recycling, and is fronted by a young Samoan by the name of Andrew Perdanan. Ladies and gentlemen, please watch and listen.
The big platforms that are developed overseas are specifically developed for infrastructure overseas. But when we try and replicate that into the islands, it usually never works because we don't have the infrastructure, the technical infrastructure. So the platform that we've created is trying to solve many different problems. One of them is access to markets. Women in the rural areas, as well as people living with disability, have a lot of issues trying to access the markets in the urban areas. And also when you get to the market, you have to pay some fees, and if you don't sell your products all within the same day, you make a loss.
When we first launched, naturally there was some resistance. It's the first of its kind in Samoa, a complete end-to-end e-commerce platform where the vendor has complete control of their store, where they have this mobile money, it's new, where they're not used to selling regularly, they're used to physically sitting in a market. So a lot of it was behavior and getting their buy-in. There was a bit of education with the farmers and working with them to make their products marketable or value-adding. We work with them with all these things to kind of upscale, because when you put a product online, you want it to be presented a certain way, you'd like it to be available all the time. So we worked with them to have different setups.
It's very important to work with the whole ecosystem to make sure that everyone is benefiting. So we work with individual farmers, farmer groups, NGOs, youth groups, commercial operators, as well as the mobile providers. So mobile money is a big part of that ecosystem. Every farmer that's on the platform now has a global reach of their products. We have over 700,000 Samoans living overseas that have much better disposable income that can now directly support our local people.
With youth being very comfortable with digital tools, they can also help their families, bring the family farm online, sell it overseas, get money from overseas. It's something else that can be used to promote youth going into farming, because if we do want agriculture to increase, it'll have to be marketed towards the youth if we want it to continue.
It's one of the biggest goals right now is to expand our economy and make sure that our local grassroots are part of the digital economy and benefit from all the global sales.
My name is Shelley Burrich, and I'm the founder and owner of Bawala Vanilla in Samoa. We are an organic vanilla farm. I make my own composting and mulching to feed the vanilla. And from the vanilla beans, we export our premium beans, which are the grade 1s and 2s. And from the other beans, I make value-add products like vanilla syrup, vanilla extract, vanilla powder. Before COVID, I was relying a lot on tourists that would be coming to the islands. I was getting farm tours, people looking to come and visit the vanilla farm. And a lot of my business was by word of mouth. And so when the borders closed, that stopped. So I had to figure out a way of how to keep my business generating products and getting it outside of Samoa. So I decided to go full-time into the social media realm. I created an online store. My products are now being sold to Ireland, Japan, Canada, Australia, New Zealand, the States. They're going all over. So I would not have been able to do that if it hadn't been for COVID and making me diversify into doing something different and thinking outside of the box. I'm doing a lot more on the social media platform. My reach, even though I'm sitting here in Samoa, I'm actually building online stores for customers in Canada.
Solomon Islands is comprised of very small islands, and most of the islands are mountainous. Like the issue we face here is the perishable conditions of the crops that farmer would normally produce. We run a small business which we order tubers and root crops as well as local nuts from farmers. They bring in their produce and we process them into snacks for the markets here in Honiara. So this is where our innovation came in. We were searching for a appropriate technology that will enable farmers to conduct some primary processing out in the village where there is no power. And at times the places are very difficult because of the terrains and the mountains and the bad weather, lack of infrastructure, and expensive transport cost between islands. So this is where the innovation came in very handy, and we developed that hot air dryer that it will help farmers to reduce the cost and also to extend the shelf life of their produce. So instead of using electric powered food dehydrator, we use fire. So we develop a kind of a stand oven where we have a chamber where you can load the raw materials at one end, and at the back of the chamber is a firebox where we use coconut shell charcoal to fuel the oven, and that sort of produce heat The heat is just 40 degrees Celsius. So it's a very small piece of equipment and very handy to move around because people in the highlands will be easier for them to carry it up on the mountains and bring them over to the villages. You know, time have changed, and the need for families to have certain incomes from their produce is also quite vital at this point. How will farmers or families be able to produce enough quantity for them to have some surplus so that they can sell them in the market? So this is where we came up with the idea of using the hot air dryer. We encourage farmers to try and produce more so that they can have some and they can sell the surplus to us.
Single-use plastic is the #1 threat to our Pacific marine environment, with over 97% of fish species found in the Pacific to digest microplastics. Yeah, unfortunately, we as a nation don't realize that plastic is a light, strong, recyclable material. And recapturing its value as a resource, we can shift people's perspective about plastic waste. For instance, Mota'a village, where we are now, that plastic that they would normally throw away after single use, they can collect, bring it to us, and we can recycle it together, right, as a community, and produce products that they need in the village. You know, the Women's Council came up with, can you make rulers for school? Like, sure, we could come up with that. All we have to do is make the mold, right? So it's up to the community to come up with, right, the idea, because then they see the value in collecting plastic. The whole point of the process is that we assign value to single-use plastic. It's now not a throwaway item. We're changing mindsets in terms of when people unwrap something or they have a single-use plastic, they think now, oh, this I can make money out of. I'm not gonna go throw this away. If I collect enough, I can then produce something, and then that product that I made, I can take to market and I can raise money for my family. Because this is an open source project, you know, we can build these machines here. We can build more, multiple machines for all around the island. We could have a small setup in each major village. But to really drive value for the local community is we come up with products that export markets would be interested in. You know, making products that we can sell online to international markets, driving up that dollar value of individual products to bring in real value into the community. It's not going to solve the plastic problem all around the world, but it's going to change people's mindset, right? And that's the message, is that we have to start thinking differently about our plastic use.
All right, that was very, very interesting to watch. A diversity of innovations from different countries, from different people. Ladies and gentlemen, at this point in time, you've heard the stories, the creativity of these innovators. So what I'm going to do now is to pose the following 2 questions so that they can share with us. What opportunities do you see over the next 2 years with this innovation? What partnerships would you like to build to expand the impact of your innovation? I would like the first respondent to be Mr. Saili of the Moa App Solution. Welcome, Mr. Saili.
Thank you, Joseph. And thank you very much to the FAO for this opportunity to share the solutions that us Pacific people have been able to create to try and address issues that we face in our local communities. So in terms of the opportunities we see in the next 2 to 5 years, we believe in terms of being inclusive, making sure that all our grassroots people are able to participate in the digital economy, because that's how the whole world is trending towards. Everything is going to be on digital, and to have our people have access to an app like MOA app that is quite easy to use, and it's also in bilingual, so it's in Samoan. To have that and have access to markets overseas, not just local, is something that can create a lot of value, and a lot of expanding their market access is very important. Partnership, we are very much been blessed with a lot of partnerships so far in terms of working with people of NGOs that already work in the grassroots community, so Women in Business, Nonole Alofa, and of course Potasi Development Trust, as well as Nofotane. So those are some of the partnership that we wish to continue to grow, and absolutely with our colleagues around the Pacific. There are some amazing technology and platforms and solutions that have already been presented that we will most be happy to try and work together, because as what we've found in most of the solutions that Sky creates, whatever hurdle that we overcome in Samoa, it's usually applicable in other Pacific Islands that we operate in. So we want to ensure that we develop the solutions by the Pacific people for Pacific problems. One of the partnerships that we would most definitely like to also work with are the banks. The banking infrastructure for the Pacific is quite limited. Anyone overseas trying to purchase anything online in the Pacific can't have that money transferred directly into people's local bank accounts. So that is one area that we hope that as we develop these digital solutions, the banking infrastructure will start to take notice and try and integrate with the products and services that the Pacific people are creating. Thank you.
Thank you, Sam. And Mrs. Burridge, do you want to share your perspective?
Thank you. Thank you very much for the opportunity, and it's a great pleasure to be able to be here this morning, this afternoon, to present my little innovation. I'm just a small-time vanilla farmer that saw e-commerce as an opportunity. So what other opportunities do I see in 2 years' time? Wow. I certainly want to grow the e-commerce part of my business. I think I also want to grow my vanilla industry, the vanilla business. But I think in order to do that, I need e-commerce. I need technology. I need that to get me beyond the borders of Samoa. So what I'd like to do is really be able to share what I've learned through my own organic training, my own organic way of learning, share that with my community, share that with other women entrepreneurs that would like to know how to take their product, turn it into a value-add product, and put it onto e-commerce. So this is what I'd like to do in a couple of years' time. As for partnerships, I think there's always opportunities for local, national, regional, and international partnerships. And I think by sharing our stories, we tend to be able to have those opportunities for partnerships, to talk about partnerships. One of the partnerships that I certainly would like to explore more with is my work that I do already with Shopify. As I mentioned in my video, I can now build e-commerce full-on website storefronts for women entrepreneurs that don't necessarily have to be living in Samoa. But I also want to take up a partnership and help work with other apps like MOA app. I think with this SID Solutions forum, you've really given us the opportunity to hear from other innovators and learn and identify where other partnerships could be established here. Nationally, I'd like to see partnerships with our government open up, particularly, as Sam had rightly said, with our banking institutions. I think if we are to do e-commerce effectively, we need the payment gateways to be open. That is the only way e-commerce is going to be fully effective here, not only in Samoa, but for the whole of the Pacific and probably SIDS as well. So that's a really important partnership, and I'd like to see a little bit more cooperative assistance with Samoa and the SIDS family. So thank you again for the opportunity.
Thank you, Mrs. Birch. And then I now go to Mr. Donny Kelly of Jedon Organic Fruits.
Thank you very much, Joseph, for inviting me. The first question is about the opportunities, and I'm very optimistic about our technology, given the opportunities it has, especially to raise the standards of traditional food systems here in the Solomon Islands, particularly on post-harvest care and marketing. Traditional food, especially roots and tubers, were grown by rural communities who do not have proper storage facilities and at times no electricity. So our innovation brings some real solutions beyond the grid, particularly in value addition and preservation. So increasing the shelf life of traditional foods, tubers and roots, nuts and fruits and fish means continuation of supply of safe and nutritious food from the household level through to domestic and export markets. Also, the technology is environmentally friendly, means food vendors and farmers can use coconut shells and grass to power the dryer. Our vision is that by increasing the availability of safe, nutritious food to the public and the consumer, this will give them more choices in developing a healthy lifestyle, especially in the Solomon Islands. We have problems with NCD. With the shrinking food imports due to COVID-19, this homegrown innovation has the capacity to fill in the gaps in food supply systems. Well, Solomon Islands is or will be hosting the SP Games in 2023. So this will be a perfect opportunity for us to also promote and showcase the benefits of our unique product. Regarding the second question, what partnership would you like to see? So what we need now is to help us sustain development and creativity on the technology. To do this, I would like to build a entrepreneur startup partnership to expand the impacts of hot air dryer technology. This will match perfectly with the long history of hot air dryer technology in Solomon Islands, which goes back to 1930s, with coconut and cocoa traders and planters working alongside farmers to provide raw material for distant markets overseas. Just to date, over 85% of the 200 farmers we've already trained and are working with us has recent or some past experience in using hot air dryer. But under this sort of partnership, entrepreneur startups, Jedon can provide a high degree of technical knowledge and commercial experiences, and also add on to some of the innovators' ideas on use of mobile phone and apps. And with all those, we hope that this will create a driver for hot air dryer technology and make it more stand out among our community here in Solomon Islands and also in the region. On the other hand, we would need an accelerator package to attract industry experts, researchers, specialists, and more entrepreneurs to generate new ideas and solutions and make the technology available to interested end users in the region and also in the country. Well, I believe that this forum has the capacity to consider all this, what I've just said, with a good partnership, its broad working capabilities. FOO is connected with international, regional, and national governments, institutions, farm organizations, as we have heard on the presentations, and private sectors. And I'm looking forward to talking more about my innovation in times to come. That's all. Thank you very much.
The floor on to Mr. Pradhanan of the Plastic Recycling Solution.
Thank you, Joseph. And thank you, everyone. Today has been very, very eye-opening and very interesting, and loved every minute of it. So I guess for the first question, there are two main opportunities for press over the next 2 years. First is to amplify advocacy to reduce our plastic waste through engaging youth and to radically rethink single-use plastic. So they can be creative change makers and problem solvers in their own community. We need to give voice to the young people, promoting stewardship of their environment around them. The second is to prove the press model is economically and environmentally viable at the village level, from collection through to production, and then finally sales. Working with communities, we'll look to design products for the local market, which would reduce our reliance on importing more plastic. For example, this face shield. This face shield is made from plastic bottle lids, the first PPE produced in Samoa. We also look to design and develop products for overseas. Now, this is where we can really drive value for our local communities. We want to sell through digital platforms to essentially export our plastic waste out of the Pacific region. And I can't stress how important that is, right? We have the opportunity to send this plastic back. Now to the last question. Press is looking to strengthen relationships with local government, and particularly the Ministry of Natural Resources and Environment, as well as local and international universities to enhance collaboration, knowledge broker, and drive innovation. But most importantly, we need to strengthen our relationship at the village level, working with more villages to replicate the press model so we can create small recycling hubs around Samoa and the Greater Pacific. These machines aren't expensive. They're an affordable avenue for a village to recycle their own waste, to take ownership of their own waste in their own community. This will ensure we're working with our most vulnerable to take care of their own surrounding environment, including mangroves, waterways, and oceans, while simultaneously owning an income. Thank you.
Thank you, innovators. Ladies and gentlemen, I'm about to close this section. Please allow me to recall that the theme of this SEES Solutions Forum is innovation and digitalization, and their powers to catalyze and accelerate the achievement of the SDGs that are related to agriculture, food, nutrition, health, and environment. You've seen here right now that we have shown you innovators that are working in all of these sectors. I hope we brought you what is essential for this forum. Allow me to also say that we began this section with some difficulties to get connected. This was not an error. It was planned. Because I'm introducing innovators, every innovation must have a problem to address. So we wanted to prove to you that there was a problem that we could address successfully. Thank you very much and have a good day.
Thank you, Joseph, and thank you very much to all the innovators who were present in that session and contributed to showing what the region has to offer in terms of innovation and entrepreneurship that is very much in evidence. We hope that this will contribute to make the SID Solution platform richer in the days and months to come, and this will encourage others also to join in and give in their contributions. On the platform, FAO would be very pleased to highlight these contributions and show how the region is investing in the power of their youth and their entrepreneurship. Thank you, Joseph, and thank you again to all the innovators, and thank you to the minister from Papua New Guinea for gracing this session and giving us the benefit of his wisdom. We now move on to session 4, which is the last session of the day, but let's not underestimate the importance of this session. This is about knowledge exchange and the power of South-South and triangular cooperation. And this session will be led and moderated by the chief scientist, or actually, shall we say, the first ever chief scientist of FAO, Ismahan Elouafi. Over to you, Ismahan.
Thank you very much, Sridhar. Good morning, good afternoon, colleague. It's really a pleasure to join the SIDS forum today to moderate the session on knowledge exchange and South-South and triangular cooperation in the SIDS. So as we heard today, since we are the last session, we've heard a lot about the SIDS, and we all agree that the SIDS face a unique set of complex and multifaceted challenges. And these include high exposure and vulnerability to the effect of climate change, their geographic and economic isolation that are leading to heavy reliance on remote markets for food supply. And we heard also the triple burden of malnutrition, whereby in many of the islands, we have undernutrition, we have micronutrient deficiencies, as well as obesity in the population. So the SIDS economies are also relying significantly on tourism, and are increasingly experiencing the harsher economic, given the movement restriction that we have been living in the last almost 2 years now, due to COVID-19 pandemic. So however, there are many sectors that are very, very promising for the SIDS, such as tourism, fisheries, agriculture, and entrepreneurship. And we just heard great stories of really how small and medium enterprises are thinking out of the box and starting new businesses. All these sectors hold significant development potential in the SIDS, and they can draw on the power of innovation, on the power of science, and on the power of technology, and particularly digitalization to advance sustainable social and economic development, while sustaining the environment and resource base of the small island developing states. So we heard again how the SIDS are very fragile to climate change. So everything we do, it's very important that we keep that fragility in mind so that we protect the islands. So FAO assists member countries in unlocking the potential of innovation to drive socioeconomic growth and achieve the SDGs. FAO also promotes a holistic view of science, technology, and innovation that includes embracing international cooperation and solidarity, which is very key for small island developing states. So strengthening the knowledge and evidence base on food security and nutrition in the SIDS, it's critical, and there is much room for creativity in developing and promoting innovative solutions. SIDS can harness their reservoir of rich cultural heritage to support achievement of the 2030 agenda. So it's a beautiful place where we could have really bring the traditional knowledge, the indigenous knowledge with the new technologies, the new knowledge, and then now develop new solution, new product, and new value chain. But along with this, there is a need to enhance intra and inter-regional sharing and exchange of knowledge and experiences and know-how. And that's where really the launch this morning by our Director General, Dr. Xu, of the SIDS Solution Platform is an important venue for these changes, these exchanges, as it will incubate, it will promote, it will scale up, and it will replicate ideas that are locally grown or generated in similar situation as well, to accelerate the achievement of food and nutrition security in the SIDS. That's where, again, hand-in-hand initiative is facilitating matchmaking between farmers, fishermen, and food processors for sharing, learning, and leveraging. So the exchange of knowledge and good practices through South-South and triangular cooperation is also another way that really can support the SSDs, the SIDS, to recover from the pandemic and to build back or build forward better. This can be achieved through mobilizing resources, technology, innovation, and expertise. However, these exchanges and other forms of partnership involving diverse stakeholders, including government, development agencies, the private sector, and civil society, require the creation of an enabling environment to support greater alignment of policies, of financial investments, and institutional arrangement. So more so than for larger countries, SIDS must rely on joint action within and across regions to address the threat, food security, to food nutrition, to nutrition security, learning from each other and working together in implementing and monitoring the changes. So in this session, we will discuss ways to enhance inter-regional knowledge exchange and how barriers to these exchanges might be overcome, particularly at the wider policy level. We will also consider how innovation can be disseminated among the SIDS and how South-South learning and triangular cooperation might be accelerated to bring tangible benefit and solution to small islands, developing states in all regions. I'm really delighted to introduce our panel. We have only one colleague with you in person and many of us over Zoom, and we will have one video. So our panelists are gonna start with Dr. Stuart Minchin, the Director General of the Pacific Community. Then I'm gonna move to Mr. Joseph Cox, Assistant Secretary General of the Caribbean Community, and he has a video for us. Then I'm gonna move to Mr. Kazi Latu, Director General, Secretariat of the Pacific Regional Environment Program. And then we're gonna have dialogue with Dr. Manu Matavi Tupurusen, the Director General, Pacific Island Forum Fisheries Agency. And then Mr. Mping Yi, our Director at FAO of the South-South and Triangular Cooperation Division. Then Mrs. Amanda Baldu, the Manager of Grenada Community Development Agency. And finally, with Mr. Kyle Stice, Managing Director of Pacific Islands Farmer Organization Network. So the way we're gonna build this dialogue over the next hour and few minutes is that really we're gonna dig into the knowledge exchange benefits. Then we're gonna try to look at the SIDS example among the least responsible of all nations for climate change and see what's the hardest hit in the islands. Then we're gonna talk about the South-South Triangular Cooperation and then move to the knowledge exchange and the transfer at the ground level to hear from our experts. So without any further ado, let me move into our first session on the knowledge exchange benefit SIDS that are seeking to replicate and scale up innovative solution, but it needs organization to curate and accompany the process. And my question to Dr. Stuart Minchin, do you see common solution that different SIDS region can benefit from? And how do you think your organization is aiding this process? Over to you, Dr. Stuart.
Thank you very much. And thank you for the opportunity to speak to you today. So it's a great question. It's actually very timely that we're having this conversation in the lead up to the UN Food Systems Summit, because we've had the opportunity within the Pacific SIDS region to discuss some of these challenges and solutions, but we haven't had much opportunity to date for inter-SIDS regional exchange and sharing. So this is a great opportunity. So in line with the overall objective of focusing on digitalisation, sustainable food systems and securing the livelihoods of future generations, I'm going to highlight just 3 examples that SPC is involved with in the region, where other SID regions might find some value or wish to develop some common solutions. So as the largest science and information focused institution in the region, SPC has developed important pooled regional capacity to support all of our Pacific SIDS territories and others and their partners in a number of key areas. So the first that I'd like to highlight is a project called the Pacific Data Hub. The Pacific Data Hub is a central repository of data about the Pacific and from the Pacific. It serves as a gateway to the most comprehensive collection of data and information about the Pacific across key areas, including population statistics, fisheries science, climate change adaptation, disaster risk reduction and resilience, public health surveillance, conservation of plant genetic resources for food security, and human rights. The Pacific Data Hub serves as a vehicle for smart investment in a sustainable data infrastructure. It's delivered as a regional public good to all of our members to address common data management challenges that are obstacles to developing a greater understanding of the complex development, economic, environmental and social problems that Pacific SIDS face. By providing timely access to reliable data, we're providing a robust evidence base to inform smarter policy interventions and better decision making. It also showcases how open data from the Pacific can be used to generate new insights and reach a much wider audience. Pacific Data Hub's SDG dashboard provides easy to digest data visualizations on the progress of our Pacific SIDS against the region's headline SDG indicators. By providing access to the underlying data, we're also able to assess linkages in cross-cutting themes, such as sustainable food systems across all 17 development goals. The second example I'd like to highlight is our Centre for Pacific Crops and Trees, otherwise known as CPACT. SPC's CPACT facility is a central repository of the Pacific region's plant genetic resources. This is a unique resource for crop and tree conservation and improvement, access to diversity, supported by innovation and applications of huge value, and is critical to meet current and future challenges like adaptation to drought, improving regional agricultural yields, saline intrusion, and improving nutrition. It's also the World Centre for Taro and other aroids, holding the largest ex situ collection of taro species in the world. So even beyond the Pacific, it provides an important adaptation and food security function globally as well. The collection is now in seed and tissue culture, but cryopreservation is being established, which will expand the range of crops and trees that can be conserved. And this facility is unique in our region. The third example I'd like to share is the work that SPC does on pooled, with our partners, I should say, FFA and others, in the pooled tuna science capability. This is the tracking and measuring of our tuna stocks and the collection of tissue banks. So our ability and our capabilities in oceanic fisheries science, particularly tuna, is world leading, and again is a very important shared regional public good for Pacific SIDS. We have over 20 years of experience in studying and monitoring tuna stocks in the region to inform sustainable fisheries management. This includes catch effort data, tuna tracking, biological sampling to identify migration patterns and climate change impacts, among other things. Through innovation and digital technologies, we've been able to maintain this important science through the COVID-19 crisis. And this regional pooled capability underpins important decisions that are being made in the region's complex regional fisheries governance arrangements, which Dr. Manu from FFA may be elaborating on in this session, and supports the world's largest sustainably harvested tuna fishery, providing over half of the globe's annual tuna supply. There are many other examples of refined and shared solutions for Pacific SIDS in the region that could be shared with our Caribbean and AIMS brothers and sisters. We do hope this solutions exchange platform is able to facilitate connecting these opportunities in this important space. We also hope that the platform is an opportunity to elevate the issues and solutions that are critical for SIDS within the global food systems, climate change, biodiversity and energy forums. Thank you very much. Back to you, Chair.
Thank you very much, Dr. Stewart, for sharing with us the importance of plant genetic resources, the data hub, the tuna stock research and monitoring. Those are great examples. And you rightly said, has to be shared with the other islands. And it's a common areas where there is a lot of interest. And there is a lot of opportunities of sharing knowledge and learning from each other. So with that, we're going to move to Mr. Joseph Cox, the Assistant Secretary General of CARICOM. We have a video from Mr. Joseph Cox, and it's going to be a good, really, example from the Caribbean to tell us what CARICOM is doing and where the emphasis is. If I can get the video, please.
Director General of the United Nations Food and Agricultural Organization, heads of states, fellow panelists, distinguished ladies and gentlemen, all, greetings. Please allow me to extend my congratulations to the Director General of the FAO for hosting this high-level conference on the Small Island Developing States, SIDS, and signaling our appreciation of the priority which has been placed on the development interests of SIDS. The Caribbean community, CARICOM, constitutes over 38% of the 52 SIDS countries listed across the globe. It is therefore critical that, given our similarities, we leverage our commonalities towards developing SIDS-specific solutions which are applicable in addressing the challenges in agriculture and food security, biodiversity, climate change, environmental management, and social and economic development. These challenges have been exacerbated by the onset of the COVID-19 pandemic. Vulnerability to natural hazard-induced disasters and external shocks remains a clear and present danger to CARICOM SIDS. Natural disasters in Caribbean SIDS affect 18% of the total population relative to 6% in non-SIDS. It is important to note that production loss due to natural hazard-induced disasters as a percent of potential production in the Caribbean region is 9%, which is higher than the global average of 4%. CARICOM countries, due to a high degree of openness, have experienced severe contractions in gross domestic product ranging between 15 to 20% because of the fallout associated with COVID-19. Average unemployment has increased to over 30% in some Caribbean islands. Food insecurity remains a growing and immediate concern and challenge for the CARICOM region. The number of people in the region estimated to be moderately food insecure has decreased slightly from 2.5 to 2.2 million between June 2020 and February 2021, but the number of those estimated to be severely food insecure has risen from 407,000 to 482,000 in this period. The 2.7 million currently estimated as food insecure in February 2021 represents an increase of 57% compared to 1.7 million food insecure from April 2020. The Caribbean is the region with the highest cost of healthy diets after Eastern Asia. The SOFI 2020 estimated an average cost of $4.21 for the Caribbean, while the average cost for the world is $3.75 US. During the COVID pandemic of June and July 2020, the average cost of a low-cost, nutritionally balanced basket for one person in Jamaica was $3.29 US relative to $4.81 US in Barbados. At this juncture, it is important to note that 73% of SIDS face a risk of groundwater pollution. Saltwater intrusion is on the rise in the Caribbean. The CARICOM region is home to 7 of the world's most water-stressed nations. Agricultural systems across the region are sensitive to extreme rainfall and temperature events, as well as strong winds, since many production systems are located near the coast. Mild droughts frequently affect more than 40% of the Caribbean territory. In most years, at least 10% of the land area has been affected by severe drought conditions. This is cause for concern for the region's agricultural sector. Similarly, land degradation due to the limited availability of land throughout the region remains a serious challenge. Equally, fisheries management and the blue economy remains a priority for the region. Caribbean SIDS frequently refer to themselves as a large ocean states, as their exclusive economic zone is 443 times larger than their land mass, underscoring the importance of their coastline, maritime space, and climate change vulnerability of the sector. With small-scale fisher folk operating in the informal labor market and having very limited access to social protection, for example, insurance, fisher folk are more vulnerable to external shocks like the COVID-19 pandemic. That being said, CARICOM remains one of the leading voices and advocates for SIDS in the international arena. To this end, we remain fully committed to the tenets of the Mauritius Strategy and Samoa Pathway and the achievement of its stated objectives for SIDS. We remain committed to formulating and offering policy and program solutions which provide a collective approach that addresses challenges which are similar in nature given the commonalities of our member states. This approach is further grounded in the very foundation that's established CARICOM, which is the revised Treaty of Chaguaramas. All policies and programs developed in CARICOM have been developed with this principle at its core. These seek to address sustainable agricultural development and food systems management, sustainable management of chemicals, ocean resources, including fisheries management, management of lands and soils, water management, sustainable consumption and production, management of biodiversity. Given our current position in the face of the pandemic, SIDS-specific solutions and information exchange must be championed as a matter of priority. This must be done with the goal of taking advantage of the benefits which it has the potential to provide, given our similarities and commonalities. These include, but are not limited to, the following: innovative knowledge exchange and transfer, development of the circular economy, pooling of technical and financial resources, development of trade models and trade systems, development of agriculture and food systems, environmental management, crime and security, human and social development in the development of local experts. We in the CARICOM region, while eschewing the notion that one size fits all, do believe that given the commonalities that exist among SIDS, can form the basis of shared solutions which are workable and practical. This is a role that we believe the UN agencies, in particular the FAO, can play to facilitate and bring together these shared experiences, thus making the mechanisms more sustainable and meaningful to SIDS. With that, I thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Joseph. We heard two voices from the Pacific community and the Caribbean community. I think two strong voices that are coming from the SIDS that are really very important organization that will hopefully allow us to increase the exchange of knowledge and the exchange of know-how. With that, with the two examples, we're going to move to the second portion of our discussion to talk more about climate change. So we all agree that the SIDS are among the least responsible of all nations for climate change. But unfortunately, they are among the hardest people that are hit by climate change. I'm going to call on Mr. Qazi Latu. And the question is, how does your organization facilitate and promote peer learning and collective efforts and their development partners to address climate change issues? Over to you, Mr. Qazi.
Thank you very much, moderator, and good afternoon, excellencies, colleagues, ladies and gentlemen. First of all, thank you, FAO, for inviting SPREP to participate in this very important SIDS forum. It's a pleasure for me to speak in this forum this afternoon. Given that the organization that I work for is the lead mandate on climate change, then my comments will be phrased along those lines. But let me start by saying that our leaders have, in the past decade, have consistently and regularly said that climate change is the most pressing issue in terms of our survival and our livelihoods. But we have seen since COVID-19 that in order to continue to deliver and support our member countries, COVID-19 has made us rethink how we deliver that support to our member countries. It's not business as usual. We have to be innovative in terms of the way that we deliver and support extend support services to our member countries here in the region. And this afternoon, I'd like to mention one innovative approach that we have adopted at SPREP, which I think is not only relevant in terms of our topic this afternoon, but I think something that will be useful for us to continue to think about as we move into the future. And I want to talk about a particular innovative e-learning platform that we have adopted at SPREP. We have a number of e-learning platforms for training and learning, but we have one particular e-learning platform that relates to training and learning at SPREP, which is based at the Pacific Climate Change Center, or the PCCC. The objective of this platform is to enable SPREP to become a one-stop shop for climate change training for policy makers, researchers, and practitioners. This means both providing training, but also signposting to other relevant training events and maintaining an up-to-date calendar for training opportunities, not just for the region, but we hope that this can be extended later on to other SIDS regions. For SPREP, the effective transfer of knowledge on climate change issues to those who make critical decisions, for those who are involved in policy development, for those who are involved in peer-to-peer training and capacity building. This is so important, and this needs to be done in a friendly user format that is relevant and easy to use. Often we place the focus on information without realizing that the format that this needs to be developed and used is also quite critical. We have learned in this e-learning platform at SPREP that peer-to-peer learning requires us to work with a wide range of stakeholders, including universities, research institutions, NGOs, partners and donors, and of course, our communities. These, of course, collectively provide valuable constituency for us to undertake our learning and training e-learning. The aim, of course, is to complement and to enhance these efforts and to avoid duplication. The innovative e-learning platform that I've just mentioned, which is hosted at SPREP, was launched in February 2021. I'm happy to say that we've had more than 300 participants from around the region who have been benefactors of these learning and training courses. We have 3 learning courses. We have our executive courses and our open courses, and of course we have a children's corner. The one that I'm focusing on this afternoon are the executive courses. And these are more focused for government officials, and we're now extending it to the private sector, NGOs, and community people as well. SPREP is now preparing to deliver on its 7th training executive course on food production and climate change, which will be delivered at the end of September this year in collaboration with FAO and Samoa Ministry of Fisheries. Peer learning and live discussions, of course, is an integral part of these courses, but they're designed to encourage connectivity and collaboration between peers. Our participants are encouraged to share their experiences and to learn from each other through their live discussions and interactions with the lecturers and other participants. The end result of this is, amongst a number of other things, is the creation of a community of practitioners, policymakers, community reps, who will then be able to share their knowledge and experience with one another. Based on our experience as a training provider on climate change, we believe that, of course, more can be done to learn from climate change policies, projects, and programs implemented in the region. It's very important that we have access to high quality and relevant information to enable us to undertake key action on climate change. In order for that information to be usable for decision making, it must be created with an awareness of the decision making context. And of course, this requires collaboration and dialogue between peers, producers of science, or the creators of science, such as researchers and those who can benefit from using it, including governments, community leaders, civil society, and the private sector. I wanted to mention one very important outcome, key outcome of this learning and training of the Pacific Climate Change Center e-learning platform. And that is some of the participants that have attended this have now taken some of that knowledge and at the national level, they've now been able to start using it or using the training material to actually develop concept notes to access funding from the Green Climate Fund. And I'd like to mention that in that context, our officials from Kiribati and Vanuatu have actually carried out or implemented that as a result of those training materials. So I think that there's a tremendous benefit that can be derived from these trainings and also these learning through this e-learning platform that I mentioned. I'd like to just add a few more comments before I conclude, and that is that what we've seen is that since the launch of this e-learning platform, we've seen an increase in participation from governments and regional organizations and in universities. And also, we've seen an increase in requests from member countries on the number of participants per country. For our trainings, we allow only 8 nominations per country, and that is to allow for effective training and learning to be carried out. But we're now receiving increased requests from member countries to increase the number of their participants per course. That is, of course, a good thing for us because it means that the countries that are nominating the officials are actually benefiting from the training that's been undertaken at the moment. The e-learning platform at the Climate Change Center has definitely improved the quality of learning by realizing the dynamic and active two-way communication through self-paced learning and offline group work. So the learning doesn't stop when the lectures are being delivered. The participants continue offline to have discussions, and this is part of that platform that I mentioned. And so what we're seeing is not only an interest and increase in requests from the countries themselves, but the officials are actually taking that learning beyond the actual courses, but actually creating a community of practitioners amongst themselves. And that's a good outcome for us. I want to conclude by saying that with this training and learning that is happening through our e-learning platform, we are seeking formal accreditation of these courses as a pathway to enable those who are taking those courses to enter formal education for our member countries. And at the moment, we are having ongoing discussions with the Samoa Qualifications Authority, SQA, and also University of Auckland. So, ladies and gentlemen, there it is, the innovation of using innovative e-learning platform for learning and training, capacity building for our people, whether they be government officials, community representatives, private sector, and so forth, can actually go a long way to benefit our countries. So, moderator, with those concluding comments, I'd like to thank you very much for this opportunity. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Latu, and thank you really for sharing with us the information and the good news that the e-learning platform is working very well, although it's young. And that's the ripple effect. It's getting also countries to demand more because there is a need, but also to build the voice of the islands in climate change debate, and hopefully develop a program with GCF and hopefully others, Adaptation Fund, Jeff and others. Thank you very much. With that great example, we're gonna move to Dr. Manu Matavai, that's gonna share with us as well, if you may, share with us, how does your organization facilitate and promote peer learning and collective efforts among the SIDS and their development partners on promoting the blue economy? Over to you, Dr. Manu Matavai.
Thank you very much, moderator, Your Excellencies, esteemed co-panelists, and distinguished representatives. FFA is humbled to join you on this important and pioneering platform, and we thank the FAO Director General for this opportunity. Our 17 members are collectively responsible for over 13 million square kilometers of ocean, which equates to more than 20% of the world's exclusive economic zones. The ocean and its resources are the lifeblood of our people, sustaining our communities and economies. Our region has the largest tuna fisheries in the world and is the only region where all major tuna stocks are assessed as biologically healthy. A third of the world's global supply of tuna is from our FFA members' waters. Tuna makes up a valuable part of Pacific food systems, livelihoods, revenues, and contribution to socioeconomic goals. For most of our members, revenues from access fees make up over 10% of our total government revenue, and this can be as high as 90%. This will only increase over time. So the stakes are very high to protect this lifeline for those we serve, our people. So how does FFA facilitate and promote peer learning and collective efforts among SIDS and their development partners? I'll frame my response around two key points. One, the power of cooperation. Two, provide three key examples of the use of cooperation for peer learning, knowledge exchange, and innovation. So first point, cooperation is critical to the way we succeed as FFA and as Pacific people. It's the glue that binds us, and it underpins the strategies we develop. The challenges we continue to face, the sheer size of our maritime jurisdictions, the nature of tuna as a shared resource and highly migratory resource, illegal fishing, climate change, marine pollution, the impacts of COVID can only be overcome through working together. As has been underlined throughout this meeting, COVID-19 has been a catalyst for change. It has accelerated our use of technology to continue to sustainably manage and protect our fisheries resources and to move past a survive mindset to thrive. So we embrace the valuable opportunity through the SIDS Solutions platform to propel connections with SIDS in other regions. Second point, I'll give three examples of our members' cooperation. First example, the work of our members to ensure all of our major tuna stocks are biologically healthy. This is only possible through bringing together our people, harnessing technology and science, and working with our partners. the use of best practices in fisheries management to ensure the health of our tuna fisheries and continue to provide a greater contribution of tuna to food security for SIDS. This includes our work in climate change, using the excellent scientific advice provided by our sister organization, SPC, which shows impacts both on distribution and abundance of tuna, which could mean decreases in licensing revenues of countries by up to 20% by 2050. Our other sister organization, SPREP, has highlighted valuable learning e-platforms to assist us. Climate change impacts on the blue economy are unjust. SIDS are amongst the least responsible of all nations for climate change, but among the hardest hit. SIDS globally could combine our voices in this space, sharing our collective knowledge to underpin a united voice and approach to seeking support to adapt to climate change. Our approach is to keep investing in science, monitoring, and technology around this valuable resource. If we can measure it, we can manage it. Second example, our integrated monitoring, control, and surveillance framework to combat illegal fishing. This framework has been refined over more than 40 years through the hard work and collaboration of our membership and is world leading. Our MCS framework includes the regional surveillance picture, an integrated tool that synchronizes vessel positional data and information and is accessible to all our members. It supports collaboration, peer learning, and information sharing, which in turn supports effective monitoring of activities in fisheries that span multiple EEZs. In addition, the regional and shared nature of the regional surveillance picture has become even more important in analyzing and responding to COVID-19 risks presented by vessels. Technology has certainly played a fundamental role, especially during the COVID-19 pandemic, in keeping our people connected and in pushing us to innovate, such as our weekly COVID-19 vessel movement reports to all members and COVID-19 operating protocols for the fishing sector in the Pacific, and promoting the vaccination of fishing crew to ensure vessels are not a conduit for the transmission of COVID into our communities. These initiatives assist our members in undertaking their MCS activities nationally and regionally to protect our fisheries resources. FFA members have shared knowledge on a regular basis to build the technologies and processes that underpin our MCS framework, and to continue to innovate with exploring emerging technologies. And our SIDS benefit from that continued peer learning that's an integral part of these joint efforts. We have previously held a physical tour to our headquarters in Solomon Islands for representatives from other tuna-focused organizations from other regions, which was really valuable. To discuss our MCS framework and approach to fisheries management, we would welcome further South-to-South work together in this regard. Third example, FFA's Regional Information Management Facility. We recognize that data is key to all that we do, its collection, exchange, and analysis. We house a fisheries information management environment that provides access to a number of databases, tools, and services within a single portal. Modules are developed based on national and regional priorities and supports and facilitates data sharing. It provides platforms to support the capture and sharing of member-generated data and information in a secure and safe manner. We would welcome further collaboration through this platform and with our SIDS in other regions. Malo apito.
Thank you very much, Dr. Manutupu, for sharing with us a great example from FFA. I can't agree with you more of the power of cooperation, the power of data, and the need for more adaptation strategies in the SIDS. And I salute really the focus on science and monitoring and surveillance. With that, we're gonna move to Mr. Amping Yi. And really the question to you, Mr. Amping, is elaborate for us what's the FAO role in providing guidance and advice through the South-South and triangular cooperation to catalyze knowledge exchange. And really, we heard it across all the speakers so far, how important is South-South learning and peer learning. Over to you, Mr. Ramping.
Thank you. Thank you, Madam Chair. Distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen. And I would like to express first to my appreciation to be invited to speak at this high-level Seeds Solution Forum, to join this panel discussion. FAO has embraced South-South and triangular cooperation as a key delivery modality to catalyze agriculture development, food security, rural development, poverty reduction, and nutrition over the past 2 decades. I should say that FAO's South-South and triangular cooperation portfolio has been expanding throughout so many years. FAO's South-South and triangular cooperation mainly focus on technical assistance, knowledge exchange, capacity building, training, and some other fields. From the year of 1996 to 2017, more than 100 South-South and triangular cooperation projects were implemented in FAO. Since the year of 2017, about 68 projects has been and are being implemented under South-South and triangular cooperation at global, regional, and country level for a total of $163 million US. A new South-South and triangular cooperation strategy framework has been developed this year by the year of 2021, which marks a shift from ad hoc South-South and triangular cooperation activity to a more programmatic, focused, result-based, systematic, quality assured, and service-driving integrated approach to operationalize the South-South and triangular cooperation in FAO. So primarily focus on the strategy framework is to scale up the South-South triangular cooperation technical and financial partnerships to support agriculture and the food system transformation and development in the global South, and contribute achievement to FAO 4 betters: better production, better environment, better nutrition, and better life. FAO and China has established a trust fund for a total of $80 million US to support phase 1 and phase 2 of FAO China South-South Cooperation Program. The establishment of this trust fund has enabled the implementation of numerous global, regional, and national projects benefiting a large number of developing nations, including a lot of seeds countries. To the date, FAO China South-South Program, South-South Cooperation Program, has supported 25 national, regional, and global projects. About 70,000 direct beneficiaries at grassroots level in rural of developing nations, including seeds countries. For instance, a seeds regional project is being implemented in Cape Verde, aimed at enhance production system to improve food and nutrition security in the country. At South-South and Triangular Cooperation regional project on response and recovery to the pandemic of COVID-19 in Latin America, were soon launched benefiting about 12 countries in Latin America and 6 from 6 countries in Caribbean region. Throughout South-South Global Project, a lot of these countries have benefited from the capacity building, training, and the workshop on global important agriculture heritage system, fisheries, and agro-food value chain. FAO also has established a triangular cooperation partners with Netherlands, Japan, Republic of Korea, Germany, Brazil, and some international financial institutions such as Islam Bank, and organized and implemented a number of triangular cooperation projects. FAO has mobilized the resources from above countries for triangular cooperation, total together more than $20 million. After that, I would like to give some advice for South-South and triangular cooperation, especially for the SEEDS country, between SEEDS and inside SEEDS. FAO proposed that international community, including from the North, the South, and international organizations, should pay more concern and support for food security and sustainable agriculture development in this country, especially in context of COVID-19 pandemic. The difficulties and challenges faced by this country are more severe and urgently needs external fund and technical assistance, information sharing, policy support, and market access. FAO looks forward to further strengthen cooperation with international organizations, such as UN Office of South-South and Cooperation, IFAD, WFP, CGIAR, to build more agriculture South-South and triangular cooperation platform for SEEDS country, and will support the agriculture development of SEEDS as a priority area of South-South and triangular cooperation. FAO also wish small islands country will speak more powerful, speak more specifically, especially in many key areas of your common concerns. Throughout the South-South and triangular cooperation, these countries can promote exchange in key areas such as improved nutrition, sustainable agriculture management, agriculture value chain, and rural youth employment, and can also strengthen cooperation with other region countries. FAO especially expects to strengthen RBA cooperation on South-South and triangular cooperation to promote more opportunity for these countries to catalyze the knowledge exchange. In 2019, FAO partnered with Inbao Foundation from China, established a 5-year, $15 million FAO Inbao Agriculture Talent Fund. We special arranged 2 projects for each country. We were included training and study on production technology for tropical cash crops in each country, and knowledge learning and capacity building on food safety for seeds. And also last, I would like very pleased to inform you that last year, People's Republic of China announced to donate additional $15 million for 3rd phase of FAO China South-South Cooperation Program. This phase of the program will cover the 6 key areas, including enhance of agriculture production, productivity and profitability, sustainable food system, including value chain, supply chain management, and international agriculture trade. tropical agriculture, and dryland farming, building resilience of shock and crisis, emergency response. I must say that phase 3 will expand its geographic coverage and give priority to the most vulnerable developing countries, including SEEDS countries. Ladies and gentlemen, we need to further scale up our efforts in South-South and triangular cooperation, especially in SEEDS country. FAO is ready. FAO is certainly moving in this direction. And we also look forward to working together, so this path, together with all of you, including SEEDS country. Thank you, Madam.
Thank you very much, Mr. Amping, and thank you, and thanks for China to put in place the fund, and for FAO really to raise it and manage it and pull in and leverage it. So we need more of those examples of how could we pull and leverage funds together to provide tools and particularly financial means to the countries to really develop their strategies and implement it as well in face of climate change, COVID-19, and so many other challenges. Our two last speakers are really to give us example from the ground. So I'm gonna move to Mrs. Amanda and then Mr. Kyle. What we wanna hear from you is, where do you see the gap? What are the best approaches from your perspective? Over to you, Amanda, first.
Okay, good night from Grenada. I was actually prepared to speak on how, the impact of the online platform for GrainCoda.
Absolutely, Amanda. That will be also an example. And if you want to add a bit more your perspective on where do you see the gap? Where should we do more?
Okay, well, let me share how it has impacted us at first. So just a little background on GrainCoda. We are a non-governmental organization and we work with rural communities in Grenada. So we work along with women, youths, farmers, fishermen, students, and as I said, we provide livelihood opportunities for them. So when COVID-19 struck, it forced some societal changes in Grenada, and almost overnight governments issued orders that limited large gatherings of people and restricted in-person business operations. So we were encouraged to work from home as much as possible. And in response to that, GrainCoda had to adapt to the online platform to continue their operations. And thanks to the online platform, we were able to turn to various collaborations, video conferencing capacities to remain engaged with our colleagues, clients, and even students working from home offices. So one of the ways in which we were able to deal with a situation like that, we normally host an educational program every year for students. And so this year we did a pilot program where we went into the schools and we selected students who had challenges in learning via the virtual platform. And so we worked along with them for 6 weeks, getting them acquainted with the gadgets and the online platforms. And so even prior to the pandemic, technology had become an increasingly important factor in our workforce. And we were looking at the technology as a means of engaging with some of our customers who are not able to, we are not able to come directly on the ground with. And so the nature of GrainCoda, of course, is to implement projects. So the online platform was a little bit challenging for us as we were not able to meet persons on the ground to implement projects. And so we had a big decline in project implementation. And that, of course, would have resulted in loss of jobs and so. And also the lack of the ability to gather in groups and so has affected us because we were not able to meet persons the way we would have wanted to. It has been beneficial to us in some areas as we had training for our members of staff. And one of the advantages that we have is because we are very small, we have a staff of 9 persons, and we were able to stay in the office and have meetings and also attend to other situations in the office rather than going out. So that was one of the advantages. And of course, because we depend on funding to take care of the day-to-day to take care of the day-to-day needs, we were able to save money, because whenever we have to host a meeting or we have to go out to a forum or so, it cost us financially. So we were able to save money there.
Thank you very much, Amanda, for sharing with us your experience from COVID-19 and how it impacted you. I'm gonna move to Mr. Kyle Slice. And Kyle, if you could share with us really, based on what you heard, where do you see the gap? How could we do more? Which approaches or technologies or methodologies you think will work better from your own perspective?
Thank you. An honor to be a part of this high-level event. 2 years ago, I was speaking at a similar forum, and the focus was on climate change and solutions for farmers. Over the past 18 months, the conversation has been dominated by COVID-19. But in both these cases, what we are seeing is that for farmers in the Pacific, climate change and now COVID-19, they're amplifying the pressures of existing threats. Things like natural disasters, the challenges of pests and diseases, accessing markets, planting materials, accessing finance. These issues, they've been there for decades. But now what we are seeing is that they're being amplified. They're more significant. In the case of COVID-19, we're seeing that the sheer number of people who are relying on agriculture is increasing. Workers have been displaced from tourism and other sectors. People are returning to traditional lands for farming, to feed their families and to earn money. And they're faced with these same problems that all of our farmers have been faced with for decades. But at the same time, the mechanisms we use for assisting farmers, they're being tested. We've got lockdowns, we've got gathering and traveling restrictions, and these are becoming a part of our new reality. The ways that we would traditionally bring our farmers together for learning exchanges and trainings, these tools, they're all being tested. So what are some of the solutions? What are some of the innovations that can help address these issues that have been there for decades, but they're being amplified now by climate change and by COVID? And the first that I want to share, it's relatively simple, but it's understated. And that's the institution of farm organizations. This concept of farmers helping farmers. Not just farm organizations in name, but I'm talking about strong, vibrant, representative organizations that can deliver effective and relevant services to their members. In the Pacific, we don't really have a strong tradition of farm organizations, especially compared to other parts of the world. Research and extension in agriculture has historically been function of government. But there's a quiet revolution that's taking place, and we are seeing farm organizations playing a much more important role in enhancing and extending the reach of what governments are doing. Let me give you an example. When COVID first started early 2020, there were these huge disruptions in our food systems. And through our network of farmer organizations, we were able to rapidly gather information and to gather the voice of farmers. And we use this to share with governments and development partners. And I'm proud to say that many people were listening. And in fact, our farm organization members are now busier than ever, working to provide services on the ground to existing and these new farmers. So farmer organizations are helping to bring this voice of farmers and rural people, but there's also the opportunity to channel more services from governments and aid agencies through the farmer organizations so that collectively we can reach more people. The final innovation that I want to share relates to the way that we engage with our farmer organizations, the way we connect technologies and information with smallholder farmers. This example is called the Breadfruit People, and it's a virtual community comprising of social media channels, YouTube, a website, and these email-based platforms. It's essentially a one-stop service center focusing on this underutilized traditional crop of breadfruit, which has enormous food security and income generating potential. We recently completed a series of webinars, and the focus was on farmer-to-farmer exchanges. And we had over 500 farmers and practitioners engaging live, and a further 1,000 people who watched the recordings. And we've seen several new partnerships developing as a result. So farmers are still helping farmers despite the travel and gathering restrictions, and farm organizations are emerging as a driving force for these innovations, working on the ground in the communities. So our focus needs to be on building bigger and better partnerships. PIFON is part of a CSO alliance in the Pacific with PoetCom and Piango and PIPSO. And we're also collaborating with regional farm organizations in Asia, Africa, and the Caribbean through several EU and EFAD initiatives, including our FO for ACP program. And we've seen great benefits of these partnerships. But I believe that we can do much more. And joining this forum today, I believe we can do more to link researchers and academia with farmers through farmer organizations. And I believe that this should be an important focus of our South-to-South and triangular cooperation moving forward. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Kyle, and thank you for reminding us of how tools that we know of are really getting more important. Like everything got amplified with COVID-19. Our understanding of climate change, our understanding of our interconnectedness, but also organization like farmers organization, and the importance of neglected underutilized species. It's very important. We need to find niche crop and niche commodities for every island, and there's nowhere better than the neglected underutilized species to look into it. So colleagues, we have now about 20 minutes left in this panel, and I want to really take the same order as we started, starting with Dr. Stewart, and give you some questions that really you're free to tackle it the way you see it's best fit for your organization. So my first question, the SIT Solutions platforms aims to develop communities of practice to devise solutions. How do you see your existing platform that have a wealth of data being part of this exchange? How could we build on your experience, your existing data hubs, your existing platforms to make sure that this new SITS Solutions platform, it's well informed, it's built on what you have been working for many years and have been able to put in place. So I'm going to start with you, Stuart, and then we move again with the other speakers. Over to you, Stuart.
Thanks very much. Look, I think the key is sharing and communicating, and I think that's what we're doing here today, in that we're providing an opportunity to learn from each other about these things that exist. Of course, the door is open for us to provide more detail, perhaps to share patterns or designs that we've come up with for some of these solutions with our colleagues in other regions. Just knowing that these things exist in another region can spark ideas about how that could apply in your own region. And I think through mechanisms such as this platform, we've got an opportunity to make those connections and for people to follow up outside of this forum with extra information about those solutions that might exist, so that we don't reinvent the wheel all the time. And this is really what I see as the key benefit of a platform like this, is avoiding us reinventing the wheel, learning from each other, and then going forward faster together to address our challenges. Back to you, Chair.
Thank you very much, Stuart. With that, I'm going to move to Cozy. How do you see it fit in the existing platform that you already have and you see the add value. And maybe
Thank
if
you.
you have also some ideas to share with us on how to make it work better. Over to you.
Thank you very much. Thank you, moderator. I'd mentioned that the platform that we had launched is only a couple of months old in the making, so we've still got a lot to learn in terms of developing the e-learning platform further. But what I can say is that we can build further on this e-learning platform by, and from what we've learned so far, I think one of the greatest benefits that we can see accruing from this is the creation and establishment of community of practitioners, researchers, policymakers, and even people in the community. If we're talking about exchanging information and sharing knowledge, then we need to be in the business of creating communities of practice, groups of interest, to enable that information to be used in an effective way. I also mentioned in my concluding comments that we are looking at formalizing these training and learning by seeking formal accreditation with various training institutions. And I think that by doing that, you extend it to the formal sector. You make it available to those who want to seek formal education, and then it becomes part of their qualifications. I think that that's something that we are certainly aiming for, and I think that that's one way of building on that platform and extending the benefit and the added value. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Kosi, and I'm sure the colleague from FAO are listening, and I agree with you, combining it with capacity building, and particularly having a certification per se, creating communities of practice are all very important points that I'm sure colleagues are taking note of. With that, I'm going to move to Amping. How do you see the platform amplifying the work of South-South Triangular Cooperation? How do you see us using it to reach to the right beneficiaries and the right people?
Thank you very much. I think that South-South and Triangular Cooperation looks like more and more important. But it doesn't mean that South-South cooperation will instead of North-South cooperation. So I think that the South-South cooperation and the North-South cooperation are equally important. This is first. Second, we need to emphasize the triangular cooperation. That can help to mobilize more resources to support these countries, support the developing nations. So under this, especially under the pandemic situation of COVID-19, so we need more focus on South-South and the triangular cooperation as a special way. Next month, on the date of September 17, FAO will work together with WP and IFAD to host the UN Day of South-South Cooperation. We discuss how to promote South-South cooperation, North-South cooperation, and triangular cooperation. From FAO side, there says that international organizations should provide more platform to provide more service to the developing nation, especially vulnerable countries, seed countries. Second, I hope that seed countries and developing nations should speak loudly and express their strong willingness. They would like to work together through South-South and triangular cooperation with international society. Because under pandemic situation, resource for fund, academy, technical looks like more difficult comparing with before the pandemic. So we need our voice to do that. And also from FAO side that we are on study to design some global project for seeds country, special for seeds country, mainly focus on the capacity building and knowledge sharing for the experience of crop production, animal production, fish aquaculture production, and also policy assistant. Second, also, we were focused on the digital agriculture. Because under pandemic situation, digital agriculture looks like more and more important, because now it's very difficult to field the project implementation. But through the digital way, we can host some capacity building, training, sharing information by digital way. So anyway, that FAO and PSD in FAO, we would like to work together with this country, provide a better service, to provide more fund, work together for your sustainable agriculture development and food security. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I'm gonna move to Dr. Manu Tupu. Yeah, so how do you see really the platform helping you and assisting FFA?
Thank you very much, moderator, and congratulations to FAO on the launch of this new seed solution platform, which from our side, we look forward to exploring further. Fully agree with the points that have been raised by my co-panelists and only add a few points to that. We SIDS know best what our needs are. So supporting our SIDS to understand and articulate those needs and working together to message these with one voice consistently to important forums such as the upcoming COP and also at the UN, such as those for the Law of the Sea Convention and other important fora. We all recognize the opportunity through technology to expedite our sharing of knowledge and information sharing, just as we've done today, and encourage FAO and all of our partners to continually bring our SIDS together for this sharing of knowledge and information, and how we build on each other's lessons and successes so that we can indeed build back better and be more resilient and thrive beyond this pandemic. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Dr. Manu Tupu. I move to Amanda. How do you see the platform amplifying and helping you and helping your constituencies?
Okay, so for us, we see it as sharing opportunities, especially for small islands as Grenada, which tackle some of the same issues and finding out what works for other organizations and what can work, and doing some follow-up to see what worked and where some of the loopholes have been, and trying to find solutions.
Thank you very much, Amanda. Straightforward. Kai, over to you.
Yeah, I mean, of course, with more farmers, with bigger issues, and we need more resources, technical and financial. I think I would just encourage this kind of platform to not talk so much about farmers, but talk to farmers. And maybe to not only think about farmers and farm organizations as the beneficiaries, but start thinking about them as the partners. And then I think we can have a more cohesive and effective partnership. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Kyle. And I think we all agree with that. Absolutely. They are full partners. They are the people that produce the food we eat. So it's not only partners, they have a power over us more than that. So I have a second question to all the panelists, which is, if you were to propose one key initiative that government or countries could take to encourage knowledge exchange between the SIDS, what would it be? So if I ask you to choose only one initiative, and that's going to be really your key message today, so what would it be? So I'm going to go to Stuart first. And if we could take 1 minute per panelist, that would help us close at 6:10 minutes. Go ahead, please, Stuart.
Okay, thanks. So one key initiative, look, I'm going to share one that I think has huge opportunity for the Pacific that we're working on at the moment, but could have the same impact in the Caribbean or in other areas of SIDS. And that is a project we're calling Digital Earth Pacific, which is making use of satellite-based Earth observations to monitor the environment, coastal change, coral development, deforestation, and so on, systematically and fundamentally across our entire region for every island. So this is a new project that we're kicking off in the Pacific, but it's already been done for Africa and Australia, and we're trying to bring this into the SIDS environment. So it's an opportunity for other SIDS to look at what's happening in the Pacific in this space. Something that I think can fundamentally improve management of natural resources in many of our island nations, where we have not just responsibility for the land, but also for large areas of the ocean. Back to you.
Thank you very much, Stuart. Digital Pacific. Thank you so much. Over to you. Now I'm gonna move to Dr. Mama. I'm sorry with the names. I hope I'm not Dr. Manutupu. Over to you.
Thank you, moderator. One of the key initiatives here in the FFA and in the Pacific, which I'd promote through this platform, is our project on persons of interest. A lot of our focus with our compliance tools is very much focused on vessels compliance history, but we all recognize that vessels are at the whim of their operators, those who control the vessels. So collecting information on those perpetrators of illegal fishing, collecting the information, analyzing it, and most importantly, sharing it with all partners. It's a project that we've commenced amongst our membership, but as it develops and gains traction, ideally we would be, and this is a forward goal of the membership, is to share this with other regions, because illegal fishing is not just a regional problem, it's a global problem. So watch this space. We are excited and we look forward to working with partners from other SIDS on this initiative. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mantupu. Over to you, Latu.
Thank you very much, moderator. I'm going to go off script here. And that is, a couple of weeks ago, the Pacific Forum Island leaders approved an investment plan that we had proposed for 166.6 million Australian dollars. That investment plan seeks to improve Met Services infrastructure. And the reason why I'm mentioning that is when we think farming, we should be thinking weather. We don't seem to be talking about weather, but we should be. And perhaps maybe this is something to think about in the future, but it is happening right now. And one of the things that I'm hoping through this investment initiative that's been approved by leaders, and we've been asked to go look for funding, is to actually provide, if not an app, but technological information that will enable farmers to make decisions on when do you grow a certain crop, and how what are the seasons and what kind of crops you're able to grow at certain seasons of the year. And I think that kind of information should be made available to all farmers, whether they're from the Pacific, Caribbean, Indian Ocean, and so forth. So I'm sorry, I'd said that I'm going to speak off script. So, but that is a very important project that has been approved by leaders here in the Pacific, and I think we should take advantage of that. Thank you.
Thank you, Latu. And it's definitely a knowledge-based project. So I think we do have tools in FAO that looks at the weather and the use of weather to provide know-how and to provide information to the farmers on the cycle. So again, I'm sure my colleagues from FAO are taking note and will contact you to provide you some information around it. I'm going to move to Mping. Over to you, Mping.
Thank you very much. For this initiative, I just one sentence that we work together, fully leverage the digital agriculture, enhance the capacity building among SIDS countries and between SIDS countries and other regions. Thank you.
Thank you, Mping. I'm going to move to Amanda to tell us, and thank you for reminding us that, Mping, that that's what we are here for. It's building capacity in the SIDS and their organizations. Amanda, over to you.
Okay, so for us, it's getting farmers trained in technology so they can enhance their farming practices and create new innovative to adapt to climate smart agriculture. And we have recently purchased 2 high-tech weather stations and have placed them in remote areas in Grenada, where there are extreme periods of drought, throughout the year. So this will guide them as to what types of plants that they can plant during the year or when they're expecting rain so that they could be guided accordingly.
Excellent. Thank you very much, Amanda. Over to you, Kyle. The last minute.
Yeah, I just would like to see an initiative on farmer-led research. Farmer-led research that focuses on traditional crops, focuses on enhanced traditional farming systems and agroforestry, where we really put farmers and traditional knowledge at the center, at the core. And this model would have to reset the way we do things in the Pacific, decentralize our research, and really put farmers at the center. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Kyle. Thank you to the panelists. It was a really great session where you have given us a lot of insight into the importance of the role of knowledge exchange in benefiting SIDS and enabling them to replicate and scale up and scale out innovative solutions. I think it was really good to hear the importance of peer learning, the importance of data. I mean, it came across all the speakers, how important is data and how important to have the know-how. So we all agree that really the SIDS are very peculiar. They are very special in terms of geography and impact, and how the impact of climate change, it's really hitting them the hardest. We heard about the South-South Triangular Cooperation, and we think that it's a great tool really that the SIDS can use to promote sustainable agricultural development, poverty reduction, and food nutrition securities. We heard about many modalities that already exist, and I think a platform like the SIDS Knowledge Platform, and I like the name, the SIDS Solution Platform, could eventually be a platform that all of this information come together. I think it could be, and I hope that throughout the forum and the 2 days, we convince you that it could be your preferred methods of collaboration, because we need a one-stop shop for the policymakers, for the farmers, for the practitioners. It was really a pleasure to moderate this session. It was a pleasure to meet all of you online. Thank you very much for your time, and thank you for sharing with us your experience, your perspective, and your know-how. Thank you very much. Over to you, Sridu.
Thank you. Thank you, Ismane, and thank you to all the panelists for a very engaging and a very interesting session. Not only did we learn a lot about the importance of knowledge exchange and South-South collaboration, but we also learned a lot on what is going on at various levels, whether it's at institutional level, whether it is at the development agency level, or whether it is at the practitioner and farmer level. So thank you for sharing that. This is definitely enriching the importance of knowledge exchange. That is essentially the theme of this forum. But to bring it all together, and we have had a very busy and intense day, to bring it all together, I invite Mr. Jongjin Kim, the Assistant Director General and Regional Representative for Asia and the Pacific, to summarize the day. Over to you, Mr. Kim.
Thank you, Sirita. Excellencies, distinguished panelists, ladies and gentlemen. I think we had a very exciting day with full of substantive and insightful discussions. This morning, we have seen a very high-profile inaugural session featuring the co-host of the forum, the government of Fiji, and our partner of the event, the ITU, the Secretary General, and of course, the FAO Director General, Mr. Chu Dong-yu. We heard from 3 heads of the states, 3 prime ministers, and 11 ministers. Also the chair of the 76th UN General Assembly and top management of 10 global development agencies and UN bodies. As the Director General remarked at the closing of the high-level session, the high-level political participation in this forum is already a testament to the UN and the multilateral global system, that no matter how small a country might be, its voice and its people count and must be heard. By that measure, the forum has succeeded already in focusing attention on unique context of global seeds and the development support they need. I think the morning's highlight was the launch of Seeds Solution Platform and the opportunity it provides for knowledge exchange and collaboration between and among the seeds with other countries and development partners offering their support. We heard the leaders first reiterate the importance of targeted solutions for seeds, playing on special features as seeds and the need to target and enhance actions specific to seeds, especially as the clock is ticking toward 2030. Second, stress the shared challenges of the impact of climate change and its devastating effects on food security and nutrition and economic development. These have worsened or amplified the negative impact due to COVID-19. Third, call on seeds and partners to speak in a collective single voice during COP26 to ensure the thresholds of greenhouse gas emission are kept to levels that will ensure the climate stressors are not heightened further. Fourth, recognize the vast potential of innovations and the digital technologies to provide scalable solutions to tackle the many common challenges faced by the seeds agri-food systems, challenges that have been further exacerbated by the COVID pandemic. Fifth, recognize the urgent need to address the capacity, resource and the technology constraints, and the lack of infrastructure in seeds that inhibit solutions as a way forward. Sixth, final but not the least, express their keenness to work together to identify how outside partners can engage with seeds and how investments can be made. Many transformative solutions are already emerging from the seeds, and these were highlighted by the innovators we heard in the afternoon. Whether it is healthy eating or cash transfers or recycling plastic waste or COVID-19 contact tracing, we heard about excellent examples of entrepreneurship, and I hope this should be more and more or to increase. We'll continue to showcase those great examples on seed solution through this platform. The seeds-friendly countries and development partners added dimensions that highlighted the priority they placed on their partnership to build climate resilience and the sustainable agri-food system for Agenda 2030, and identified the pivotal role of agri-tech, innovation, digital tech, transformation, and financing to achieve this. These partners also provided examples and proposals for strengthened practical cooperation, including policy exchange, forums and conferences, fellowship support, sharing technology solutions in agriculture sector, expanding South-South and triangular cooperation, and the development assistance, building digital villages and supporting digital agriculture transformation, expanding agriculture trade and investment, increasing access to development financing, and creating innovative financing instruments designed for seeds context and needs. They lauded the launch of Seeds Solution Platform as a new front of cooperation with seeds, with a dedicated venue to exchange innovative tools and scale up good ideas and partners offered to connect it further with complementary regional and global platforms such as Pacific Data Hub. We heard from a wide range of partners about the important role of knowledge exchange for seeds to replicate and scale up innovative solutions. And we heard about the importance of South-South and triangular cooperation now as a modality to address common challenges. Finally, we recognized seeds not only benefit from shared solutions, but that they are contributing to global solutions for Agenda 2030. Truly, together, we are stronger. It has been a very intense day of discussions. I wish you a good afternoon or good evening and look forward to equally stimulating sessions tomorrow. Thank you very much. Over to you, Sridhar.
Thank you, Mr. Kim, for that great summary of the day. Excellencies, distinguished gentlemen, ladies, we thank you for having stayed with us the whole day and for having taken part in a very exciting forum and some very interesting sessions. We will continue tomorrow. We start tomorrow at 9:30 a.m. Samoa time. That's 9:30 a.m. Samoa time. And we will have two very equally and probably even more interesting sessions in the morning. The first one on partnership and investments, which will feature representatives from the major donors and financial institutions. And the second one on the role of gender and youth in innovation and digitalization. And then we'll follow up with a session on the way forward in the afternoon, and then close the session or close the forum with dignitaries present. We'd like to thank you again for being here, for having given us the benefit of your learning, expertise, and knowledge, which FAO will put to very good use through the Seeds Solution platform. I now again take the opportunity to wish you all a good day or a good afternoon or a good evening, and see you all tomorrow, 9:30 a.m. Samoa time. Thank you very much.